Hey listeners, this is your host, Cosmic Naruto. Thank you so much for being here. You can check other videos too. Now let's get on to the video. The River Country, near the Akatsuki base and the region between the Fire and Wind countries. The telltale whistling of metal in the wind warned Deidara of the incoming blades. He lightly jumped out of the path the dozens of shuriken that had flown at him. The tiny shuriken were embedded deep in the tree where the Akatsuki member had previously been standing. Great, Deidara thought, holding a kunai in his mouth as he tried to flee. He felt a slight feeling of dread when he found himself facing a white-eyed shinobi, most likely a hyuga, as well as two others, clad in tights and extremely aesthetically displeasing hairstyles. What a nuisance. My escape will be a bit more difficult than I planned. Single quote. 4 newcomers, in addition to the 2 Konoha nin already chasing him. The young blonde shinobi was the most feared Jinchuriki, the container of the 9-tailed demon, but that was all that Deidara knew of the shinobi. A little over 3 years ago, Itachi had told the others how the Jinchuriki didn't quite live up to the title, being a clumsy and rather awkward boy. Deidara couldn't see why. Yes, his long-distance attacks left much to be desired, but Deidara's instincts told him not to mess with him in close range. In any case, Deidara knew that keeping it a long-distance battle would work almost easily in his favor. The silver-haired one, Deidara already knew enough about. That one was the famed Hatake Kakashi of the Sharingan Eye. Rumors claimed that he had copied over 1,000 techniques, though Deidara didn't find that ultimately too impressive, considering the fact at all he had to do was copy it with his Sharingan. In addition to that, it was doubtful that the copy nin would be able to use all those 1,000 techniques in one battle anyway. No one in the world had that kind of chakra. The one with the pale eyes was, no doubt, a member of the Hyuga clan, and was quite a powerful one as well. Kisame had mentioned earlier how, when he fought this team earlier with the Shoten no Jutsu shapeshifting technique, the pale-eyed shinobi had attacked with some sort of invisible vacuum. If this shinobi was, indeed, a Hyuga, then he had just done the unthinkable. Whether the attack was ninjutsu or genjutsu, it was still a long-distance attack, a far cry from the usual famed Hyuga taijutsu style, which mainly revolved around close combat. Kisame had also mentioned a bit more about the other 3 shinobi who had arrived. Those clad in green seemed to have a near identical fighting style, though the older one's techniques were far better developed than the younger, who seemed to avoid using any form of ninjutsu or genjutsu. Instead, there was more power in his strikes than Deidara had ever seen before. The kunoichi with the buns in her hair exhibited no particular skill in any of the usual 3 shinobi specialties, seeming to prefer weaponry over genjutsu, ninjutsu, and even taijutsu. Her techniques were clean and accurate. If it hadn't been for Deidara's far greater experience and the scope over his eye, he probably would have completely missed out on her presence and would have been struck by the flying shuriken. The pink-haired girl, as well as the old woman, had arrived just moments before the second team. The 2 women had parted ways with Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi to fight with Sasori no Dana. They didn't look like much, and with the young and inexperienced girl and the ancient and should-be retired old woman, it was hard to tell who was more powerful and more of a threat. Either way, if they were able to defeat Sasori, they must have been much more powerful than they appeared. Deidara was well aware of his own potential. His techniques had few openings, most gaps being made up for with his overall strat. E.g. to basically keep it so that the enemy were always chasing after him, meaning that they would always had one definitive location, right behind him. Of course, there were many occasions in which he had to improvise. Taking the battle in the desert as he fought the Cage Jinchuriki for example, he had been forced to completely change tactics, considering the fact that the Cage's geographical advantage left nowhere to run. Regardless, Deidara knew he was clever enough to defeat any shinobi, almost regardless of the number. However, with so many high-class shinobi after him, the he had returned with the Jinchuriki from the sand, he had had little time to recover, having gone straight to the tailed beast extraction ceremony. He was low on clay, he was rather exhausted, and more shinobi kept on showing up. As powerful as he knew he was, Deidara had to admit that he was at a growing disadvantage. He would have to end this quickly and finish them all off in one devastating blow. And he knew exactly how to do it. Deidara knew that ducking low in the bushes for too long would be futile, with the Hyuga now taking part in the battle. He would have to keep moving. Briefly skimming his area with the scope, he quickly spotted his clay bird masterpiece on the ground and jumped onto the other side. Hatake Kakashi shouted a warning to his companions, cautioning them of Deidara's clay bomb techniques. A fruitless warning, Deidara thought to himself, considering the chances they had of escaping his next technique. Deidara spat out the kunai and sank his teeth into the clay. Tearing off huge piece and swallowing it in a gulp, the Konoha nin watched in confusion as Deidara continued to practically breathe in his own clay. They knew something was to come, but He didn't know if they would be able to stop it in time. Take a look at my ultimate work of art, Deidara said as his body began to grow larger and larger. Jibaku Bunshin, suicide bombing clone. The Hyuga's pale eyes, now lined with the folds on the surface of his temples, widened as he observed all of the man's chakra gather in a single compact spot at once. Deidara knew what he was thinking. Surely he wouldn't even think of using a jutsu that required that amount of chakra. But oh, he was. The others felt the pressure growing, but the Hyuga saw it. He knew that this was definitely, positively, a huge attack. In a few brief moments, they all realized it. Yeah, the missing nin thought to himself. This psycho is going to blow himself up. Single quote. Self-detonation. This was Deidara's ultimate work of art. The Akatsuki member knew for a fact that he himself was safe from his own technique. He had arranged it so that this body, once blown to pieces, would end up being replaced by a clay clone of himself, which he had cleverly hidden from even the eyes of the Hyuga. In the ground, with a bit of luck, a great deal of precision, and a clever use of a well-practiced substitution technique, Deidara would wipe out both teams of Konoha nin and come out in one piece. Perhaps covered in a bit of muck, but still one piece. Deidara knew that he wasn't looking so pretty right now, with his bloated, bubbling form, but no doubt, there would be some pretty spectacular explosions for someone watching a few dozen miles away. The shinobi were already fleeing for their lives. But it was easy to see that it was all in vain. The explosion would easily overtake them, as they had not had the time or the ability to focus hard enough to properly apply chakra to their feet so they could run at top speed. And, even at top speed, Deidara doubted that anyone could run fast enough to escape his. Everything went white. The dust was rising, and Kakashi could see the spherical mass of ember, smoke, and dust as it grew larger and larger, nearly enveloping his rival and his students. He could see it very well, activating his Sharingan and pushing himself to his limit. Seconds later, the shinobi were all left wondering if it was too late. The dust was starting to settle, and, after a few moments of coughing and arm-waving, the smoke slowly began to clear and the teams looked at each other, finally able to see somewhat clearly in the settling dust. "What's going on?" Guy said, looking around, attempting to see through the dust. It didn't seem like there was any logical way to stop the explosion. Naruto and his doppelganger, who were in a tree carrying Gaara's motionless body over their shoulders, stared at what looked like a shrinking white crack in the middle of the air. Finally, the mysterious rift disappeared for good. There was no explosion, no bright lights, nothing at all. There was no sign left of the Deidara bomb except for the huge crater in the earth and the trees. As if a sphere had appeared out of nowhere and caused everything in contact with it to disappear. How anticlimactic, Naruto thought to himself. Kakashi nearly fell backwards, out of energy needed to support himself. But Naruto caught him before he could make a humiliating landing on his back. "Are you okay, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked his teacher, concerned that one of the strongest shinobi he knew was so exhausted and depleted of all chakra. "What in the world did you do?" Sakura asked him, her green eyes wide. Kakashi shook his head. "Him and the explosion, I sent them into another dimension. But, more importantly, is everyone safe?" Touché. There wasn't any logical explanation as to what stopped the explosion. "Screw safety," Naruto exclaimed. "Why didn't you do that earlier?" July 3rd, 1995. Hogwarts Express. The weather couldn't have been better. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky. Harry, Ron and Hermione had managed to get a compartment to themselves. Pigwidgeon was, once again, hidden under Ron's dress robes to stop him from hooting continually. Hedwig was dozing, her head under her wing, and Crookshanks was curled up in a spare seat. Like a large furry ginger cushion that no one was really allowed to sit on unscathed. Harry stared out of the window at the school carriages that they had ridden in as the train they rode on started moving. Cedric's death had hit him hard before, but now, the weight on his chest was starting to lighten. He stared out of the window and frowned, rubbing his eyes and looking at the carriages again. Here was some sort of shimmering shadow in front of them all. Harry, Ron, and Hermione talked more fully and freely than they had all week as the train sped south, where it would, in 8 hours, reach King's Cross. Dumbledore's speech at the end of year feast had seemed to unblock him. Perhaps talking about Cedric's death had given him closure. It was less painful to think and talk about what happened now. The three friends broke off their conversation about what action Dumbledore might be taking, even now, to stop Voldemort only when the lunch trolley arrived. When Hermione returned from the trolley and put her money bag into her school bag, she pulled out a copy of the Daily Prophet and read it. "There's nothing here. I've been checking the newspaper every day. Just a small piece the day after the third task, saying that you had won the tournament. They didn't even mention Cedric. Nothing about any of it. If you ask me, Fudge is forcing them to keep quiet." "What about Rita?" Ron asked. "You don't honestly expect her to keep her quill to herself, do you?" "Oh, Rita hasn't written anything at all since the third task," Hermione said slyly. "As a matter of fact, she isn't going to be writing anything at all for a while. Not unless she wants me to spill the beans on her." Quote, "What are you talking about?" Harry asked her. "I found out how she was listening in on private conversations," she said smugly, picking up her bag once again to look through it. "She was bugging us." "Wait, but you say that electronics don't work on Hogwarts Grow." She pulled out a sealed glass jar out of her bag. "Into a beetle." Quote, The whole compartment was completely silent, save for the low thrumming sound of the train on the tracks. "How ironic," Harry said, at loss for words. "There was a beetle on the statue the night we heard Hagrid telling Madame Maxime about his mum," Ron exclaimed. "Victor pulled a beetle out of my hair after we had our conversation by the lake," Hermione said, nodding. "Rita was on the windowsill of the divination class the day my scar hurt," Harry said thoughtfully. "And when we saw Malfoy under that tree, he was actually talking to her in his hand," she added. "Wait, then Malfoy knew," Ron said angrily. "That's how she's been getting those stupid interviews with the Slytherins." "Darn Slytherins. You're kidding," Ron shouted. "Keep her in there." No, I've told her to keep her quill to herself for a whole year. See if she can't break the habit of writing horrible lies about people." The door of the compartment immediately slid open. "Very clever, Granger," Draco Malfoy said. Crabbe and Goyle were standing behind him. All three looked more self-satisfied, arrogant, and menacing than Harry had ever seen them before. "So," he continued, advancing slight into the compartment with a cocky smirk on his face, "you caught some pathetic reporter, and Potter is Dumbledore's favorite boy again. Big deal." Quote, "Do you often spend your time outside of our compartment with your ear pressed against the door just so you can pop in at the most inopportune moment?" Harry asked, cocking his head slightly to the side. "What can I say?" Malfoy said, shrugging. "It's a habit. Still, trying to pretend that nothing's happened. That no one died. I warned you, on the first day of Hogwarts when we met on the train. I told you not to hang around with riffraff like this. Too late now, Potter. Because of this, your friends will be the first to go, now the Dark Lord's back. Mudbloods and Muggle lovers first. Well, second actually. Diggory was the first. Something tan and crimson shot past Harry's head and into Malfoy's chest with a speed that knocked him back into Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy ignored his blood robes and stared at the severed arm in horror. "Oh God," Hermione said. "Somebody splinched themselves," Ron exclaimed, but Hermione shook her head. Harry was taking deep breaths. The arm had appeared in midair out of nowhere. Since the train had been moving so quickly, The arm itself had probably been falling towards the ground because of the gravity, but it had also stayed in the same spot. So because the train was moving and the arm inside was not. It had struck Malfoy in the chest. Thus, the bloody robes. Once the initial shock was over, everyone in the compartment began to scream. Everyone except Harry, who was staring at the tongue that lolled outside of the palm's mouth. Yeah, the fingernails. Momentarily feeling unable to breathe, Harry panicked with the rest of the students at the sight of the severed arm. After several moments of being unsure of what to do, Hermione finally pulled out her own wand and pointed it at the arm, about to levitate it and bring it to the closest most capable adult possible when Harry spotted something strange out of the window. "Look," he said, pointing at a dark crack in the middle of the air, just above the train tracks where the train had been over just before when the arm appeared. The crack grew larger and larger, but only slowly because the train was gaining distance in this strange rift above the air. The Gryffindors and Slytherins' eyes alike widened when a huge explosion shook the area with concussive force, despite the fact that the train itself was far away. "That was huge," Hermione whispered in a hushed voice. "Do you think it was you-know-who?" Ron said in a low voice. All of a sudden, Draco muttered a cleansing spell over the front of his shirt, turned toe, and left in such a rush that his robes billowed almost like Snape's. "We're leaving," he said, unnecessarily to his two friends. Taking deep breaths, Harry let his limp legs fall out from underneath him as he slumped down on the floor of the train compartment. August 24, 1995. Konoha. Though the Sound Chunin had been easily taken care of, even with the new Team 7's various injuries, it was still enough for the Leaf, finally fed up by the Sound, to call for war. So many offenses in less than a decade, it did not come unexpected. Fairly confident with their powerful allies, like the Land of Waves and the Sand Village. The Land of Waves was not a particularly military-dominated country, but they lent their support through commerce, supplying the Fire and the Wind countries with ample supply, including weapons and supplements. As the newly revived Cage of the Sand, Gaara was not particularly enthusiastic about immediately calling war, but he owed his best and only friend Naruto a huge debt that, it seemed, would never get to be repaid. With their many allies, Konoha sent a majority of its forces directly to the Sound just days ago, feeling that once they arrived at the Sound, they would be able to overcome the Oto Nin by both the quantity and the quality of their top shinobi. Unfortunately, in their enthusiasm, they had overlooked one thing. Without many of the shinobi, the village was left in the hands of many of the younger shinobi and only a few adults to defend against other invaders. And 2. They left their Jinchuriki at home. So it was only probable that Akatsuki would come by Konoha to pick up their somewhat defenseless nine-tailed demon, thus sparking a deadly fight within Konoha itself. Akatsuki henchmen. For some shinobi, this was not their first encounter with the Akatsuki. However, it was no longer some sort of 3-on-1 battle in their favor. There were not 1, not 2, but 5 main Akatsuki members, in addition to the lesser members, fighting alongside each other. Lee and Tenten were forced to fight Kisame. Same as before, though Neji was busy with another freak. This Akatsuki member had the most absurd body decorations Neji had ever seen. Venus flytrap-like extensions encased his body. And Neji could see his skin color split into white and black halves. Neji blessed his luck, feeling relieved that he had the insight to develop a Hyuga-only long-distance attack, which he used to keep the plant-like member of the Akatsuki at a distance. Close-range combat may have been his forte, but it would be useful to deal as much damage as possible before the enemy was within range so that they would both be able to begin attacking each other at once. The Hyuga's face split into a relieved smirk when the Akatsuki member fell to the ground. Well, he thought to himself. That was easier than I thought. As the man fell, he didn't only fall. He sank into the ground and disappeared, leaving Neji dumbfounded. Neji shouted with the blinding pain in his left leg. He looked down in horror to find that the Venus flytrap extension had clamped itself down hard onto his limb, with the spikes sinking into his flesh. Hake Kusho, 8 trigrams empty palm. 2 girls shouted and Zetsu jerked back and forth, as if struck by 2 invisible forces. And then he hit on the other side by a huge, not-so-invisible shuriken. Neji saw through his byaku. Gone, the two Hyuga heiresses running towards them on one side and Tenten and Lee approaching quickly from the other side. Surprisingly enough, the 3 hits were not enough to penetrate the plant covering, though it did, at least, give Neji a chance to free his bloody leg from the plant freak's hold. Lee, Tenten, Neji shouted, feeling relieved at the sight of his teammates bloody, bruised, sweating, but at least in one piece. The plant man had merged with the ground once again and had gained distance between them all. You two beat Kisame. Neji was amazed. Tenten and Lee, who were both running to him waving their arms, had gotten much stronger than he had expected over the years. He knew that they were better than the average shinobi, but the fact that those two alone beat a member of the Akatsuki had greatly improved his already growing opinion of them. Wait a minute. Tenten and Lee ran faster, with the shark-like Akatsuki following right behind them. Damn it, you idiots, don't bring him over here. Neji shouted angrily, pulling his younger Hyuga cousin by the arm and having Hinata follow as they ran away from his two teammates, both of whom were running away from the shark Enin. Neji, Tenten cried. Help, no, deal with him on your own. Hanabi cried, struggling to get out of Neji's arms so she could run on your own. We've already got our own guy to deal with. Team Guy and the two Hyuga heiresses cried as they ran. Meanwhile, the other shinobi were trying to deal with the rest of the invaders. Which really a spectacular combination to think about. Kiba's eye twitched. Don't you even freaking think of that, he growled, about to charge at the enemy when his shoulder and leg were grabbed. He looked back to see Shino and Akamaru behind him, keeping him out of trouble. Don't lose your temper, Shino said briefly. Akamaru barked, telling him not to underestimate the Akatsuki. Kiba, still red in the face and feeling the urge to tear this man to piece, took a deep breath. You're right, he muttered. I shouldn't. He, you're just a scared little puppy, he said. Lucky for you, I could care less about you and your little dog. It's Jinchuriki that we're after for today. I'm not scared. Kiba barked angrily. And you're after what? The demon of your village, he said, Uzumaki Naruto. We were saving the 9-tailed demon for last. But some of us decided that our leader's orders were in need of a bit of a change and figured that it would be easiest to strike while Konoha was bare of its defenses. Your demon friend will be ours. Moment. He shrugged. No way, he said, rubbing his nose and grinning, all previous anger forgotten at the ridiculous notion that Naruto of all people was the Kyuubi that attacked Konoha so many years ago. 15 years and 11 months, to be more exact. On October 10th, the day of Naruto's birth. Naruto's no demon, he said, shaking his head, though his instincts and common sense were starting to tell otherwise. And even if he was, he's our demon, Shino finished simply. What? It doesn't matter whether he's Jinchuriki or not, the Aburame continued, speaking more words at this minute that Kiba had ever heard him say in a day. He's still a loyal shinobi of Konoha, and a great one at that. He is our friend and our shinobi. If he is a demon, then he is our demon. If Naruto was the one rumored to have been sacrificed for the sake of Konoha at the Yondaime's hands, then out of respect for his sacrifice and the Yondaime's decision that I won't simply turn on him should some stranger come up to me and imply that he was the cause for Konoha's near destruction when he was just several hours old. Kiba turned his head again, staring at Shino. He grinned, as level-headed and logical as ever. Yeah, Kiba said, he's not even 100th as freaky as that other Jinchuriki. Gaara, right, or even Shino here. Shino ignored that comment. Now that our side is on the same wavelength, he said. It's time for you to leave. Shino glanced at the member of the Akatsuki through his lenses, silently picking out possible strategies to use against this strange man, and taking notice of the mysteriously black, tar-like substance under the man's skin, as opposed to the hollow cavernous emptiness under his own skin. In Shino's opinion, any weapon hidden in the flesh was likely to be one of the most dangerous. Bug Freak is right, Kiba said. The stress mark on Shino's temple went unnoticed, as he was completely swathed in heavy clothing. Whatever it is you're planning, we're going to take you down. Nearby, Shikamaru faced off against a man with very light-colored hair, sleeked back, bearing a huge three-bladed scythe when Ino entered the scene. Concerned for her friend, who was drenched in blood. "Stop it," he snapped at her, pushing her away with a wild look in his eyes. It's not mine. Not my blood. But why?" Ino never got to the chance to ponder this, shrieking loudly and jumping out of the way as the Akatsuki member's huge scythe landed on the ground where she had previously been standing, less than a second before. Shikamaru, who had been standing there next to her, flinched when the blade nicked his cheek. Was it all in her head, or did Shikamaru look even more panic-stricken by such a tiny cut? There was hardly a drop of blood. "You know what's coming, don't you?" Blonde man asked slyly, licking Shikamaru's blood off of the blade. "This is the part where things get interesting." "No, it doesn't," someone shouted. Several of the Konoha shinobi ran past him and, "Holy CR." The Akatsuki nin when a whole crowd of Akatsuki ran past him and nearly took their own companion down. "Freaking all of you idiots. I nearly completed the ritual here." "Oh shut up, Hidan. It's not going to be too hard to take down these brats," Kakuzu said, bearing only a few signs that he had actually been in a fight. On one side, it was the Akatsuki members Hidan, Kakuzu, Zetsu, and Kisame. "Anyone injured?" Sakura asked them. "Relatively fine," Neji said. "Though personally, I'd like to beat that plant thing's face in for biting my leg." He gazed down slightly at the wounds on his legs. It was no longer bleeding. In fact, it was rather burnt, rather than bloody. There must have been some kind of chemical in the Venus flytrap man. "That doesn't smell too good," Kiba said, rubbing his nose and wincing at the sight of his leg. "Okama-kun, one should be fine," Sai said to them. Neji hit him. "Shut up, or I'll defeat you," he said threateningly. Big words coming from a transvestite with a gimp leg. "You too," Tenten shouted, holding Neji back with her hands beneath his arms and over his shoulders in a body lock. "Focus on the Akatsuki here. Ha ha ha, you are all such fools," the shinobi with a face mask said. They all turned to face him. "Who are you anyway?" Sakura asked, not recognizing him at all. "Toby," the plant-like Akatsuki nin said. "What are you thinking?" Quote, "I'm thinking this," Toby said, making room between all of them, "that we've been in Konoha far too long for a simple kidnapping. And that right about now, I'd like to finish this mission up right quick." "Jerk, we're here too and you don't know what you're." Hari Kangoku no Jutsu, Crystal Prison Technique. Sorry for bad grammar and corny name. So many things happened at once. Neji shoved everyone within a 5-meter radius away from him using the Kaden, with those closest. Lee, Hanabi, and Hinata being pushed the farthest from the impact. Choji had managed to scoop up most of the children with his large arms and carry them out quickly with him, and Shino pulled several Konoha children out himself. "Toby you ass you got us too." The Akatsuki shouted angrily, most were swearing at him. Out of all of the shinobi, Kisame was the only one able to avoid this technique. "The pre-on technique allows me to absorb everything," Toby said smugly. "Chakra, bloodline, jutsus, everything. If you're alive by the time the Kyuubi vessel is taken down, then I shall gladly release you from my hold. Otherwise, well, I suppose with so many Akatsuki dead, leader would all have to let me join, wouldn't he?" "Toby," one of Zetsu's halves shouted. "Do not take us down with him. You are not in much of a position to demand things," Toby said, almost thoughtfully. "And neither are you," another voice said. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto shouted to his teacher desperately. "Help, I will, Naruto," Kakashi said to him. "So, you're a teacher now," Toby said to him. "I don't know you," Kakashi said. Even after a month of recovering from his case of chakra depletion in the hospital, he was not at full strength. He made a hand seal and forced his Sharingan to change. This was the easy part. The Sharingan by itself took a large amount of chakra to change forms almost everything he had for the time being. Luckily, he had Yoroi Akiko, the elder sister to Yoroi Akato, the leaf shinobi who had also betrayed them to the sound. "So, you think you can handle this?" he said to her. Ordinarily, he could have easily broken out of the chain like it was paper, but the moment his blue skin came in contact with the metal, he immediately felt weakened, focusing solely absorbing the chakra at a huge rate. Akiko was left completely vulnerable. Luckily, it didn't matter too much. Kakashi pulled up his Hittite headband and pulled it up, revealing his Sharingan eye once again. Ordinarily, Kakashi wouldn't have even thought of resorting to such a strenuous technique while he was so depleted, but placing a hand on the chain of Akiko's weapon, he felt his chakra return to him at a much quicker rate. He focused on his targets, who definitely started feeling its effects. "What's happening?" Toby shouted, trying to see what was going on behind him. "What's going on?" The whiskers on his cheeks were thicker and bolder, which meant that he was reverting back to his Kyuubi-controlled form. What was alarming was that despite the boost of power that Naruto should have been receiving, he was still losing his strength. Albeit much slower than he would have lost chakra without this form. In fact, Naruto didn't seem to be very exhausted. Just pained. It would be best to end this quickly. This must have been a technique similar to what the Akatsuki had done to steal the Shukaku demon from Gaara. Ordinarily, Kakashi would never do this. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, "help. But he needed to stop the Akatsuki from obtaining the Kyuubi. More chakra," Kakashi grunted to Akiko. "Don't tell me to do what I'm already trying to do," she said, sweating slightly. "I'm taking in all I can as fast as I can." Kakashi turned his head in their direction. He needed to get Naruto out the most. He turned his Mangekyo Sharingan towards Naruto. Whether or not it was by conventional means. No, he said, shaking his head and changing his mind, probably remembering what had happened with Deidara and his arms, not to mention the huge explosive. "Wait, we don't wanna die like that either." Quote. There was a strange feeling in the pit of Naruto's stomach. He glanced behind him to see if the others were feeling this strange sensation but found himself to be the last one standing. Though hopefully not the last one alive. He looked back to Kakashi, only to find that everything was a blur of colors. He could make out a woman's figure standing next to a person with silver hair and attire that was probably borrowed from the Konoha hospital. Everything was completely warped and Naruto fell, unable to move from the extreme pain he felt inside of himself. As if his insides were being mixed around with a blender. "I can't say that you won't die," Kakashi said to Naruto sadly. "But I can say that you'll be sent to a better place. Better than where you are now, I think," Kakashi added mentally. Wait, Kakashi, you jerk. Don't you point that eye at us, why you?" "Goodbye, Naruto." Everything went white. Jerk. Words to know. 1N gay person. Male transvestite. My thinking corner. Wow, this was harder than I expected. I enjoy writing stories, but I hate starting them. I usually feel that it's a bit difficult to start, considering that I always focus on the other things, but I suppose this FIC would be even harder, considering I've barely planned anything for this story out at all. Once again, Yoroi Akiko is not a main character. Therefore, I'm hoping this prevents her from becoming a Mary Sue. The most dramatic thing that had ever happened in her life was probably when her little brother ditched Konoha and went for the sound, or whatever happened to that guy who Sasuke fought in the Chunin preliminaries, but that's it. No dramatic past, and no future either, considering she's a throwaway character, as a majority of my OCs are. However, if you have anything to say about my OCs, feel free to stick it in my face. And if you do, please stick it nicely. Signing out, Yarochisai. Chapter 1. A New Job Mission Hogwarts 2 years later. May 30, 1997. Outskirts of Toyohashi in the Aichi Prefecture of Japan. "How did you know my age?" their newest customer said, backing away slightly. "And where I'm from. It's not hard," the supposed leader of the Hachinnen said. Sometimes known just as the Eight in other countries until recently, news of their prowess and rumors of their abilities had already spread throughout the shadier areas of the world. Even the world of those who weren't even humans. Not that they had yet so far taken on any supernatural jobs yet. Though they called themselves mercenaries, they mostly dealt with retrieval and transportation jobs. However, if a particularly well-paying client had the money, they would even take on assassinations. It wasn't that they had a lack of ability when it came to doing the dirty work. No one knew how many were actually working under this organization. What was common knowledge, however, was the fact that there were 8 captains. Our co-captains or leaders or whatever they called themselves in charge of the whole organization. The estimations of their numbers ranged from the leading 8 to hundreds. Most people believed that it was actually a large organization with its members spread all over the world. A few believe that it's actually only a number as small as even 8, because of their famed anonymity, some saying they had strange magical techniques and others saying that they were from a civilization so far advanced that their technology allowed for them to somehow increase or decrease their numbers at will. Or, at least, the perception of their numbers. Of course, most rumors are not to be trusted, as stories of a civilization of another world were as believable as wizards and witches. The leader said lazily, idly tilting his head to the side. You're dressed in foreign clothing, so it's not hard to tell that you're not from around here. The boy looked down at his dark robes. Your voice seems to have just finished the process of developing, so you must be about somewhere between 15 and 18, probably around 17. We speak English, most of us rather well, since it is a universal language that all of our buyers speak. However, we are not all completely fluent and have obvious remnants of our own language. Our accents. You speak with a British accent. You came all the way here on your own. Your parents are nowhere near here, and don't you deny it. You can say that our surveillance system is extremely advanced. You are good, the teen said, covering his fear with his amazement. Yeah, we are, one of them said with arrogant enthusiasm. It would have been difficult for their newest customer to know who it was if it weren't for the fact that a member with short light brown or pink hair elbowed him in the side. Plus, a second person said, you have a young face. Hearing the eyeless one's comment on his face, the boy's hand shot up to his own mask, as if making sure it was still in a position to hide his face. Which, oddly enough, it was. You can see my face? He asked them warily, readjusting it slightly. I'm in charge of the surveillance. I see a lot of things. And your face is one of them. Prove it. Your eyes are gray and rather cold. Your hair, covered by that hood, is a pale white blonde. I can only describe your face as pale and a bit pointed. Have you been outside recently? Probably not. You ought to fix those bags under your eyes. Get more sleep. You have a mark on your forearm the shape of a. I've heard enough, their customer said quickly, raising his arms almost defensively. He removed the white skull mask hastily, as it seemed to do nothing to hide his face anyway. I believe you. I am. You may call me. He paused, thinking up a random alias, Bad Faith. Okay, maybe not so random. Well, it's nice you know our vow of secrecy beforehand, the leader said, speaking again. Akui. What? Bad Faith said. Akui. It's a bit shorter for us to call you that. Plus, as I mentioned earlier, not all of us are extremely fluent in English. You may call me Ronri. Or Logic, in English, if it's easier for you. Our surveillance supervisor is Tenyun, or Destiny. Akui frowned. That sounded a bit girly. Then again, this person had long hair, from what he could see of the Mercenary. The name wasn't the only girly thing about this guy. Next is Rosin, or Spiral. A man with hair that was more yellow than blonde raised a hand, not enthusiastically, but still with energy. He was the only one wearing loose-fitting sleeves. Of course, it must have been stifling for all of them, considering the fact that each one of them wore dark long-sleeved clothing. Akui noticed with curiosity what appeared to be tattoos on the man's arms. Though it was difficult to tell, considering the fact that his sleeves covered most of everything. He doesn't really respond to Raisin or whatever, Logic said. In fact, it might just be easier to call him Kaju. Doesn't matter. If he thinks you're insulting him, he won't respond. The one next to him with the wolf dog would be Tenrause. Are serious? Call him what? What? Logic stared at him for a moment. Akui realized that it had only been a coincidence that this person's English codename was Sirius as well, despite the grim-like dog that sat next to him. Then again, this dog had light-colored fur. Her name is Renge, or Lotus. The name of the other woman next to her is Kokura, the mind. Or heart, or spirit, any of the previous. The person after that is Sai. Just Sai. No one's ever had a problem pronouncing or remembering his name before, and we don't expect you to do so now. Akui briefly ran through their names in his head. Logic, Destiny, Spiral, Sirius, Lotus, Spirit, and Psi. Wait. That was 7. I heard about your organization from my mother, but weren't there supposed to be 8 of you in all? Akui said. Don't tell me it's the dog. What happened to the 8th member? My dog isn't pathetic or anything, the owner said quickly, though his comment went ignored. Amakudaro-san, Heaven, has left our ranks. We are no longer known as the 8. We have just come back from break and are in the process of renaming our organization from the 8 to the Shichifukujin, after the 7 lucky gods of Japan. We not so lucky. The blonde, Spiral, muttered under his breath. Akui nodded. I understand, he said. So, Logic said, now that our introductions are finished with, what is it that you want us to do for you, and how much are you willing to pay for it? I need someone dead, Akui said. Logic paused. No one said anything. Akui waited in apprehension as he waited for a response. All of the mercenaries seemed to be pondering this mission. Akui hoped that these were the right people for the job. The 7 exchanged brief glances through their masks. This wasn't the first assassination assignment that they had received so far. But for some reason that Logic couldn't place, his instincts refused to accept it. Yet, Logic felt rather obligated to do so by some equally mysterious gut feeling. Who and how much? Akui handed Logic a book with sheets of paper clipped to the front cover. Logic flipped to the next page and the others fell over. It's Albus, Percival, Wulfric, Brian Dumbledore, Logic said read slowly. He needs to die, Akui said, hint of desperation in his voice. Opening parenthesis quote, what's with that name? He heard Sirius whisper to the others. Nothing, Akui mumbled, but he needs to die. If he doesn't, others people will. They were all silent for a moment. Is he some sort of celebrity or politician? We don't take up jobs against the powerful. Or the rich. He's a school principal. They paused. That's all. No hostages. Logic inquired. No. This isn't some rescue mission. I just need you to defeat him. Why? Because other people's lives depend on it. Quote. How much? Logic said, referring to the money. A good sign for Akui, since this meant they were interested. All I have are these, Akui said, pulling out a small bag. Logic looked at the small sack. I'm hoping for a bag of credit cards. But I mustn't get my hopes up, he muttered, taking the bag and opening it to find. Keizo, this all real? He asked Akui in disbelief. I wouldn't pay in paper, Akui said incredulous. Owsley as Logic showed his companions the 100% real gold coins. How many are there? Sai asked him calmly, since everyone seemed to be amazed by how much Akui had managed to cram inside that tiny sack. I was only able to get 6,420 galleons out without my mother finding out. Garion, the blonde, Spiral, asked. Our currency. Galleon, not. We aren't ordinarily have the letter L in our alphabet, so Spiral sometimes still stumbles over that, Logic said vaguely, not taking his eyes on this. Currency from Britain. What else? Akui said. They spoke among themselves in Japanese much too quickly for Akui to pick up. Akui realized then that they may really be ordinary muggles. Oh Merlin, he hoped this plan wouldn't blow up in his face. Ah, in yen, it should be about 3.6 million yen, he estimated. We take this job, Sirius said immediately. I say we vote on it, Spiral said. For it, everyone, including Spiral himself, raised their hands. All right. Oh, Spiral said. We do it. Akui nodded, looking rather relieved. All the information you will need is in that book or written on that parchment. I will communicate to you through this galleon, he said, holding up a particular gold coin from his pocket with writing on the corners. Don't use this one. I have a protean charm and a translation charm on this coin. So everything I write on my side of the coin will be sent to and translated to your coin. I'll be sending you the date of the infiltration mission on the rim, so don't lose it. It will heat up when I activate it. Understood, Logic said to him, nodding. Outside of this building is a cabinet. There's a bag of dark powder inside one of the bottom drawers with details as to how to use it inside. You take care of that thing, and on the day of your infiltration, you will shut yourself inside the cabinet and be automatically sent to a castle called Hogwarts. When you finish your job, you X it back through the vanishing cabinet as quickly as possible. I wrote as many details about the castle as I could. Akui took a deep breath. Any thank you, he said, bowing deeply to them. Don't do that, Logic said to him. Why? Bowing is out of style, he shrugged. To us anyway. Thank you again, Akui said. With the exception of Neji, they all tensed, seeing the boy pull something out of his robes. A knife, a gun, a makeshift grenade, no, a stick, quote. The 7 members stared at Akui. They were prepared for anything but this. What did he expect to do with that stick? Bang! They all shouted and scattered at the sound of the sudden loud noise, fearing gunshot wounds. He's completely gone, Destiny said in their native language, clutching his chest like everyone else. Freaky, Spiral said. Coast clear. Mind asked Destiny, who shook his head once, as if twitching. Yeah, Destiny said. Unsure of Destiny's word, they all looked at Sirius for confirmation. The brown-haired man inhaled deeply and nodded. All there are close by are rats and a lot of trash. And so with a series of poofs, the dignified, masked mercenaries were replaced by a handful of teens who barely qualified as young adults. Logic picked up the book off the dusty ground from where he had dropped it when Akui had dropped it. Blowing off the dust, he read the cover. What's that, Shikamaru? Naruto asked him, getting up to his feet. Hogwarts, a history, the lazy leader said to them. That was a huge book. I'm not reading through all of that, Kiba said, scratching Akamaru on the head. I vote Shikamaru reads it. Everyone for it. Everyone's except for 2 hands went up for yes. Against. Shikamaru and Ino voted no. Ha, Shikamaru reads it. We win. Shikamaru sighed. A few weeks later, June 18, 1997. Sakura and Ino's apartment. You're doing this to punish us, aren't you? Naruto whimpered, looking at the thick stack of papers Shikamaru dropped onto the table. The others yawned, and Sakura and Ino, having finished dealing with their rebellious coffee maker, was pouring coffee and cream out for those who seemed like they needed it the most. Yes, Shikamaru said idly, pulling out several packets for each of them. Yes, I am. We're infiltrating Hogwarts today and you've been putting it off for a while. Therefore, I'm sitting all of you guys down and we are going to go through the plan together. This announcement was met with collective groans and complaints. Those attending this mission and going to Hogwarts will be, myself, Ino, Kiba, and Naruto. No, Kiba moaned. The one defeat Albus Dumbledore will be Naruto. Damn it, Naruto muttered. Ha, Kiba said to Naruto, recovering from his previous despair to gloat at the blonde. Your defeat the old man, he said in a sing-song voice. Why not me? Neji said to Shikamaru. I'm the only one not unwilling to go on a mission. No offense, Neji, but you are no longer reliable, Shikamaru said. Avoiding eye contact and burying his face in the books. Neji took a deep breath and sighed. I want the next mission. And you will get it. So long as your control over your Byakugan is back to normal by that time. He said. He quickly turned to the other shinobi. Now, each of you have a specific assignment. Naruto does the job. We are all backup. I've done my research. I studied the information Akui gave me last month. I took a satellite picture. Hogwarts is somewhere in Scotland, a bit north of Edinburgh, and possibly a bit closer to Aberdeen. I really would have fared to infiltrate once the school year ended, but that's 2 days away, and Akui wants it done tonight. I thought you mentioned before that you couldn't find it in the satellites, Ino said, ipping through pages and pausing on a series of ink-painted blueprints of the Hogwarts grounds and interior floors painted by Sai with Shikamaru's guidance and descriptions. Trees. They stared at Shikamaru. So, only 25, Naruto muttered sarcastically under his breath. This one would be about 2 or 3 times that large, Shikamaru continued. Yes, Hogwarts Protector is a huge mutated chunk of sushi about 70 feet 20 to 21 meters long. Oh my god, Naruto whimpered, ducking his head down. This was one of the weirdest missions ever. First, we'll have to manage to cram ourselves in the cabinet. Since it barely fits one person at a time, I'll go first. Why you? Ino asked him, Akui was kind enough to supply us with what was labeled, instant darkness powder. It's from Peru, I think, he said, and considering my specialty, I think it would be best if I went first so that if we are in need of a diversion, I have one ready. However, the room we start off in should be secure enough. To make the room appear, a person has to walk past the section of blank wall 3 times, concentrating hard on what is needed. That means someone inside the room can react more quickly than the person outside. In any case, I'll be going first. Ordinarily, I'd rather have Sakura go first, since she has faster reactions and is smarter than most of us. Well, you guys, anyway. However, being our one and only healer for all 6 of us, we can't risk her on too many missions in uncharted environments. Anyway, I'll go first and keep lookout while you guys come in. If anyone finds out about us, I'll bind them. After me, the order will be Kiba and Akamaru, then Naruto, and then Ino. Since the room of requirement gives the person anything he or she needs that it can possibly acquire. Kiba will want a window. Nobody will even think of wanting it to go away, got it? Now, since the come and go room is come and go, Naruto asked. Different name for the same room, Shikamaru said, looking a bit annoyed with the interruption. Anyway, since the come and go room is on the 7th floor. We can't make jumps that high without repercussions. It's more than risking a broken leg, so to not act recklessly, Kiba. Hey, the Inuzuka mumbled, shrugging, remembering the last time he overestimated his own abilities. You'll scale the wall using proper equipment, plus a bit of chakra on your souls, but don't use too much. You will then head for a forest. You can't miss it. According to Akui's information, there's some sort of a heathen man in a hut between the castle and the forest. Don't let him see you, but since it's in the open, you may want to use that hut as a rest stop, to make sure no one sees you. You'll be stationed in the forest in your double-headed wolf form. Don't waste chakra by moving. When you hear your cue, that's when you change. What's my cue? I'll get to that in a second. Naruto, you have the busier job. Since we don't have any particularly fast shinobi on us, you'll have to cover more ground with your Kage Bunshin technique. That's why you're perfect for this job. Woo, Naruto said unenthusiastically. Be happy. We'll go improvise from there on out if you can't find Dumbledore. Then let me go, Neji said. The Byakugan would be useful for a situation like that, and the mission would be completed much more quickly. You're a liability. For now, anyway, Shikamaru added quickly. Until you regain your control and stop allowing your emotions to get the better of you and hinder your abilities. You will not attend important missions such as this one. Neji took a deep breath to calm himself, but the weight on his chest and the headache forming in his temples did not loosen or lighten. Now, Naruto, Shikamaru continued. If the mission has failed, it doesn't matter, tell us on the radio and we'll retreat. If you can't get outside, go to the dungeon. If you can get outside, then get to the forest. Kiba, if you smell Naruto or sense him at all for sure, then you go double-headed wolf form and eat him. Naruto, the moment you sense Kiba, Kawari me out because he can't slow down. I can't, you can't, because if someone sees you hesitate before eating him, they may later find out that his death was planned. It's a small possibility, but still a feasible one. Can't let that happen. Destroy all evidence of ourselves. After the coast is clear, return to your normal forms as quickly as possible in Naruto. Follow Kiba up to the tower and scale the walls from the rope you used to get down. We don't want to waste any unnecessary chakra or leave any evidence of our presence. You'll get back up to the room of requirement and leave through the cabinet. Okay, wait, why did you want me to go into the dungeons? Before, you said get to the dungeons if possible. That's the last place I want to go. Exactly. No one would expect you to run to the dungeons and hide there. And then, I'll head down myself and help you out. Ino, who had been quiet and listening for a while, spoke up. What about me? You'll hear over the radio if we're in trouble. Wait, just anywhere on the 3rd floor. No, you stay inside the infirmary. Don't let them see you, and if you do, pretend you're a sick student or something. If you somehow manage to miss the conversation between us 3, and not hear that this mission is going bad, then keep a watch out at the window. If you see Naruto running out, wait, it'll be dark. Squint hard, Shikamaru advised. Anyway, if you see Naruto or know that the mission is a failure, I'm going to have to ask you to do something that may be against your morals. What is it? She asked him, eyes wide. You'll need to take over the body of the only school nurse in the entire school and hold everyone in the infirmary hostage. That's all, she asked incredulously. Yeah, oh, okay then, oh, and you'll also have to figure out how to get your voice on a loudspeaker or something. Now that may be a problem, but I'll figure it out, Ino said with a nod. Okay, and if I'm still in the dungeon, and Naruto and Kiba are already scaling the tower, you keep on running, and if it looks like I'm not going to make it, use the new approaching technique to pull me up the stairs. That'll be hard, but I'll manage, she said. Now for equipment, Shikamaru said. Finally done discussing their plans. We'll need scaling supplies. Don't forget the grappling hooks. Basic medic equipment. Don't forget the needle and thread. You might not have Sakura to heal your wounds for a whole night, and Ino doesn't have as much experience healing as her. Explosion tags and smokescreen just in case. Maybe our proto-soldier pill for backup. One for each of us. Kunai, shuriken, and throwing knives. Maybe poison. No firearms. They're much too loud. Wear dark clothing. It'll be easier, since there's no electricity and most rooms at Hogwarts are lit up by magical fires. Plus, students there generally wear dark clothing, so as a last resort, you may want to disguise yourself as one. That might be all. Review the map of Hogwarts and the printouts right now. We leave in 4 hours. Naruto coughed. In how long? 4 hours, Shikamaru repeated. Naruto sputtered incoherently for a moment, and then pointed at the beat-up clock on the wall. Hen, why the heck did you wake us up at 4:30 in the morning? Quote, below ground, generally dimly lit. Various dungeons, kitchen, Slytherin and Hufflepuff common rooms. Potions classroom, pot, Ion professor's office with charms only a wizard could break. A private storage presumably full of potions ground level. Entrance hall, large broom cupboard located off the entrance hall. Staff room, generally unused classrooms first floor. Muggle studies classroom. Defense against dark arts classrooms. History of magic classroom. Transfiguration professor's office second floor. Haunted girls bathroom out of order. Empty corridor with stone gargoyle perhaps entrance to headmaster's office. Suit of armor near Dada office. Dada professor's office third floor. Statue of humpbacked witch. Forbidden corridor. Charms classroom. Hospital wing fourth floor. Library. Bathroom. Unused rooms fifth floor. Prefects. Bathroom. Small swamp in east wing sixth floor. A boys' bathroom seventh floor. Portrait of fat lady. Divination classroom. Charms professor's office. Room of requirement. Start here. Harry pulled out the piece of parchment that was stuffed inside the locket, opened it, and read it in the light of Dumbledore's office. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this. But I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. His hands shook when he read this. This was not a Horcrux. Dumbledore had gone through self-inflicted agony, drinking that potion for nothing. They had gone all the way to the cold sea for nothing. They faced the Inferi for absolutely nothing. As you can see, Dumbledore said to Harry, we have been duped by our own ally. How could this happen? Harry said. This we the locket. There's no need to feel distraught, Dumbledore said amiably. Despite his pale face and weary eyes. One wrong lead will not be the end of the world. It just means that we may mark off one lead and start on the next. Now, I suppose you ought to get your sleep tonight. Your friends might miss you. Harry looked up suddenly and looked at one of the clocks to see what time it was. Neptune o'clock. That wasn't quite right. Oh wait, that was Dumbledore's lunoscope. He turned to the next clock and found that it was already past midnight. Which meant that Ron, Neville, and Ginny had been posted outside of the room of requirement and Hermione and Luna were outside of Snape's classroom. With a quick goodbye, Harry ran out towards the stairs to tell his friends, much to his embarrassment, that his suspicions had once again been a false alarm and that everything was safe. Panting as he reached the 7th floor, and realizing bleakly that he'd probably have to run all the way back down to the dungeons to get Hermione and Luna, Harry approached the room of requirement. Only to find his 3 friends missing and a polished door in the middle of the hallway, partly open. Harry's eyes widened. Had Ron, Ginny, and Neville managed to open the door and confront Malfoy? Why was it so quiet then? Surely they could take on the pale blonde, who was hardly up for any wizard's duel, let alone the fact that it would be 3-on-1. If there was a person inside, he or she, but more likely he, as in Draco Malfoy, had foolishly left the door ajar. His heart beating madly, Harry approached the room of requirement with a level of stealth he was hardly aware that he had. He peeked through the tiny crack, only to realize that it was completely dark in the room. Where were the lights? Harry cracked open the door slightly to get a better view of what was inside. Wrong move. A tiny shadow-like tendril that had been laying on the ground unseen had suddenly come to Harry's attention. Mainly because, with his movement, the tendril of shadow immediately thickened and wrapped around his ankle, dragging him inside the pitch-dark room until he reached the center and realized something odd. The man glanced up at Harry only for a moment before returning his attention back to his own. Wait, that was Harry's map he was looking at. Glancing at the 3 bodies behind the man, he realized that it was Ron, Neville, and Ginny, with their bodies completely shrouded in this strange, solidified shadow. "R.O. Shut," the man said simply when Harry's field of vision was suddenly cut off. Here Harry was with his face and entire body. He wasn't sure if he wanted to know what it was. Harry continued to wiggle around, to do anything he could, when he felt someone's foot on his back, forcing him to stop writhing on the ground like a worm. If it hadn't been such a serious situation, Harry would have noticed with a bit of dry humor that the man was barefooted. "Stop moving around so much," the man said in a heavily accented voice. Harry could suddenly see the light. Apparently, the man had believed that Harry's presence was of no importance and, indeed, he was right, since all Harry could do was watch. Harry watched the M, and mumbled to himself in another language, fiddling with the Muggle electronic device in his hand, staring at the book on the ground and occasionally glancing at the Marauder's map. The intruder had his hair tied up and was squinting at the book with narrowed eyes. Looking rather bored, he snapped the book shut, which they didn't, but that seemed to fascinate the man as well. Harry took a deep breath and let it out. He needed to stay calm and assess the situation like people did in books and on television. Here he was, unable to move. His 3 friends may or may not be alive. The man who had captured him had done it without a sweat and everything around him was done in silence. He had the stealth of a person with years of practice. This person was more experienced than anyone. Damn it, Harry thought to himself. It's not Voldemort who's going to defeat me. Then again, he wasn't dead yet. This person didn't want him dead. This person didn't know who he was. Harry Potter, the danger magnet. And since this person didn't want to defeat Harry, then that meant he was after Dumbledore. "Friends," he said to Harry, who nodded quickly. He sighed. "They are alive. Cannot move though." Harry rolled over onto his side, feeling something fall out of the back of his pocket. With his back facing the dark cloud around them and his front facing the literally dark wizard, blocking the man's view as much as he could. "Don't bother struggling," the man said. "Feel glad I didn't bind you." The man didn't bind him. Then what the heck did he consider Harry and his friends to be right now? Nevertheless, Harry stopped moving, choosing to stay on his side. If what had left his pocket was what he had thought it was, then there might be hope after all. Of course, he didn't allow himself to give up when his real enemy was Voldemort. He'd have to hope for the best. Boom. The room shook with a resonating explosion of sound that caused the startled man to lose focus, duck, and cover. As if he were reacting to a Muggle weapon. A Muggle weapon, at a school of magic. It was a strange reaction, but not one that Harry spent much time evaluating. The moment Harry was able to free himself from the loosening shadows, he made a break for the door, running through the cloud of darkness and becoming free. "Oh dang it," Thick tendrils wrapped themselves around Harry's neck and arms, but it wasn't over yet. Sonorous, Harry thought to himself, working his first bit of both wandless and nonverbal magic at once for the first time in his life, and luckily, with every O's ability to succeed at the last moment, he shouted out. Quote. Harry's message was stopped in mid-sentence. Single quote. I think I understand now what the man meant by bound, Harry thought bleakly to himself as he found himself facing the man. He could still hear the echoes ringing down the staircases. Harry had managed to step outside of the room, but that was all. No more moving for him. The man quickly went for Harry, looking enraged. Harry closed his eyes, sure that this was the end, when he heard a blissfully familiar voice. Nicterata phantasmius. Ah, the sweet sound of Ginny's voice, shouting the bad bogey hex. He was saved. The man was attacked by dozens of Ginny's bad bogies. And sure enough, Harry saw Ginny standing behind him, in all her redhead glory with a wand in her hand and a determined, angry look on her face. Ron and Neville were standing beside her, wands drawn and ready to literally curse the heck out of this intruder who was about to attack their best friend. Mendoku, impedimenta. Ron and Neville shouted at the same time at the man before he could finish the incantation for whatever spell he was about to cast. The man's movements slowed down for a second. But when his eyes widened in slow motion as he almost immediately realized that he was not moving with time, which was rather odd, because it often took several seconds for a person to realize that they had been jinxed. However, just moments later, the man was running down the hallway as if he were completely unaffected by this spell, with the only sign of having been jinxed in the first place was the fact that he was much slower midair than with both of his feet planted firmly on the ground. They spotted the shadow of the man rounding the corridor towards the stairs. You did good, guys, Harry assured them, as they pumped their legs and did their best to catch up. This man was fast, even when he was running strangely, but they were slowly closing the gap between them. They ran into the staircase, but found that there was no longer any trace of them. 5 of them, Ron said, pointing towards the staircase. One went down there and he disappeared. He did something to move shadows around and caught us in them. Neville said, shadow manipulators. Professor McGonagall said, her voice contained some doubt, but more concern. I haven't heard of such a thing. Harry looked up at them. Yes, shadow manipulators, he said, and they're going to defeat Professor Dumbledore. My thinking corner. I really wanted to add more to this chapter, but I told myself that I wasn't going to stress myself out by writing epic-length chapters for each story. 140-page chapter per story is enough for me. I'm starting to want to go back to my Naruto Goes to Hogwarts, though I promised myself that I would fix up the previous chapters. Anyway, I'm doing my best to limit myself to the 20s for this FIC. If I ever reach 35, please remind me to slap the crap out of myself. Anyway, HMPH. I actually have very little to say. Oh, what's odd is that one morning, I was putting in my contacts, and later that night, I took out my right contact and put it in the case. And then I took out the second in my case, but found that I already had a contact for the left eye in there. Any explanations, anyone? Or will this be one of my unsolved mysteries? Anyway, you'll find that later in this FIC, I'll have references, okay. Not references, but I'll occasionally use one idea for this story that I've already used for the previous, Naruto Goes to Hogwarts. Oh, in the original draft, I just kept bad faith as bad fate, but I changed it from bad faith to Akui in the first draft because BF was too troublesome to type. I kept on and still do end up typing bad fate over and over and over, which drove me beyond the points of insanity. List of shinobi with their current aliases: Shikamaru, Logic Ronri, Neji, Destiny Tenyu Naruto, Spiral R, Asin Kaju Kiba, Sirius Tenrousei Sakura, Renge Lotus, Ino, Kokura Mind Heart Spirit Sai. Chapter 2. Plans Gone Wrong. Dusting off his clothes, he stepped over the skeleton of a 5-legged Someth. Ingen glanced down at a ratty book that said Advanced Potion Making. Potions. So this really was some sort of weird cult school. Naruto, Ino, Kiba, and Akamaru, in what they called his Kiba lookalike form. soon followed after until all 5 of them were standing in the rubble of treasures. Without waiting for any precautionary orders, Naruto stepped forward towards the exit and opened the door. He jumped back in surprise when 2 boys and a girl about their age tumbled in, probably leaning against the door. Shikam log. Ronri. Naruto looked at Shikamaru, not sure what to do. It was the genius who was supposed to deal with issues like this. Shikamaru pulled out a small leather pouch and threw it towards Naruto and the 3 other kids. Naruto jumped past them, out of the Y and started running down the hall as the shadowy cloud dragged the 3 inside. "I'll take care of them," Shikamaru said to the other in Japanese, covering their faces in his shadow. Thinking logically was Shikamaru's strong suit, and doing so, he realized that the fact that they say his face didn't matter as much as it seemed. They only used thin layers of genjutsu to look older to save chakra. But it sufficiently disguised them enough to avoid being outright identified. And if, perhaps, someone noticed the similarities between their real faces and their older, genjutsu-induced form, they would have to ask themselves why they would suspect that the adults were able to turn into young children. The Kibas nodded. The real Kiba tied a thick rope outside the window and Akamaru climbed down first, partly climbing and partly sliding down the side of the tower, and Kiba followed after. "I'll be going now," Ino said, playfully saluting to Shikamaru. "Wish me luck." Shikamaru rolled his eyes. "Let us go," the red-haired boy shouted through the shadow, unable to see. He spoke in English, but Shikamaru and Ino had little difficulty understanding it. "Honestly, does this boy really think we would?" Ino asked him. Shikamaru tightened the shadow's grip on their faces so that they couldn't talk either. He didn't want to listen to their yelling for the next hour, whether it was muffled or not. "Come back soon," Shikamaru said before Ino left. "Our shift starts at 2. Ino grinned and gave him a thumbs-up sign before leaving swiftly. Only 5 minutes later and already starting to get rather bored, Shikamaru looked through the trash, going from treasure to treasure and inspecting each carefully. Some of the books looked rather interesting. One was titled Most Potenti Potions. Some of the illustrations included a man who seemed to have been turned inside out and a witch sprouting several extra pairs of arms out of her head. A fascinating read, actually. Of course, after attempting to read one book that screamed in his face and another that attempted to take his arm off like a man-eating book, Shikamaru decided to stick with his nice, reliable copy of Hogwarts, a history. Cracking it open once again, he skimmed through various sections that seemed rather important. There was a ceiling enchanted to reflect the sky. Now he wanted one. Mentioned ways to repel what they called muggles, or ordinary folk who didn't know how to use magic. Maybe, if he could figure out how to do it himself, he could cast one over their apartments, where they ordinarily held meetings. Darn, Shikamaru muttered, realizing that he had forgotten to put on his headphones. MMPH. MMNPHHHBLT. The chubby boy said, struggling. "Shut up all of you," the genius said, putting on the headphone and trying to hear over the static. "Razan, Kokura, Tenrousei, ... Akamaru, any of you, respond now." He waited for a response. And waited. Hikamaru frowned as he listened in the headphones, listening for the responses of any of his teammates. He heard nothing but static. Well, this wasn't good. Shikamaru slammed open the Hogwarts history book and began skimming again. All radios going down at once. Damn it, there must be something about this widespread equipment malfunction in this book. It seemed to have everything. He should have looked through it more carefully. Koro, Razan, report. After several moments waiting for a response, Shikamaru began swearing loudly, abandoning the book. Akui had given them to rummage through the hundreds of others. He stepped over the redhead's body when... Wait a minute, he paused, with something curious catching his eye. There was a piece of parchment left on the ground. It had probably fallen from the redhead's hands, but... Shikamaru's eyes widened, seeing something move. Magic really exists. It looked like a plain old ancient piece of parchment, but on the cover, it said something about a moon, a padded foot, a worm's tail, and prongs. Folding it open, his suspicions were confirmed. This was some sort of magical map in which a person's name and location could be found. Studying it closely, he found their names in hiragana, different from the names written in English. At least it was a little easier to find his own team amongst the hundreds of other students who roamed around the school past curfew. The room of requirement was not drawn on there, so the mapmakers probably was not aware of this room's existence. The creators of this map, however, did know of several Akre entrances in and outside the school that would have come in handy if he had known about these passages earlier. Akamaru and Kiba already laying low on the outskirts of the forest. Naruto had already reached the 5th floor and was making a few quick rounds before he moved to the next. Ino, whose purpose was not to search for the headmaster of this school, was on the 3rd floor heading straight towards the infirmary. Shikamaru looked down as his digital watch, a cheap one he had managed to filch from a rather shady cellar. Well, like his headphones, it seemed rather dead. He glanced at a nearby grandfather clock to see the time. Wait a minute. There were several hands on this clock, each bearing the name of a person, and most pointing at the word, deceased. Rather curious, he oved something black, and scribbled his own name into the back of that paper. He pinned it into the hand and it went straight to, borderline risky. Interesting. Something gonged. A real clock. He jumped and looked in the direction of the owl popping in and out of the real grandfather clock. Midnight. This nearly confirmed his prediction of Hogwarts' location. They were in the right time zone and the people here spoke English. They had been in 2 separate time zones, practically half a world away. They had passed through this distance in a matter of seconds. Barely even seconds. All they had to do was climb inside a cabinet and close the door. Instantaneous travel. The wizards broke all concepts of logic. He couldn't understand. For them, it seemed that there was no such thing as logic, no law of physics. And absolutely nothing that prevented the wizards from doing whatever they wished to the society that Shikamaru and his friends had spent 2 years struggling in. But that was not important. Here they were, able to climb into a cabinet and reappear 9 time zones away, almost literally on the other side of the world. There were clocks that recorded one's well-being, potions that could do things. And they could bring life to inanimate objects. Like man-eating books that served no real purpose. Shikamaru leaned back on a broken piece of furniture. After removing the shackles that had crawled up his arms, he knotted them together, irritated, and continued to think about all the possibilities. Theoretically, these wizards were similar to the shinobi, as the general public here was almost the equivalent to the civilian nations back home, though their citizens of Konoha were very aware of their shinobi people and villages. They were forced into this world through a shinobi technique, and stuck here. Maybe they could return to their own home through a wizard technique. Shikamaru suddenly remembered the day Akui had given them the mission to leave. He had apparated away. It was entirely possible, considering all of the wild goose chases he had sent his friends on and the huge number of disappointments that had received in return. Shikamaru too. Okay, a deep breath to calm himself and reorganize the torrent of ideas and possibilities running through his mind at the moment. He will tell his friends about it, he told himself. Definitely. When he finds out more about it, of course. There was no need to send them on another wild goose chase. They didn't need any more danger than necessary. Right now, he needed to focus on the situation at hand. Finding out how to communicate with his team. Using his chakra to hold the Peruvian instant powder like a dark cloud literally floating above his head and keeping a tendril flat on the ground outside of the open door. Shikamaru reopened Hogwarts, a history and took a deep breath to calm down. Think. Almost everything that had to do with Hogwarts was inside this book. He just needed to look a bit more closely and try to figure out what was happening to their radio set. Were they just crap or did the actual school have something to do with this? He read slowly and squinted at the English words, knowing he was in for a major headache later. He heard a footstep in the back of his mind and would have paid little attention to such a small thing, being in a school where kids all over were probably wandering down the halls as they skipped curfew, when he sensed someone stepping on the shadow outside of the door. Seizing this person's leg and then the rest of their body with the shadow, he dragged the person inside and wrapped him up tightly. He glanced at the dark-haired teen who had stumbled into the room and glanced down at the magical map. Hari Pata, One, he muttered out loud under his breath. The name itself was extremely plain and inconspicuous, but the hairs on the back of his neck told him to mark that name in his mind, because he had a feeling that there was something rather important about this boy. Nevertheless, Shikamaru was ready to continue to ignore him when he heard the boy look behind him, presumably spotting the 3 bodies of his schoolmates, who had already given up on moving. He had a sharp intake of breath and Shikamaru got up quickly, knowing what the boy was about to do. "R.O." Hari was about to say when Shikamaru tightened the shadows on his face. Holding all 4 of them for so long was using enough chakra already. He loosened the shadow holdings and studied the map a bit once more, making sure that no one else was approaching the room of requirement. Trying to study the map and the book at the same time and unsure of which took precedence, Shikamaru chose to glance down at the map and spotted Naruto approaching Dumbledore at a slow speed, relying on stealth. Good. He looked up at Hari, noticing a worried loom on his face. "Friends," he said to the captive, who nodded. "They are alive, cannot move, though." The boy rolled over onto his side and stopped his vain attempts to escape, which was a real relief. It seemed to take a bit more chakra than usual to detain a wizard. Like trying to hold a shinobi. "Don't bother struggling," he reminded Harry one more time. "Feel glad I didn't bind you." Shikamaru chose not to respond to the incredulous look on Hari's face. What was so weird about that comment? He did say it in proper English, right? Shikamaru heard a small tap on the floor, but paid little attention to it. The map mentioned nothing about any other person, and his 4 captives were completely unmoving. The sly, open door to the room of requirement creaked slightly. Shikamaru's senses went off. Something wasn't quite right. Sure, his first 3 had stopped moving and had given up a while ago, but this Haripata boy, for some reason. Shikamaru's senses told him not to underestimate this kid. There was something about him that told him he wouldn't have given up so easily. Getting up to inspect the hallway himself, Shikamaru noticed something small and black running down the hallway. Crap, he didn't know what it was, but it couldn't be good. He took out a kunai, ready to throw it at the block. running object when there was a huge boom. Shikamaru ducked, having already associated large sounds with firearms after 2 years in the Muggle world. Shikamaru realized that he had also lost control of the Peruvian instant darkness powder. And crap again. Hari ran past Shikamaru and out into the corridor. Oh no, he didn't. Shikamaru didn't have time to make contact with the darkness powder. Arin used his own shadow to chase after Pata. He was about to let out a sigh of relief as the shadow tendrils wrapped around him when there was a deafening announcement. Shikamaru this time used his shadow bind to cause Harry to be unable to move. Once properly bound, Shikamaru held his kunai out. It was originally meant for that weird rat sound maker and he would rather avoid situations in which he was forced to defeat unnecessary civilians, but it couldn't be helped. Shikamaru went for the boy when Nycterida Phantasmius, a girl shouted. Darn. He had forgotten about the boy's friends. He spun around and was face to face with a countless number of dark creatures that clawed at his face like little imps. They did little to harm him, but they were as distracting as they were annoying. He had forgotten about Ronaruto, Nibiru, and Jineruba, or, that probably wasn't right in English. Ronald, Neville, and Jinerva. Whatever. He didn't feel like mulling that over at the moment. Especially, Alley when he was going to get mauled by untrained combatants. If that happened, Naruto would never let him hear the end of it. How trouble, Shikamaru was about to mutter, readying himself to use his shadow needle technique when the other 2 boys pointed their magic sticks at him and shouted out some sort of incantation. Impedimenta. All of a sudden, the 2 redheads, the chubby one, and Ari were moving as quickly as the shinobi themselves. Shikamaru paused for a moment, but then his eyes widened, realizing that their speed had not increased, but his had dramatically decreased to 1/4 his original speed. The bat-like creatures were still in his face, which was rather annoying. It was 4-on-1, and he was moving extremely slowly. Which meant, Shikamaru applied chakra to the soles of his feet and ran for all he was worth. After the first few steps, he realized that he was slow in midair as well. Which means that he'd have to run in a gliding motion, in which his feet Chi remained in contact with the ground so that he could maintain his chakra-powered speed without wasting any time floating in midair. Reaching the staircase, he had already calculated in his mind the speed and energy it would have taken to run all the way down the stairs to the dungeon in comparison to the speed it would take if he just chose to jump over the railings of the stairs and fall all the way to the bottom. Which he did. Naruto crept silently down the hallway, his cage buncheons on each floor. He honestly didn't trust a copy of himself to do the job. One hit and they're gone, plus Dumbledore would be alerted of their presence. There was one cage buncheon for each floor, disguised as a student by using genjutsu. He and 2 others were on the 2nd floor, where Shikamaru had predicted the headmaster's office would be. Looking around, one cage buncheon located the suspected entrance, a stone gargoyle. In fact, it was almost definitely the entrance to the headmaster's office, as a dark-haired boy with glasses had ran out of a secret entrance just moments ago. He dispelled the cage buncheon quickly and headed in the direction of the stone gargoyle until he was face to face with the entrance itself. Now, all he needed was to figure out how to get inside. Naruto suspected it was some sort of high-level genjutsu at work here, but there was no telling for sure. He'd defeat for Sakura to be here at the moment. She could probably figure this thing out. There was probably some sort of password required to gain entrance to this office. To set up some sort of identity scanning device would probably be too troublesome, in the name of the Shadow Master's childhood motto. Naruto's sensitive hearing picked up heavy footsteps down the hallway. Hiding himself among the suits of armors using a henge, he watched a morbidly obese old man waddle into the office. Fizzing Wisby, the walrus-like man said. His mustache reminded Naruto of some sort of strange tusks, and it took all of Naruto's newly honed self-control to avoid laughing at the image he presented himself in his mind. Of course, any traces of laughter were replaced by surprise. Then the stone gargoyle stood up and stepped to the side to allow the old man entry. So, that was the password. Naruto thought to himself. He waited for a few minutes, waiting for the fat man to leave. Dumbledore could possibly be in a room with many people, but the less, the better. Moments later, the fat man left and, once he was out of sight, Naruto dispelled his genjutsu and approached the stone gargoyle. Approaching a door with a brass griffin-shaped knocker, Naruto tilted his head and looked inside the room through the crack on the bottom of the floor. Inside was a large and extremely impressive circular room with windows. He could see a huge number of portraits in the background, though it was not very clear, with the room illuminated by candlelight and lamplight. There was a desk, a hat, and a sword on the wall, as well as a burning fireplace. It was empty. Naruto gently pushed the door open and looked inside. The portraits were drawn oddly, all with sleeping occupants. Everything inside seemed to be extremely expensive, ancient, or both. The polished desk had a silver ink pot and a scarlet quill, presumably from the sleeping bird. And even the bird's perch was made of gold. Naruto let out a sigh. It seemed that no one was awake in this castle. Not very many, anyway. Well, Naruto thought to himself, opening it to step inside. Time to take a chance. Albus Dumbledore allowed Harry to leave, feeling exhausted. Not to mention rather disappointed with himself. R.A.B. Dumbledore was too weary to list the huge number of possible suspects who the initials, R.A.B., could stand for. Not very long after, Horace had stepped inside his office to brag about how Gwenog had given him front-row tickets to a preliminary Quidditch game preceding the annual Quidditch World Cup. It was the Harpies versus the Tengu. Dismissing Slughorn as quickly as possible so that he could allow himself a much-deserved rest, Dumbledore closed his eyes and reopened them to find a man holding a wickedly sharp knife at his throat. A kunai, to be exact. He noticed several noticeable markings on the palm of his hand. Runes. Dumbledore waited and stared at the man straight in the eye, receiving images of struggles, adventures, and a large village with bright blue skies and warm weather. The man hesitated, probably distracted by the flashes of his own memories. Stopping his use of legilimency, as he had seen enough about his attacker. Dumbledore used another nonverbal spell to paralyze the boy. Forced under the full-body bind, the boy fell to the floor. Dumbledore hid his surprise when the illusio the boy was maintaining had disappeared, revealing a teenage boy with whisker marks on his face. I would ordinarily ask what your purpose here was. Dumbledore said in a soft voice, feeling rather tired. He reached for his wand and pulled it off his stand. However, I think I find that obvious enough. The boy glared at him, but closed his eyes, forcing himself to look rather calm. For a moment, Dumbledore was sure that he had been about to concede defeat when the boy suddenly shouted out with astonishing volume and ran out of the room, apparently breaking out of the spell, a remarkable defeat for someone who seemed completely inexperienced in terms of magic. Nevertheless, Dumbledore activated the wards in office, preventing the intruder any leave. The door would not open for anyone without Dumbledore's permission. There was no need to rush. The boy wouldn't be leaving his office any time soon. Or so he thought. Dumbledore arrived in his office, however, puzzled to find that there was no one inside of the office. And the door remained shut. Odd. Puzzled, Dumbledore turned around and found a huge hole in his window. As if someone had decided to jump out in desperation. Intruder must have been really desperate. Because the tower was over 90 meters up high in the air. Despite the odds of the boy actually surviving the fall, Dumbledore glanced down, searching for any signs of a body. Sure enough, he spotted a blonde figure dressed in dark clothes. However, the boy wasn't as dead as Dumbledore expected, as he was dragging himself away on his hands and knees at a curious speed. This was when Dumbledore's suspicions became a bit more than just suspicions. Kiba waited in the bushes with Akamaru by his side, having a heated, purely scientific discussion about what went into hot dogs. I'm not stupid. Take that back, Kiba said, pinching Akamaru's ears. Akamaru playfully bit him in the leg. Oh wow. Akamaru. No, I don't have any fur. Kiba whimpered. Mercy, uncle, white flag, belly up, I give up. Kiba laughed and rolled over onto his back, belly up, and Akamaru released him. Kiba tapped on his headpiece. The static Y sound had long since disappeared since he had left the Hogwarts grounds, but he still received no response from anyone still inside, which wasn't a good thing. Hey, I wonder what's taking Naruto so long, Kiba said, waiting just in case. He really did need to be careful. If Naruto succeeded without being seen, he was to head directly back to the room of requirement. And since radios were down, he didn't want to be left behind. I know, just be patient. Ah, there he is, Kiba said, hearing heavy breathing in the headpiece. Oi, Naruto, I see you've gotten out of Hogwarts, he said through the headpiece. Kiba, where are you? In the forest, Uzumaki. Where I'm supposed to be, Kiba said. I'm guessing this is a failed mission. There was a pause, which was enough for Kiba to understand what happened. Sore, coming, Kiba said, cutting him off. He applied a bit more chakra to his nose. You're being tailed by 3. I'll be there in 2 seconds, so get ready for a cage kawarimi, Uzumaki. Jinju Kanbi Henge. Sotaro, man-beast combination transformation. Double-headed wolf. The man-beast combo charged out of the bushes. He could not go at full speed, of course. Naruto had refused to allow Akamaru to mark him earlier before they went, and he didn't want to end up tearing the real Naruto apart anyway. Seeing the blonde mop of hair, Kiba immediately targeted it and scooped up Naruto between his jaws. Fluffy, a huge man by human standards, of course, who stood up to Kibamaru's haunches, bellowed loudly in English. Kiba paused, hesitating to crush Naruto, as he was unsure whether or not his one was a cage bunshin or not. Put him down. Taking a chance, Kiba clamped his jaws shut and crushed a cage bunshin in his canines. The giant of a man and a red-haired man swore loudly, and a woman with mousy brown hair gasped. Oh my god. Immediately, Kibamaru bounded off, with the large man shouting after them. Kiba paid little attention to the slight weight hiding in his fur. After gaining a good distance from the 3 wizards, Kibamaru stopped running to let Naruto climb out of their fur. Both heads sneezed. The whole forest smelled rather bad. Thanks, Naruto said to them, taking deep breaths. He grinned nervously, fiddling with the marks on his forearms. That was a close one. Kiba and Akamaru looked right and left. The strange smell that was the forest. Something wasn't quite right. It was definitely all around. in the trees and such, but something didn't seem quite right. Opening parenthesis quote. Say, Kiba, Akamaru, and Naruto heard a distance away. Now that I think about it, Hagrid, wasn't Fluffy a dark brown dog? One with two heads. Naruto, Kiba, and Akamaru froze, but not because of what the wizards were saying. Because standing in front of them was the hugest living thing they had ever seen. It was about 6 meters tall, which was rather large, even in comparison to Kiba's 5. Of course, size didn't mean much. After all, fighting Ukin and Sakin those, about 5 years ago, they were half his size and he got the crap beaten out of himself. Grop find Interuda. The thing said. Naruto and Kiba continued to stare. Grop play with big puppy. Oh heck no. Kiba and Akamaru turned tail and ran. Or, they tried to. They yipped loudly and made a break for it when Grop grabbed their tail, pulling them back. The moment it touched their fur, Kiba-maru growled, hackles raised and all shock forgotten. Nobody touches the tail. It was taboo. Snarling angrily, Kiba bit Grop's hand, but Ey were knocked upside the head and were left dazed for a moment. He hadn't marked Grop with Akamaru's piss earlier, so the technique was quite useless if he kept on missing. Plus, he couldn't use a technique like that without a specific target without hitting Naruto. Kiba, Naruto shouted, no fooling around. Does it look like I am? Kiba wanted to growl, but he realized why Naruto was so alarmed. He smelled the 3 wizards approaching them. Akamaru bit one arm, and Kiba bit the other, but that was all they could do as they pushed forward towards the giant. However, holding him down or back gave him a rather big problem. No momentum meant no killer force to attack the enemy with. Unable to move, Kiba heard several voices shout out different jutsus. Incarcerus, Locomotor Mortis, Stupefy. They all shouted at the same time. Kiba-maru found themselves wrapped tightly in ropes, unable to move, and next to them, Naruto, who was hit by the latter 2 spells, didn't move. Crap, Kiba thought. At this rate, they were going to run out of chakra very quickly. There were only minutes left before Kiba and Akamaru would be completely drained and would have to revert back to their previous separate forms. There's definitely no Fluffy, the big one said, putting his hand on Kiba's snout, much to his annoyance. With this man's arrival, the giant's behavior had immediately become calm and docile. Couldn't help it, Bill, Hagrid said somberly in response. Ootsie, he's actually my half-brother. Not much of a family resemblance was there. Was it not for the fact that Hagrid and Grop were almost equally hairy, Kiba never would have guessed. He was the runt of the group and everyone was picking on. Hagrid continued. Runt. If Grop was the runt, what did that make Hagrid? The mini-sized midget. And just how big were the others? I've never heard of a 2-headed dog before, the woman said. The 3 had left Naruto's unconscious body on ground and were inspecting himself and Akamaru closely. A 3-headed Runaspore, a 2-headed Runaspore who bit off their middle head, and a 3-headed dog. Well, Tonks, I did find a corpse with 7 heads in Egypt. Bill said. What the heck? Kiba thought, but I don't think this is the same case. Release. Kiba thought, on his last reserves of chakra. There was a huge nt of smoke and he found himself still bound in ropes, which seemed to automatically refit themselves to him. A boy. Oops. No energy for genjutsu. Kiba glared at them venomously. How to get out? Let's see. A werewolf. I don't think werewolves could do that. Maybe it's some sort of special rank as a werewolf. Where's Remus when you need him? Kiba wiggled slightly, feeling sluggish and exhausted. But understanding that they could not afford capture, narrowing their already meager numbers all the way down to only 5 members of their family. They needed to get out of here. Kiba, realizing that there was only one way out of this, winced as he bit the tip of his tongue. Sucking on the blood for a moment, Kiba called upon the last of his chakra reserves for a final attack. Hoping for the best that Naruto would come to afterwards and help them in their getaway. Jujin Bunshin, beast-human clone, Kiba thought to himself. There was a poof of smoke as he chanced into his new form. What on earth? But it's not even the full moon yet, the woman said in surprise. The rope stretched to accommodate and restrain his new form, but it was not malleable enough to withstand his Gatsuga. Spinning and tearing himself loose of the ropes, Kiba leapt into the air and lunged towards the closest target available, who just so happened to be the red-haired Bill. There wasn't much he could see with the spinning, but Kiba smelled blood. Should he risk or venture a lick? Kiba landed and skidded in the dirt and inspected the damage he and Akamaru had done. The red-haired man was on the ground. The woman was shocked and looking rather horrified, and the huge hairy man was bleeding slightly, which was rather surprising, considering the strength of Akamaru's attack. Kiba could feel the blood on his tongue already dissipating, as well as the short burst of chakra that had come with it. He took in one last whiff of air and then cut off the chakra to his nose. As well as his taste and his hearing. Might as well conserve as much as he can. Though, much to his relief, he did sense a rescue coming before he withdrew his chakra. With a dangerously low amount of chakra left, Kiba was prepared to fight to the death. Almost. So it was lucky for Kiba that, according to their reactions to blood, violence, and injury, these three, and the giant that neither the giant man nor the wand-brandishing woman was used to such fights. Kiba ran forward again, but suddenly saw bright lights. No, it wasn't the spell. He groaned, feeling as if the giant had thrown a tree at him or something. He paused. Correction. The giant had thrown a tree at him. Kneeling on his knees, completely still, Kiba sifted through his somewhat limited English vocabulary and only uttered the words. We win. Quote, we have 25 hostages, the Swallowtail summon said in Japanese. 1 professor and 2 students down in the dungeons as well as 1 nurse and 21 students in the infirmary. I think it's trying to say something, the man said, not understanding the other language. We have 26 hostages. Care to defeat me? Kiba said smartly to them in their language. The proof is in that bird's claw. What kind of wizard would willingly give up one's only means of defense? That's Poppy's wand. Howdy. Quote, wake my friend up. Toss away your wands, put away your giant. And let us go free, and the kids go free, Kiba ordered, now with no sign of any of the previous arrogance, as there was no time to fool around with this mission falling apart right all around their ears. Kiba tensed when the woman approached Naruto's body. Akamaru was not in a condition to fight. Wait, what is it? The woman asked him. Kiba dragged himself over to the unconscious redhead's body and pulled out a knife from his pouch, holding it at the neck. Just a precaution. You defeat my friend, I defeat yours. What happened? He demanded in Japanese after finding himself lying at the woman's feet. He jumped up to his own feet and backed away. Kiba ignored him for the time being. I'll explain later, he said to Naruto before shifting his attention back to the wizards. I am going to put away my knife, and you are going to place your weapons on the ground and leave quickly. My companions and I will run and you will not follow. Quote, you don't have anything on us, Tonks said uncertainly. If we take you 2 hostages, then we'll defeat your kids. Do you consider our lives equal to that of 24 children? I'm flattered, Kiba said. Weapons down. Now. Reluctantly, Tonks and Hagrid dropped their wand and umbrella to the ground. They and Grop backed away slowly. Naruto got up to make a break for it, but a little help here would be nice, Kiba said, looking rather disgruntled. Naruto looked at Kiba, a little surprised, but used 2 Kage Bunshin to help Kiba and Akamaru make a run for it anyway. What happened? Naruto asked. Well, we were on a mission and you failed to defeat Kiba began, purposely annoying Naruto when the blonde interrupted him. After I was out. I meant after I was out. He said hastily. You're being stupid on purpose. I'm not. R2. I'm not. R2. I'm not. This went on for a while. Arriving at the foot of the tower, they looked up and sweat dropped. Quote. Well darn, Kiba said, scratching his head. Well, who's first? I've got pieces of glass in my leg from when I jumped out of the tower window, Naruto said pointing up. Squinting in the distance, Kiba spotted a hole in a window at the top of a tower. Quote. You fell from all the way up there without equipment with only cuts. No broken leg or anything. Oh yeah, that too, Naruto said, pausing to stare at his bloodied legs. Though they had already begun to heal. The cuts on his hands and face had already completely disappeared, and only the blood remained. Your tolerance for pain is abnormal, Kiba said. Well, Kamaru and I are going to be pretty chakra deprived after this, but we'll go up first, hopefully before we run out completely. Are you running on blood? Naruto asked him. Yeah, Kiba said, biting his tongue again. Drawing and recycling his chakra, Kiba applied it all to his feet, running up the side of the wall, managing it all the way to the top on only 9 seconds, which was quite a feat. After everything he was putting his body through tonight, and after over a year of slacking off. Reaching the tower, Kiba found himself alone in the room. No Shikamaru, no 3 hostages, and not a CNGLE sign of even a speck of the shadow cloud around. Something must have happened, which would explain why both Shikamaru and Ino were not in this room. Pulling up the room, Naruto and Akamaru were making their way up as well. Though a little bit slower. As soon as Naruto and Akamaru approached the window in the room of requirement, Kiba left to open the cupboard and shut himself inside. Ino had been watching through the window in the old woman's body for a while, skimming through information and memories and occasionally looking outside the window in search of the telltale sign of a huge white dog. Ino glanced through the woman's memories and found the most bizarre afflictions she had ever seen in her life. One particularly common memory was one of a dark-haired boy with messy hair and green eyes. He even had his own bed reserved out for him in this infirmary. There was another incident with a girl who was turned into some sort of morbid human-cat hybrid but wouldn't tell the newer say what she had done to bring such a thing upon herself. One boy was puking snails particularly gross, in Ino's opinion. And then, there was the information about Dumbledore. Interested in their supposed charge, she delved deeper into Poppy Pomfrey's mind to find out more about Alfred Percy Wolbus Burien Dumbledore. Or whatever his whole name was. Just a headmaster indeed. What kind of ordinary headmaster was a nominee for a ministry? Dangerous for themselves and bad for business. Plus, getting caught could mean some serious charges. Which meant that if they got caught by officials, Ino would have a lot of work to do. Pulling herself out of Poppy's thoughts, she looked outside and nearly fell over. Damn it. Looking in the forest outside, Ino could see a huge amount of movement, with Saint getting kicked up and trees being knocked around. Reviewing over some incantation that activated some sort of ward on the infirmary that she had found in the Meadowitch's mind, she locked the doors tight so that no student could leave without the secret word that only Poppy and now Ino knew in this room. And, of course, with Ino having taken over Poppy's mind, it wasn't that hard to see that Ino was in full control of the situation at hand. Vaguely wondering in the back of her mind if the summoning contract would even work in another person's body, Ino retreated back to her own unconscious body, on the bed. As Poppy Pomfrey attempted to recover for a moment from Ino's possession, the blonde Kunoichi got up and knocked her out. There. Now she would stay the only person knowing how to release the wards. At least until the woman recovered, but it didn't matter too much, considering she'd stay asleep until Ino chose to allow her to wake up. The few students still awake stared at Ino in amazement. What? Never seen a girl fight before? She asked them all. After a series of rapid hand seals, Ino finished the Genjutsu. Nihon Shoujo no Jutsu, Temple of Nirvana technique. She said. Students began to look around in surprise as they watched feathers fall from the sky. The original technique developed by Yukushi Kabuto required more time to send a whole village to sleep, but considering the smaller size of the infirmary, the apparent lack of resistance to genjutsu, and a few of Ino's own personal modifications to the technique, it only took moments for her to put every single one of the students to sleep. Of course, considering the fact that this would only last maybe about 20 minutes, Ino didn't have the time to enjoy the power of her techniques. Kuchio's no jutsu, spiritualism, summoning technique. She cried, biting her thumb, creating a series of tiny runes. There was a brief cloud of smoke, and 2 crows appeared before her on the ground. Itsuki, Ikki, she said to the twin crows. Count up hostages. I have 22 captives here. Ikki, check on Shikamaru. See if he has anything to bargain with as well. Itsuki, take that woman's stick and fly to Hiba in the forest as proof that we have hostages. Go. With a short caw, the 2 crows left. They were the only 2 animal summons that Ino was ever able to summon, with her smaller amount of chalk. Raw and the fact that they were the only crow summons in the contract. But as small as they were, they served their purpose. Being twin summons, they were able to automatically relay information between one another, making them the ideal two summons for a Yamanaka trained in information collecting, among other things. Applying a precise amount chakra to the eye with precision that could almost rival to Sakura's. She increased the power of the rods in her retina. She lost some of the colors in her eye but increased her night vision, seeing everything outside with extreme clarity. Outside, old Kiba had already reverted back to his original form. Idiot, he always used so much more chakra than he really needed. This is why she told him not to play with his moves before missions. There was a giant man. And then a giant who was larger than the giant man. Kiba had taken down some guy with long hair down. She winced. Itsuki had arrived on the scene. There was some talking. Kiba threatened the unconscious guy. The wizards backed off and left. Ino looked at the clock on the wall. Luckily, this had only taken about 15 minutes before Itsuki had flown back to the infirmary, confirming Kiba and Naruto's safe escape. Those two and Akamaru were already making their way back to the room of requirement. Itsuki also confirmed to her that Shikamaru and Ikki had managed to TR several people, but he had left as soon as Kiba and Naruto were released. The hostages were chasing after him because it was, to put it simply, too troublesome to fight back and defeat them. Saying the password to release the locking wards, she left the infirmary. There was about 5 minutes perhaps until those in the infirmary woke up. She reactivated the wards once again, this time from the outside. Pulling out a hairpin, she stuck it between the door and the wall. Even when they managed to pull down the magical wards, it would probably take them a while to open the door from the inside. Smiling to herself, she ran with Itsuki hovering over her shoulder. The radios were still dead, but it was still easy for Shikamaru and Ino to talk through their crows. Running in spirals in the stairwell, Ino finally stopped. On the top floor, "Tell Shikamaru that I'm ready to pull him up," she said to Itsuki, who nodded. She glanced down the stairwell and braced her leg against the handrails. Down below, she spotted Shikamaru jumping out in the middle of the spiraling staircases and Shin Dashin no Jutsu, new approaching technique. Feeling a strong tug, she dragged Shikamaru straight up. Shikamaru jumped over the railings, keeping Ino from falling down herself. "That was close," she said meekly. "You don't have a lot of chakra, do you?" Shikamaru said to her knowingly. "It's as bad as Kiba," she mumbled as he picked her up and headed towards the end of the stairwell and out into the hall of the 7th floor. "Well, you could always say it's as good as Kiba. He has a decent amount of chakra too," he said to her as he ran towards the room of requirement. Almost right in front of the door, Shikamaru stumbled and slipped. "Ow!" Ino yelped. She smacked him. "Shikamaru, why'd you fall?" she shrieked, looking at the shattered pieces of her bracelet on the floor. "Well, I didn't do it on purpose," he said, picking himself up shakily. He helped Ino up and they both stumbled into the room. "I'll make you another bracelet, but let's go." "You suck," she said, despairing over Shikamaru's gift for her. "You're definitely giving me something new." Shikamaru slammed the door shut quickly, though it felt almost as if he hit something in the doorway. Pausing, he realized it was probably because his sleeve was caught between the door and the wall. He rolled his eyes and pulled himself free of the door and helped Ino through the vanishing cabinet. After a moment of almost overwhelming dizziness that came with this strange form of instantaneous travel, Shikamaru's eyes widened, seeing the danger that was heading straight for him, and Ino screamed. "One Haripada." That was how it was translated into Japanese in the book. "My thinking corner. A Cliffy. Yay. I am supposed to go to the winter ball at 7 o'clock today. It's 5:50 right now and I'm dressed in. I'd say nothing, but I'm sure a lot of you would get the wrong idea. Just, like, a sweater, a few several t-shirts all of a sudden. It's freezing down here, and a pair of sweatpants. Needless to say, I don't think I'm going. There's bad food, the music is too loud, and I've got SATs tomorrow. I think I should be studying right now, but I don't know, lol. Wish me luck." Tam is not a main character, therefore not a Mansu. Though he does play a bit of a role. With Ino in his arms, shrieking in his ear, They both ducked out of the way of a blonde reckless fool in his blue swirling Rasengan, protesting loudly. Naruto! Ino yelped, pushing Shikamaru off from on top of her to yell at the other blonde. That was close. Too close. Are you trying to defeat us? Naruto grinned, scratching his head. Well, only the real Seven could dodge something like that, he said laughing. ND. Then Ino leapt up to her feet and jumped on him. Needless to say, he wasn't laughing anymore. Not if we're injured, Ino cried in a shrill voice, twisting bits of Naruto's hair at the roots, much to his distress. Ah, ow, help me, someone, he cried until Ino was dragged off of him. So are you all right? Sakura asked her friend with a concerned look on her face. I'll have you know I am not, she scoffed, lifting her wrist. What? Naruto said, seeing nothing wrong. My bracelet. We fell and my bracelet broke. She moaned. That's very horrible, Sai said with his usual false smile. It had taken a while. But after several months, Ino, like everyone else, finally understood the real meaning behind Sai's words. Oh, shut up, she said. I'm serious. Well, while you two moan over a broken present, Kiba said. I suppose I'll just recover from a concussion in Naruto from his broken leg. His legs aren't broken, Ino said, glancing at his torn pants. Well, not anymore, Naruto said, wincing at the sight of his clothing. I suppose we'll have to thank the Kyuubi that my legs are just bruised now. Oh, how are my seals? Naruto asked Sakura as she healed various cuts on his face. They're fine, she said idly. I told you before, they won't wear off until one of us activates it, and then only our part would be weakened, which is easily fixable. How did the mission go? Neji said to them from the other side of Ino and Sakura's room. There was a pregnant moment of silence as everyone took this in. I guess that means we stick with our day job, Naruto said with his usual false cheer. We'd be stuck at the tea house even if the mission succeeded, Shikamaru said. What time is it? I've still got some energy left so I could take your shifts, Naruto said. Thanks, Ino said gratefully, looking around at the others. She laid back down on the bed she shared with Sakura, only to immediately sit back up. Oh man, she muttered under her breath. What is it? Sakura asked her. Doesn't matter whether Naruto takes over my shift, I still have work to do, she said, walking over to the kitchen table and pulling out papers and pens. It can wait, Shikamaru said. It's not as if we have any actual schedule and deadline to work with, so mission reports don't really matter too much. Not really, Ino said, starting the blank pages, unsure of where to start the mission log entry. There's actually quite a lot for me to do. More information. Fine, Shikamaru said, pulling up a chair to sit next to her. I'll help, but after this, we can all relax. It's over now. At 9:50 in the morning, most of the teachers of Hogwarts were yawning in staff room, weary but concerned. Hogwarts had never been infiltrated before, and certainly not by young children. According to Tonks and Hagrid's statement of what had happened in the forest, it was hard to believe that a handful of people had managed to cause such a huge amount of damage to the forest, to Bill who was. I'm worried for the students' safety, Minerva said to Albus, with a rather concerned expression on her face. These intruders have managed to enter and exit Hogwarts safely and we still don't know how they did it. Actually, Albus said to them, several students, though they had not seen the actual event, managed to formulate a rather clever guess. How our late-night visitors had arrived in Hogwarts. How? Professor McGonagall asked him with wide eyes. If we know all of this, then why haven't we sent people inside the cabinet to the other side? Horace Slughorn demanded. Because if we entered, our enemy would be waiting to ambush and perhaps even defeat us before we may even react, Dumbledore said gravely. Also, the cabinet on the other side of the connection has already been destroyed. Perhaps the very moment the last of their friends had safely arrived on the other side. How do you know? Severus asked him. Because one student already tried going inside the cabinet after him. The headmaster said wearily. He was stuck inside until we were able to find him and remove him from inside the cabinet. It is definitely broken. So that's all, Hagrid said incredulously. Students attacked, Bill down, and even Snape captured. Only for a moment, Severus muttered darkly between gritted teeth, still nursing his ego. And these people are still getting away scotch-free fair attacking ya. Of course not, Dumbledore said, surprising everyone. Luckily for us, when the woman seen leaving the infirmary had left, she decided to leave a hairpin in the doorway to trap the patients inside. This hairpin alone, he said, holding up a purple and green jeweled pin, probably bought in a child's store, is a major clue to their current location. How? Professor McGonagall said. Why? By use of a simple location charm, of course, the headmaster said. Quote. Only you would call a location charm, of all things, simple, Severus mumbled. Why thank you, Dumbledore said, taking that as a compliment. He conjured a map of the world with his wand onto the table. Holding the pin in one hand and the wand in the other, Dumbledore closed his eyes to concentrate and pointed the wand at the map. Obfendieris, he said, literally, find owner. The pin shot down to the map and stabbed the map with the strength of the spell and the spellcaster. It was embedded deeply in Japan. Dumbledore picked up the pin, zoomed in on Japan, and cast the spell a second time. It flew to the Aichi prefecture. He did this a third time and it landed in Toyohashi, Japan. I believe, Dumbledore said, that we have found out culprits. Shall we go right now? Minerva asked him. And you will go tomorrow. Actually, the day after tomorrow, Dumbledore said. On Sunday, at 12:30. Why that time in particular? Minerva asked. And how will you keep suspicion of your disappearance a secret from the students? You know how quickly rumor spreads around with them. Ah, that is where Horace comes in. He said. Me, the chubby, walrus-like man said in surprise. He wasn't a part of Dumbledore's secret organization and he didn't feel like endangering himself unnecessarily. He was, after all, a Slytherin at heart, and Dumbledore of all people ought to know that. Yes, you, Albus said to him, nodding. You came to me earlier this night, or should I say, last night. With a letter from Gwenog Jones, am I right? Horace's eyes widened and he grinned. I sure do, he said, understanding Dumbledore's plans. A letter and 3 tickets to the Quidditch World Cup preliminaries. Yes, on Sunday. Slughorn, myself, and possibly Alistair Moody if I can manage it will attend the preliminary match between the Holyhead Harpies and the Toyohashi Tengu. Dr. A.C.O. Malfoy sat alone in the Slytherin common room, hunched over sitting in his bed. He had inscribed the date of the infiltration in the galleon and had been waiting for any signs of chaos or death. And he heard one of the things he feared the most. Upon hearing this, Draco had immediately left his hideout in the bathroom and had gone straight to his bed, though not to sleep. He kept the curtains of his 4-poster bed drawn tightly shut, straining his ears for any sound at all. Once or twice, he may have heard a girl screaming. It almost sounded like Granger, but he wouldn't count on it. Why would a Gryffindor be wandering around in the dungeons? Nevertheless, he waited for any sign of anything. The suspense he felt weighing down in his chest was almost unbearable. Crabbe and Goyle looked curiously through the curtains. They had been worried about their boss, ever since it seemed that Malfoy had started cracking under the pressure. As much as he appreciated the fact that they were actually worried for his well-being, friends or no, he was not in the mood to entertain fools. He just needed to be alone. For a moment, Malfoy considered defeat Dumbledore himself. Surely they must have weakened the old man at least a bit. But he banished the thought as quickly as it had come to him. Going one-on-one with the man whom the Dark Lord was most wary of? Definitely not. Then again, if things went well in that terribly one-sided battle, he might die a quick death at Dumbledore's hands. Better death at Dumbledore's wand than the Dark Lord's. Of course, being a Slytherin to the end, he at least wanted to cling to live, no matter how pathetic it seemed. Dumbledore may give him a more merciful end to his life, but if he ever faced the Dark Lord, well, he'd probably have a few days before the Dark Lord went demanding his head on a plate. On more than one occasion, he had considered going to the light side, but his mother and his father were still in the Dark Lord's clutches. Of course, Lucius Malfoy was still in Azkaban, but rumors confirmed he who must not be named's far reach, with the huge number of disappearances and deaths that had occurred as of late. Sue Sandbone's mother had been blown to bits. According to rumor among Death Eaters, it was a gruesome death, with bits and pieces all over the place. Dozens of muggles had been defeated when someone had destroyed a bridge with some sort of bomb. The Durmstrang headmaster had been defeated and his body left in a shack, though his head was completely missing. Hannah Abbott's mother dead. Mr. Ollivander missing. More than likely to be dead. Fortescue, the ice cream vendor of Diagon Alley, who was rumored to have been a powerful wizard, being the possible descendant of one of Hogwarts' many previous headmasters, also almost definitely dead. Octavius Pepper dead. Defeat in the early spring. The mounting list of these bloody deaths mystified even the Death Eaters. In fact, even the Dark Lord's inner circle was unaware of the identity of you-know-who's newest henchman. Rumor had it that the Dark Lord had a powerful organization under his own command, almost similar to the covert group that Draco had turned to for Dumbledore's assassination, which didn't seem to be going so well so far by the sounds of it. Needless to say, he was not looking forward towards his arrival home. Draco wondered vaguely for just a brief moment if the assassins hired by the Dark Lord would be kind enough to grant him a quick death. June 20, 1997. Toyohashi, Japan. That's all right, he said, interrupting Naruto before this could get too long. Things happen, he said, shrugging. Besides, I know you all well enough to trust you and your friends not to arrive on time. Thank you, Ri-san, he said with a grin. Tam bit back a comment. It was not Ri, it was Lee, but he knew them being Naruto, Ino, Sakura, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Sai well enough to know that they probably couldn't say his name correctly out of pure habit. Being the person who took the responsibility of teaching them English, he knew how they disliked the pronunciation of certain letters. Like L, for instance. So it was out of pure habit that they always pronounced his name incorrectly. Years ago, he had left Britain out of envy of his younger sister and cousin, who were invited to attend some illustrious boarding school that CTED only those who showed certain abilities. Out of his entire family, he was the only one to have shown such little signs of magic. Sure, he was definitely no squib, but at the age of 23, he could barely light a candle. It was actually rather pathetic, really. Cho and Sue had managed to become talented in the defense against the dark arts. He had even heard that Cho was able to create a Patronus. A goal that many qualified adult wizards had failed to achieve. Was Tam envious? Of course he was. Non-magical Japanese descent, and so it was his mother's side that Tam had retreated to so he could escape from the taunting world of magic. After staying several weeks at his cousin's home, Tam was tired of becoming a burden and decided to open his own tea shop. Almost immediately, he managed to find a group of children, barely even of age, in need of work. They showed no signs of magic, but didn't react too strangely when they spotted some certain wizard-attributed things, like a few products of the recent Weasley Wizard Wheezes. They never mentioned magic at all, but Tam understood why. Like him, they were also practically or really were squibs. It wasn't hard to spot signs of what Tam called dead magic in them. There was one with eyes almost exactly like Mr. Ollivander's, the wand maker. He must have been a relative who also showed no sign of magic. They never asked why he didn't ask about their past. He never brought it up. Ordinary. To their customers, they couldn't talk about their village so idly in public, and they most certainly could not tell anyone that they never went to a Muggle school even once in their lifetime. It was as originally as a gift from one not quite a wizard to another that he gave them all jobs, paid them well, and even taught them English and anything else he had at hand to spare. Of course, it was only recently when he mentioned a Chinese cousin playing on a Japanese Quidditch team that, as he had received no response, that he RNED that these children were not squibs, were not from the magical world, and did not know what the heck Quidditch was. It had originally come as a surprise to Tam, but after that, he never mentioned magic again. And, despite his curiosity, he never asked why they knew so little about the world, why that despite their strange habits they were non-magical, or why they didn't have any other familial relations. He knew enough about them to understand that some things were not meant to be questioned. For instance, the 8 of them, plus a dog, lived in only 2 separate apartment complexes, one for the girls and one for the boys. It was very decent of the men, considering how there were more of them than the women. After all, they could always split up the rooms evenly, without dividing between the sexes. He knew that they were currently around their late teens, having met them 2 years ago when they were generally about 15. He knew that they were always broke, looking for ways to get money to support themselves. Despite the fact that they were always saving money, particularly on their apartment which was somewhere in the shadier side of town. He knew that one of the 8 young adults was now missing. And that the other, whom he knew vaguely only because the man never worked at the tea house, was still rather upset about it. He knew that these people were also sometimes involved with a bit of shady business. He knew that one of them was a wicked gambler. And he knew that the one named Yamada Taro was definitely not really a Yamada Taro, or else his parents were unjustly cruel to him when they were in the process of naming him one. Anyway, recollections aside, it was a rather busy day for Tam. The very day that Naruto and his friends had appeared late and some of them none at all as they often did. He was also receiving a huge amount of visitors streaming in from all over Japan and even England. Why was that? Because tonight, the Quidditch preliminaries the local Toyohashi Tengu and the Holy Head Harpies was going to take place. Tam was torn between letting himself fall even further behind with orders from customers and possibly exposing magic to his friends. Calling them subordinates when they were only a few years younger than him seemed rather demeaning. Friends would suffice. Either way, there was the possibility of allowing the 4T work and at least catch up slightly on their customers' orders, or he could let them have the day off and fall even further behind. I have a huge amount of people here today, Tam said to them urgently. They're, coming for a convention. A convention, Naruto said excitedly. It's not for anything real big. In fact, it's a convention for magicians. Street magicians. They're doing all sorts of tricks and things like that, Tam said, lying on the spot. Anyway, let's see how we'll deal with this. Tam looked at the group. All right, Ino, Sakura, and Kiba will be waiting on people and delivering orders. Sai, Shikamaru, and Naruto will be in the back cooking and making drinks. I'll deal with handling the money. All right, Shikamaru said, nodding, though he was somewhat surprised that Tam was taking the job involving numbers for him. Everyone working at Tam's tea house knew that Tam was pathetic with money and numbers. Nevertheless, he didn't question the boss. Tam didn't. He really want his waiters wondering why his customers were paying in gold and silver coins. Oh, and where's your friend? Tam asked, looking around for the 7th member and wondering if he had left as well. Neji. He's out there somewhere, Naruto said, shrugging. He's watching my dog, Kiba said. Okay, Tam said. Well, thank you all. Well, you'll be paid for overtime today, I guess. You don't have tea, Naruto was about to say when Kiba covered his mouth. Don't listen to Naruto, he's delusional, he said. Of course we'll take the money. Tam laughed. Right, he said to them. Thanks again. And if you see anything weird, just remember, these are guys who specialize in making magic tricks. So don't pay anything odd any attention, all right? Right, they all said and immediately got to work. It had been 4 hours of work since they had arrived that morning at 9, and the orders were just now lessening. Tam, one person said, you here. Tam turned around to see a young girl, probably around 12 or 13, standing behind him. Sorry, Tam said, grinning widely at his younger sister. He picked her up and she suddenly struggled to get away. Tam fool, let me down. She squealed, turning red. I'm not kid anymore, you're my kid sister, he said with a grin. Your grammar is horrible. His younger sister rolled her eyes as he put her firmly back on the ground. Tam turned to Naruto and his friends. This is my younger sister Sue. She's spoiled and rotten and goes to a fancy school in the Scotland. He said. Not only is her Japanese bad, but her Chinese has a British accent as well, he joked. Does not, she said, crossing her arms stubbornly. Tam laughed. So, he said, looking a bit more serious now. How's Cho? Cousin Cho. Sorry frowned, and then started speaking in rapid Chinese. Then, she pulled out a picture and showed it to Tam, who grinned in response. What's that? Naruto asked, looking at the picture. It's my cousin, Cho, Tam said. A picture of her in the hospital. She's been there for about a year, but she's getting better, I think. She looks happy. Naruto's eyes widened. Tam realized that the picture was moving slightly, waving to Naruto, and he immediately pocketed it. Ah, man, more orders, he said, looking around. Ah, we've got more work to do. Cousin looks a bit like, you know who, he heard Naruto mumble. And, now that he thought about it, Cho did resemble a friend of theirs. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't seen her in a while. Maybe it was his cousin's uncanny resemblance to their friend. Or maybe it was the moving picture, but something had definitely warranted this strange reaction from the usual happy-go-lucky Naruto. Tam's tea house was a hotspot for wizards traveling in the Muggle world. Because of Japan's huge population, it was often difficult for wizards to find empty areas to gather, therefore stores and buildings like these owned by the magic. Less yet magic aware were a blessing for the wizarding folk, where they didn't have to be so careful around Muggles. Dumbledore glanced around the tea house and spotted several Hogwarts students, even though the school term had not yet ended. But that wasn't completely important at the moment. It was a Sunday, so it wasn't as if that student had classes. But this, pursuing his young attackers, was much more important. Horace was already attending the Quidditch preliminaries, and so only Dumbledore and Alistair were left to look for the Hogwarts intruders. Ah, Mr. Lee, the headmaster said. We were just in town. Oh, don't give me that, the young man said. Shouldn't you be at the Quidditch game? Ah, our friend had gone, Dumbledore said, allowing the man to lead them to a seat in the corner. But we decided to sightsee the Muggle neighborhood. I'm afraid there's not much here to see in Toyohashi, he replied. Unless, of course, you spend the night here. The lights that appear at night are like nothing in the wizarding world. The streetlights alone are enough to keep me here forever. You speak too highly of Japan, Moody grumbled. I'd say it's much too inconvenient, with flashing lights everywhere and blinding you. Plus, no magic. Not a problem for me, he said, shrugging. So, you must be Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody. It's not hard to guess, the man growled, his Ical eye looking in the direction of the kitchen. You must be Lee Tam. How did you know? The Asian man said in surprise. Well, Albus called you Mr. Lee. You seem to own this place, and it's called Tam's Tea House. And those kids in the back definitely don't look like they own the place, Alistair said. Oh yeah, Tam said, looking embarrassed. It's not often I meet a wizard with common sense, he laughed. But, I suppose that eye allows you to see through solid walls, am I right? You are, Alistair said. What's your range? Tam asked with sudden interest. 20, 30 meters. About, he replied suspiciously. Why do you want to know? There was a crash as a stack of plates fell to the floor. Everyone in the room looked up to find a blond boy. He looked up at Tam sheepishly. He met Dumbledore's eyes and both stared at each other for a full minute. All of a sudden, a plate was flying towards Dumbledore, and before they even had time to react, it shattered. Shards of the plate continued to fly in their direction, as well as a wickedly sharp black knife. With barely any time to cast a spell, the 2.5 wizards jumped out of the way. When they looked up, they found the blonde had left, as well as the rest of Tam's hired help. Well, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. I did not expect to see them here. A flashback period September 6, 1995 Toyohashi, Japan. Oh really? Sai asked with mock surprise. I hadn't known. Shikamaru glared at him but chose not to comment. This guy really annoyed him. Second, their technology is similar to ours, only a bit more advanced. A bit, Kiba yelped. A bit. He moved his hands away from his nose and pointed outside of the dusty window to the speeding vehicles outside. Look at that. They're huge mechanical monsters that run almost as quickly as we do, and at a constant rate. Exclamation mark. That's not a bit. They stink more than our boats do. Kiba muttered sulkily, continuing to cover his nose. Why don't you just stop sending chakra to your nose? Naruto asked. Inuzuka bloodline limit. You have a bloodline limit. Naruto said, looking totally confused. Everyone else stared at Kiba as well. He looked down at his feet, grumbling. It's nothing that big, actually, he mumbled. We just naturally send chakra to our nose. And then it takes a bit of conditioning to turn it off. That's all. Hiba glared at him. Yes, that's all. I'd stop the chakra from going to my nose, but it'll just go back the moment I stop consciously thinking about it. It'll take a while for me to get used to stopping the chakra before it gets to my nose anyway. I'll manage it soon. Look, quit going off topic here, Shikamaru said impatiently. Look, we're stuck in another world, we've got outdated currency. We've got outdated weapons, we've got no knowledge of our environment, and Naruto's seal is acting freaking up. Anyone else here worried about the consequences, or is it just me? Wow, Ino said. Shikamaru's actually worried. Ino, you all, this is a serious matter. I am worried, he said, feeling a headache coming on. This was one of those times where he couldn't really afford to be easygoing and laid back. Nobody seems to be thinking about the effects of getting dumped into a new environment. We can't get back. We're stuck without money and food. We can't keep stealing from people forever. Why not? Experimentation. There's also the factor of our survival once we return, Ino mused. What do you mean by that? Hiba asked. Okay, most of us aren't in any danger, she said. But we all know about Neji's cursed seal, right? What if, after a certain period of time, Neji is assumed dead by the main family? My cursed seal is activated, Neji said absently, putting a hand to his own forehead. I didn't think of that, Tenten said, she and Neji looking at each other. The fact that we may be in a different dimension may actually help us in this case, Shikamaru said. It's been several days in this world. Perhaps only seconds have passed in Konoha. Or maybe the entire Hyuga clan was wiped out by remaining members of Akatsuki. Hopefully not, but it's extremely possible that they may have defeated Kakashi, despite Akiko's help. Maybe Hinata and Hanabi managed to convince Hiashi and the other members of the main family to cease use of the cursed seal. Maybe there is a delayed reaction between this world and the next. Maybe there is a barrier between the worlds that completely blocks the effects of the cursed seal. Naruto wasn't the only one giving Shikamaru blank stares. As in, they may have activated the seal, and the moment that Neji returns to the world, it will be activated and will defeat him, he explained. Maybe Neji won't be able to return without dying. That proclamation was met with silence. Interdimensional travel or whatever may affect someone. That's enough about me, Neji said, looking uncomfortable. Shikamaru took a deep breath and leaned back slightly, as if trying to think of more things to stress out about. Also, Naruto's chakra is insane. And, just to make it all clear, who doesn't know that Naruto is keeping the Kyuubi at bay inside of him? Quote, Hiba, Neji, and Tenten raised their hands slightly. Well, now you know, Shikamaru said. Naruto's keeping the Kyuubi at bay inside of him. Quote. That sounds a lot better than just saying I'm the Kyuubi, Naruto joked. Wait, so Hiashi-sama was serious? Neji said incredulously. Hey, it's illegal to speak about the Kyuubi to the next generation, Naruto said. Shikamaru shrugged. Not too many people listen to that anyway. My dad, Ino's dad, and Choji's dad discuss it all the time. Like politics. Not with us, but we sometimes catch bits of their conversation. According to what our parents say and a bit of our own moral opinion, Ino said, glancing at Shikamaru, that since you're a friend and you're pretty much the only thing standing between us and the Ninetales, we won't let anything happen to you. What are we, chopped liver? Hiba muttered. Dog liver, Ino corrected. The Inuzuka shuddered. Blue. Wait, I don't get it, Naruto said. Why am I in so much danger here too? We're in a new world. Fresh new start. I understand that I might be in danger again when we get back home, but why here? No one's after me here. Actually, Shikamaru said, there are several points I'd like to make while I get into this topic. How many people remember the day we came here clearly? They all raised their hands, feeling as if they were in academy school again. Good, you all do. Now, what about right before then? When, according to Naruto, Kakashi pretty much sacrificed us for the common good. Hands went down. Even I don't really remember what happened clearly. Naruto mumbled, having been one of the few completely conscious while the others were unable to move and barely able to think. I've been discussing things with Ino. According to both of our memories, which she has looked through and cross-referenced, we weren't the first to go. Kakashi used his Sharingan first on the person with the mask who had trapped us in that invisible box technique. That masked person is more than likely to have been sent to this world. Upon seeing that we were still trapped inside the cage thing, he did the only thing he could and turned his Sharingan on us. Why couldn't he just let us pass out and figure out how to get us out without sending us into some other dimension? Naruto asked. Because our chakra was literally being detached from us. Not absorbed, like what the Yoroi clansmen are able to do. Literally ripped out, reserve and all, thus giving this masked enemy our entire reserve. Permanently. Which also brings us to our next issue. The Kyuubi. What about it? Naruto said, surprised with this sudden change in subject. Your chakra, like when we were 12, is once again uncontrollable. You had shown us a decent amount of chakra control before all of this, but now you can barely channel your chakra properly. Now, Shikamaru suddenly reached forward and lifted the front of Naruto's stolen t-shirt. Look, what happened? Sakura asked, staring at Naruto's belly. Hey, what's going on down there? He asked, pushing Shikamaru's hand out of his way and his shirt down slightly to see what was wrong himself. What's wrong with my stomach? Quote, the seal on your stomach, Shikamaru said. We all know that sealing techniques do not look like that. Like what? Naruto said, not noticing any difference. You would think, Shikamaru said dryly, that after about 15 years with that thing on your belly you would notice it if the supposedly permanent ink was receding from your skin. Your seal is starting to fade. Do I want to know how you knew? Naruto asked hesitantly, not sure if he wanted to be aware whether Shikamaru was some sort of demented peeping Tom or not. I wasn't spying on you, if that's what you're implying, Shikamaru said, rolling his eyes. In fact, the first detail that tipped me off was the fact that, even though I couldn't see your seal receding, I could see that ever. Why time you used your chakra since the day we arrived in this world, your whisker-like marks get thicker and bolder. Back at home, they seem to return to normal after you finished using your chakra, but I noticed recently that in the 11 or 12 days we've been here, the number of times you resorted to using huge amounts of chakra has totaled up to be about 16 times. And already, I've noticed that the originally hairline-thin marks on your cheek are already 2 whole millimeters in width. They're also slightly longer and a bit darker as well. Wait, Naruto said, as he and everyone else understood what all of this was amounting to and what Shikamaru was predicting. Kyuubi itself. Pulling on something sealed would be like tying a rope to a rock and attempting to drag that rock out of a too small hole in the wall. If you try long enough, you may succeed in tugging the rock free, but you damage the wall in the process. And how do you know this? Sakura asked. It's a not so simple deduction. Shikamaru said, we all had our chakra dragged from our bodies, but we managed to survive. The moment we escaped from that prison, we were nearly powerless, with the exception of Naruto, who had, at least, a few remnants of his chakra reserves, thanks to his incredible stamina. But we survived and slowly began to regain our powers. We may still not be at full power, but I say we'll get back there eventually. In the meantime, everything that Akatsuki member had taken from us was leaving him. So long as the user is alive, the chakra still has its anchor inside of him or her. Unless the user dies, it will always return to the original. We all still had a small amount of our chakra, and we were still alive. Therefore, we were able to pull our chakra back to our bodies. Toby may have enjoyed a bit of his time toying with remnants of our clan abilities, bloodlines, and chakra, but as we take it back, he has to give it up. Do you all get it? Sakura nodded. Quote. Barely, Kiba mumbled. Akamaru whined. Good. Because we've gone off topic and I don't feel like explaining that again, Shikamaru said, rubbing his head, feeling almost as if he had a migraine. One that would probably last several years. A migraine the size of Konoha. Or Japan. The biggest problem is very possible, Shikamaru said. And perhaps the most dangerous to us all. Naruto's seal is weakened, dramatically. Which means that the huge amount of chakra that almost literally floods into Naruto's body being sent directly from the Kyuubi may very well pollute his mind and perhaps even take over his body. That would cause a huge strain on Naruto's body, possibly shortening his lifespan, and endanger us all. I don't suppose anyone here has the ability to withstand the direct powers of the Kyuubi. On the other hand, with our combined efforts, there's still a chance that we can, at least, hold it back. Our skills are nothing in comparison to the fourth Hokages, who had sealed the Kyuubi in the first place. And even if we did have enough talent in sealing techniques, the effort of completely resealing the Kyuubi would probably defeat one of us, and we can't afford losing anyone. Obviously, our numbers are too small, he said, glancing at the other 8, including Akamaru, and no one here is expendable. On the other hand, merely strengthening a seal may prove to be more within our reach and skill. There was a moment of silence as everyone pondered this. Anyone? Sai, who had said nothing before, nodded. I may have something that may help. Why do I have a feeling that I'm not going to like this? Naruto asked sadly. Tell me, am I not going to like this? Sai smiled another fake smile to Naruto. That depends, Sai said, almost cheerfully. This did not bode well. Depends on what? Naruto asked suspiciously at the rather pleased sound in Sai's voice. The former member of the Anbu smirked, almost like how Sasuke sometimes did when they were younger. What's your opinion on tattoos? ... Oh heck. Naming a kid Yamada Taro is basically the equivalent of naming your kid John Doe. You just don't do that to children. My thinking corner. I wasn't, sir. Where I should have even stuck that flashback. I wasn't planning on having one this early on in the story, but the chapter was so short I couldn't stand it, so I managed to push it all the way from only 10 to 15 pages. I hope Tam Lee or Lee Tam wasn't too repelling. I didn't really want to put too many OCs in this FIC, whether they were important or not, but it can't be helped. Anyway, I wanted to write something outside of a shinobi's point of view without being in Dumbledore's point of view. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that makes sense. Anyway, not much happens here. Just a filler. I'm hoping it was, at least, informative. If not funny. Anyway, I went to one of my cousin's birthday party. I was so upset, I had to leave my precious computer just to go. And then some kids threw a diaper, missed their intended target. And it nearly hit me. The diaper did, anyway. The stuffing went everywhere. So I ended up washing my arms in freaking hot water because I couldn't get the feeling of blueness off of me. I got so mad. I didn't mean to, but I ended up yelling at them. I don't usually yell, but I seem to be doing that a lot recently. Like the week before the party, our little kid threw a birthday card that hit me in the eye. It was so embarrassing. I ended up saying, crap, really loudly. Everybody in the house heard that. And it's a pretty big house. Anyway, I've got finals this week. I really ought to be studying. Gotta find my textbooks, bye. Wait a minute, I've got finals in 2 days. Holy crap, I really need to find my textbooks. Oh, Chapter 4. Sacrifices and Strategies. This, Shikamaru said decisively as they ran away from the tea house. This has got to be the worst coincidence in the history of our really bad coincidences. Are they following us? Naruto asked, with a slightly panicked sound in the back of his throat. No, they aren't following us. Wait, crap, no, they are following us. Relax, Ino reassured him. You've got us backing you up. There's nothing to worry about. They pick a fight with us, and they'll have all of us going after them. Hiba, Sakura shouted at the Inuzuka, who was currently running ahead of them. Slow down. We can't run that fast. Right, he said, slowing down with the rest of them. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Don't do it again, she said as they all ran. It probably looks odd enough that we're all running at the same time at the same speed. And we're going very quickly already. We don't want to run at speeds that will draw a huge amount of attention to us. Naruto was about to nod and agree when he looked to his left. Quote ... Oh crap, what's Ro? Oh. Hiba spotted Tam driving on the street with the 2 wizards in the car with him. So, their employer was with them. The shinobi made a sharp turn to the right and managed to avoid them in the traffic. Making several twists in their path and avoiding being seen as much as they possibly could, they were puzzled to see that they were still being pursued. How are they still following us? Shikamaru mumbled. They've got to have some sort of method of tracking us down. They haven't seen all of our faces and whenever we go around two corners, they still follow. Ino, call Neji. The blonde girl pulled a radio out of her purse and, placing the headphones onto her head, spoke into the microphone. Neji, where are you? Just left the casino. Akamaru's with me, they heard him respond. Wizards following us, she said. We're 82 meters south, 43 east of Tams. You follow and watch. Got it. I see all of you. Location, 50 meters behind you, 30 behind Tam, an old man, and a scarred man. They are the ones following you. Quote, yeah, Ino said to him. Tam's driving them, right? She asked, just to make sure. Yes. Quote, the shinobi were then glad that there was a decent amount of traffic preventing the wizards from catching up completely. It might get hard to express Lane to anyone who saw them running by how they managed to suddenly increase their speed to match the speed of a fast-moving vehicle. All right, splitting up, Ino said when Shikamaru nodded, giving her the signal. Sakura, headphones out. You, Naruto, and Sai go left at the light. Ino, Kiba, go straight ahead with me. When you separate, head back to HQ and start packing, he ordered as they push themselves slightly harder to move faster. Necessities only, and the group split up into two smaller groups. After giving the wizards a few moments to follow a specific group, Ino called in on Neji again. Neji, did they go left or straight? Still following. They went straight. They're after you guys. Quote, all right, Shikamaru said. Kiba, you go. Headphones out and listen in just in case. In fact, Ino, tell Sakura to get everyone to take their headphones out. I hear you, Sakura said. We've got them. Quote, Shikamaru, wearing his as well, nodded. Right, they're either following Kiba, myself, or Ino. He frowned to himself. It had been himself, Ino, Kiba, Akamaru, and Naruto who had been in on the mission. Akamaru was with Neji, so it was obvious that it was not the dog being followed. He had originally suspected Naruto of being used to trace the entire group, since he had made the most contact with the target, Albus Dumbledore, and had also made the boldest moves against them, followed closely by Kiba. He sent Naruto with Sakura and Sai so that if his suspicions were correct, they'd almost definitely be pursued by the wizards. But they were not correct, and the wizards continued to follow his group. Ino had made the most contact with the largest number of wizards, but among them was only one qualified adult and a numerous amount of hospitalized children, all of whom she had effectively knocked out. She was the least likely to go. Shikamaru himself and Kiba were more likely to have been tracked after Naruto. He had attacked a rather powerful wizard down in the dungeons, as well as two rather young witches, possibly formidable for their ages. Kiba had attacked and managed to become subdued momentarily by two wizards and a witch, making him next most likely. Kiba, you're off. Go straight at the next turn. With a nod, the Inuzuka ran ahead, forgetting to limit his speed, though Shikamaru didn't care to reprimand them. This was, after all, a huge emergency. Precautions and the standards that they had set for themselves long ago were almost completely forgotten. Ino, you take charge, Shikamaru said distractedly. Immediately, the blonde began issuing directions to the others as Shikamaru reviewed mentally how they could have possibly been tracked, trying to remember every single detail, significant or not, of that mission. Magic. Most wizards were accustomed to magic, not technology. They were probably using some sort of mystical way to track them, but despite all the abnormalities of magic, there had to be some sort of rule. Got it, he thought grimly. Shikamaru, Ino said suddenly. What? He said, noticing her slightly flushed face. Darn, slightly off topic, but they really were getting out of shape. They're following us, she said. All right, he said, speaking into the headphones. Everyone's reporting back to HQ, right? Right, they all said. Ino and I are last, and we're splitting up. Whoever is being followed keeps on running. And the other also returns to pack belongings. I'll issue further orders from there. Shikamaru personally hoped it was himself who was being followed. He was by no means the fastest or the most durable of the whole group. But he was certainly more lasting in the long run, quite literally at he moment, than Ino. Plus, unlike Ino, He hadn't worn heels to work that morning. He and Ino parted ways for the moment. Neji, who are they following? He asked. Ino, the Hyuga responded. They're following Ino. Oh heck, Ino panted through the headphones. Kiba, Akamaru has ran ahead, Neji said. Oh, don't worry, Ino, you see Akamaru and you jump on his back. What? But, don't worry, you're not too heavy. After all this is over, I'm going to kick you, you stupid dog. Ino shouted. In the meantime, Shikamaru was heading straight to their apartments for their equipment. The apartment complex that they couldn't quite manage to call home lacked security dev. ICEs like cameras and other things like elevators, which made it easier for Shinobi to run up the stairwells at full speed without other residents spotting them. As disappointed as Shikamaru was that they had been caught, he was relieved. At least, by the fact that the scene that met his eyes was completely orderly. Most of them had finished packing up the essentials. Money. Got it, Kiba said, holding up their checkbooks. And food. Clothing. Here, Neji said, holding it a notebook. Equipment. I have it, Sai said, holding up a cheap notebook. Medical equipment. And cooking utensils. Sakura held up a small kit. Full of paper. My laptop. In the bag over there, Sakura said, pointing at a large beat-up bag near the door. Neji, where's Ino? Shikamaru asked him. She's safe. Still riding on Akamaru, Neji said. And the wizards? Lost in traffic for the time being. Shikamaru turned on the radios again. Ino, up here. He knew what to do. It may have been a bad series of coincidence, Naruto failing to assassinate Albus Dumbledore, their cover being blown, the soon-to-be destruction of their own apartments. However, no matter how unfortunate it may have been, Shikamaru would make the most he could out of it. He could. It was entirely possible. After all, he had planned for Ino to leave anyway. If Shikamaru worked carefully, everyone, Shinobi and wizards both, would end up playing into his hands. Right, Ino said, breathing heavily through the radio. I'm coming up. And not even 5 minutes after her response, Ino and Akamaru were in the doorway. So, Shikamaru said to Ino, it seems they are following you. Because of her, they had to move. And they didn't seem to care. It just didn't seem right. Sorry guys, Ino said to them. It's fixable, Shikamaru muttered with a frown. I think know how to correct this mistake. That's good, she said slowly, feeling rather uncomfortable with all of the fixed stares on her. As Ino turned around to leave, Shikamaru pulled out his personal notebook, filled with the runes he used to store his sharpest weapons, and pulled out 2 kunai. It would be best to do this while she was still unaware. Dumbledore thought to himself as they followed the path of the hair clip. The gentle tugging sensation had lessened and was now leading into 2 separate paths. What is it? Moody grumbled, his eyeball rolling in every which direction. He disliked Muggle technology and distrusted anything he didn't understand, which just so happened to include the mechanics of Tam's vehicle. I do believe that our friends have already analyzed our method of tracking them down and are currently working to throw us off, he mused. Clever. These children were very clever. Is that even possible? Tam asked them, glancing alertly in all directions as he possibly could. At the speed he was going, the police would probably arrest him. However, thanks to Dumbledore's charms, the odds of the police even noticing them were slim to none. I mean, I don't know much about magic, but I thought tracking spells were impossible to throw off. Oh, there is no spell in the world as completely foolproof, Dumbledore said to the man. No, but I don't think that any full-blood wizard could possibly discern the weaknesses in a spell. Especially a spell as complicated as the tracking charm. We have a very sharp group on our hands. So how are they doing it? Moody asked. I can't say anything for sure yet, he replied, but I know for sure that you may go straight ahead or turn left. Either direction, may be the correct one, I cannot tell which. It's got to be left, Tam said, glancing at the signs on the street. I remember from their applications before, and I'm pretty sure that this is the street they live on. I find it pretty odd that you were helping them out from the beginning, Alistair grumbled, his normal eye fixed on the nervous squib. You didn't even check their backgrounds. Hey, he laughed anxiously. That man and that eye of his. Why couldn't he just point them both in one direction like a normal person? Well, They looked like they really needed the help, he said meekly, remembering the rather sorry state they were all in when one of them had asked about the "help wanted" sign in the window. They all looked so pitiful that he had given them all tasks without a second thought. It was probably a stupid mistake on Tam's part. "This is the only apartment on the block," Tam said, pulling up in the driveway and parking his car. "This must be the place." "It feels like it," Dumbledore said, feeling the tug strengthen and the second one ebb away slightly. It must have been his proximity to this target and the distance between the other that caused this change in balance. "Well then, let us find our assassins," the headmaster said cheerfully as they walked past a grungy long-haired man, presumably homeless, on the sidewalk and entered the shabby building. The person at the front desk said nothing and paid little attention to the three men who walked up the stairs. There was no security check of any sort. As they walked up the stairs, Dumbledore felt the tugging sensation increase until they reached the 4th floor. Walking down the hallway, there was only one door left ajar, and that, quite coincidentally, was the one where the feeling was strongest. Carefully creeping inside, Alistair paused. "No one's inside," he announced, stepping boldly inside the room. Tam and Dumbledore followed after him and glanced around at the disastrous apartment room. Interesting," Dumbledore said, glancing at what appeared to be random scribbles on the wall. "Runes." It didn't look like anything recognizable to Alistair and Tam. Which was to be expected, of course. Dumbledore had much more experience in this field than the both of them combined, though it might as well have just counted for Alistair alone, as Tam knew almost nothing about magic. "You'd think," Moody grumbled, leaning on the wall to shake off the dirty laundry on his wooden leg, "that these were just sloppy university students rather than trained killers." The room inside looked as if a tornado had struck. Dirty laundry lied strewn all across the floor. The drawers were emptied out. Then again, aside from the blankets, the futons, and the clothes on the floor, these rooms were otherwise bare of everything except for a few paintings on the wall. Paintings that Tam was sure that had been done by Taro. They all had his flair. There were few items in this room that were unnecessary. There were blankets, clothes, a lamp, and a number of books, papers, and magazines. It seemed rather barren inside. The room also had a fan at the window that was actually still running. It was positioned so that someone could lie on their back and watch the sky as the fan blew the air out of the window for him. Tam knew for a fact that this was probably Shikamaru's spot. The man enjoyed watching the clouds in the sky. There was also the faint scent of smoke. In Japan, the legal smoking age was 20, but Tam never commented on Shikamaru's habits. Once believing that they were all squibs like him, he assumed that they were following wizarding laws, where there were no age limitations for smoking. After realizing they were just muggles, he chose not to comment on his cigarettes. Shikamaru always had a rather bothered look on his face anyway, so Tam usually avoided direct confrontations with him. "Well, actually, I think they're a bit of both and neither," Tam said hesitantly as Alistair turned his eye on him. "Like, they're young student-like muggles but also the killers that you claim them to be." "What do you mean by that?" "Well, they're about the age that they should be in a university right now, but I definitely know that they aren't in any college at all," the man explained. "And according to what you told me earlier, these guys are possibly assassins, and I must admit, they have done some rather suspicious things in my shop before." "What do you mean by that?" Alistair immediately said again. "Well, there was this one time that someone tried to rob us," Tam said, briefly passing by the bedrooms to glance inside. "It didn't go so well. One of the girls, she didn't work for me but occasionally helped in the kitchen for a bit of extra cash. Well, she ended up throwing practically all of the kitchen knives at him, and the next thing the man knew, he was pinned to the wall with these huge butcher knives and even a few butter knives outlining every inch of his body. I'm telling you, that man was scared for his life. And I don't blame him. I probably would have passed out from fright. The girl, she said that her family used to be obsessed with the circus and made her learn things like that when she was little." "And you believed that?" "I believed a lot of things," Tam said. "Anyway, these guys are trained, definitely, but they just don't seem like the cold-blooded killers that we always imagine." "They never appear as how we imagine," Moody said. "Still, it is hard to believe that these School kids, that they'd be defeat at, what? 25. Actually, more like 18, Tam said. Muggles start universities at around 18 years of age. Absurd, Moody grumbled, shaking his head. Age aside, Dumbledore interrupted. Perhaps we should get back on task. What is it? Dumbledore asked. Moody frowned at the edge of the painting, which was rather stained and dirty, and the wall, which was also rather stained and dirty. He suddenly grabbed the scroll-like paper and tore it down to reveal. ... Absolutely nothing. It was just another spot on the wall, exactly like all of the other parts of the wall. Quote ... What is it? Dumbledore repeated. He inspected a tiny pouch that he had found when he had entered the room. Clever. It's nothing, Mad Eye, Tam said. You can see through it? He asked, unsure of the powers of Mad Eye's eye. Heck no, he growled, looking rather impressed, which was extremely uncharacteristic of the ex-Auror. Whatever it is that they made, it's good. But look at the dirt and dust on the walls. It matches perfectly with the wall underneath the painting. So, Tam said. I get it, Tam said excitedly. Takes a fool not to, Alistair Moody grumbled, shooting down Tam's enthusiastic spirit. The ex-Auror rolled his magical eye. Amateurs. This is definitely some kind of spell, he said, magically zooming in on the wall with his eye. The walls here are too perfect and actually blend in with the dirty parts of the wall. He held up his hand to press it against the barrier. Looks pretty solid thou. The ex-Auror had attempted to lean on the spelled wall and his hand went through, nearly falling inside. Never mind, he muttered. The three walked straight through the illusion and found themselves in a much neater environment. There were some cheaper furniture, but at least it was actually there. There were clothes in the closet, instead of strewn all about the floor. Plus, unlike in the other apartment room, there was food in the refrigerator Devi. CE that Muggles used to keep their meals cool. Tam and Dumbledore stood still as Moody inspected all aspects of the room with his magical eye. Well, this has been a bit pointless, Moody said. Informative, but pointless. How much could you possibly tell just from looking at things? Tam asked. Well, he began. First of all, we know that there are 7 people living here. 8. You mean, Tam said. There were 8 people. Not anymore, Moody said. There are different styles of clothing in these 2 dwellings. You can tell by their style of clothing. For the boys, it's obvious. There are 2 futons in each of the 2 bedrooms, plus a futon in the living room. I suppose that the boys were too courteous to share a room with the women. The one who slept in the living room had a dog. Either that, or he sheds really badly. With the girls here, you can't tell by the number of beds. There are 2 of them sharing a mattress. How can you tell with the mattress? Well, if you inspect their underclothing, you could see that they have different bra sizes, Moody said, ignoring Tam's red face. Oh, come on, we're all adults here. Well, you're the only adult here who cool. Probably look at a covered girl while she still wears her clothes, Tam mumbled. Almost as if he were jealous. There was a 3rd girl here. Her things seemed to be all packed away neatly in the corner. Under that incense thing. I suppose these guys are extremely modest and are unwilling to be with the girls. Or perhaps it feels too awkward with them. Or maybe the girls dislike overbearing company. Particularly the company of those who don't keep their area clean. Whatever the reason, the boys, well, men, don't wish to intrude on the 2 girls. Still, even though they may not sleep over, it's obvious that they spend a lot of time together. How do you know that? Tam asked. The kitchen in the men's rooms is completely bare. The only thing they have are papers in the cupboards that I can't even read. It's in Japanese. They tore down a chunk of the wall just for convenience. Quote ... And now that I think about it, Tam said, I don't think the owner would have appreciated that. Well, I suppose that since the men's side is so severely overpopulated, they stick all the junk in their side and spend most of their time with the girls, where it's cleaner and more homely. Plus, wall between kitchen and the empty extra bedroom had been knocked down as a living and dining room. That television, whatever. The telly and the radio are cheap, but their position, so that everyone can see it if they sit around the table is a certain way. The plates, cups, and bowls are all plastic. Since some are in the sink, we can assume that they wash and reuse them when they can. The disposable chopsticks are in bags labeled, Tam's Tea House. Yours. Quote. Yes, so they were the ones stealing his chopsticks. There's only one large pot, a small one, a frying pan, and a lot of plastic spoon. They have no knives and forks. I don't know why, Moody said. But here's where things get interesting. Quote. What is it? Tam asked. This window here, Moody said, hobbling over to a wall. Is filled with your marker ink. The erasable kind, and the cork board has all sort of scribble and paper on it. Notes all over the place. And that stack of papers, look at what's on top of it. Very interesting. A castle. Close. It's a hand-drawn, ink painting of Hogwarts. You probably wouldn't know it, but that is one pretty darn accurate blueprint, if you ask me. Tam leaned in towards the cork board. In the corner, underneath some of the notes, was a picture of them all, taken in photo booths. One particularly amusing one had a picture of a girl with remarkable resemblance to Naruto groping a frantic-looking Taro. Smiling, he took several of the photos and pocketed them each. Well now, Dumbledore said, reaching for some sort of band lying on top of the box of packed clothes. This is interesting, sir. You shouldn't touch that, Tam said suddenly. Is it dangerous? Moody growled. No, but it's disrespectful, he answered. What is it? Albus asked. From the looks of it. Wait. Well, it makes sense now, Tam murmured. Are you going to answer the question? Moody asked. To a god. To the dead. Albus paused, and then pocketed the band of metal and cloth. Sir. Albus Dumbledore, a genius. Famous wizard throughout world. Strongest living wizard alive, stealing from a dead person. Something wasn't quite right here. Well, I don't think she's haunting us right now, Albus said. Downright cheerfully. Alistair, we may want to apparate out of here soon. Tam, hold on to my arm. Why? Tam asked, as he did so. Because there is a special rune on the wall in the men's side. Dumbledore said, that was set for 30 minutes. What do you mean? 30 minutes for what? Well, we now have a little less than a minute to escape this building before that explosion tag, well, explodes. Moody's eyes widened and he immediately disappeared with a crack, and Dumbledore did the same with Tam holding onto his arm. They reappeared on the street with another crack, landing in front of the blind homeless man with long disheveled hair. Looking rather confused, the man ducked and covered as if someone was firing a gun. No need to obliviate, Dumbledore said, taking a glance at the paranoid man on the ground. Yeah, he's blind, Tam said under his breath. Couldn't possibly see anything. He was cut off by a huge explosion only 4 stories above them. Chunks of the building rained down on the group and Dumbledore. Mad Eye, and Tam managed to apparate a few meters away, safe and out of range of the falling buildings. Which was more th. And what they could say for the homeless man though. On the bright side, at least that man probably wasn't hungry anymore. Every moment delayed here is a moment wasted, Dumbledore said. That's a bit cold, Tam said. A man just got crushed under there. Wait a minute, Moody began. Say nothing, Alistair, Albus said in a serious tone. This situation is extremely delicate. Tam, we have one more lead. Are you still willing to drive us and help lead us to the attempted murderers? Oh, of course, Tam said nervously. He was getting more involved in this situation than he had intended in the first place. He didn't want to go after these people. After 2 years with them, he had grown close enough to call them, well, not friends, but at least acquaintances. Plus, he didn't want to get Defa at if these people really were trained hitmen. Where are they now? Moody asked Dumbledore as the headmaster reactivated the tracking spell. Close by, Dumbledore said. They are very close by. Dumbledore, Tam, and Alistair briskly walked past a van, making a beeline towards the owner of the hairpin. In the meantime, as Dumbledore allowed the tracking spell to lead the way, he mused about their targets. It had been a clever trick that these children had done. One of them must have had a brilliant amount of logic like Miss Granger to have deduced that the tracking spell tracked one's sense, and have managed to throw them off slightly, leading them to the apartments rather than the original target. For example, when a person wanted to locate a part of their body after being splinched. The trained and experienced ministry Personnel watching over the students would use a tracking spell to locate the missing body part. Not many ever thought about why the tracking spell would be attracted to the presence of even a mere body part. The object being used to trace the person must have a significant amount of exposure to the owner. The longer the owner wore or had the object in question, the more accurate the object could be used to locate it. The object would have a stronger attraction to its owner. All belongings left behind had been destroyed by that explosion tag, and all Dumbledore had managed to grab, to his disappointment, was the Hittite of a deceased girl. That certainly wouldn't work. The tracking spell would no longer work if the owner was dead. The only other case that the tracking spell would not work would probably be if the item was actually reunited with the owner. Another way to throw off the tracking spell, aside from defeat the owner, would be to take a piece of his or her body part. Normally, that wouldn't be a very pleasant experience. But Dumbledore understood now. He was working with a group of geniuses. They might just manage to figure a way out of this tracking charm. Therefore, he needed to be just as clever as them, though he would have to work hard. After all, it was 7 minds against his own. In any case, with his greater experience and his use of magic, he was sure he could hold his own, even if only for a short while. Plus, Dumbledore often had a bit of luck on his side, for example, the pieces of the building falling apart over the man on the street. The man was not as lucky, but Dumbledore, at least, was lucky enough to avoid the debris. Still, their ability to move around and adapt to difficult situations, to avoid capture, was almost astounding. These children were experts. However, the trap in their apartments that nearly defeat the wizards and at the same time destroyed most evidence of their presence, it was only a temporary remedy. Dumbledore was eager to find out what they would do next. In any case, he found that their target was in a nearby building. Tam had spotted the girl on the roof. This new low cation was much fancier with these elevators, which was very convenient, as Alistair did not look like he was up to the challenge of running 12 flights of stairs. "Wait, sirs," a man said, perhaps around 17. "We'll have to check for identification." "Oh, here," Tam said, handing him his driver's license. This man smelled like a living, breathing fountain pen. Probably a desk clerk who decided to leave his seat and his precious bottle of ink to inspect the 2 robe-wearing foreigners. "And these 2 are from Europe. They left their identification in their hotel room here. We're coming back for it, though." "Oh, in that case, go ahead," the man said with a rather blank-looking smile. "The 2 elevators over there are down, but the one in the middle should be fine. Have a nice day." Tam quickly led Albus and Alistair into the elevator and frantically pressed the button inside. I suppose mashing the buttons isn't going to help speed the process up," he said with a shrug, "but it does make me feel a bit better." Irritated by the slow pace that they were rising, Alistair waved his wand to increase the speed of the elevator. But nothing happened. He tried it again, 3 more times, and 3 more failures. Alistair and Tam realized that magic was now useless and the younger man began to panic slightly. "We're playing right into their hands," Dumbledore mused. "There's nothing we can do but plot and wait for the ride to finish." Single quote. Eventually, they reached the top floor where the alleged attacker had ran to, but Dumbledore found a rather shocking scene before them as they ran out of the elevator. The blonde woman that they had been following was now fighting alongside a blonde man, attempting to defend themselves against a familiar-looking man with long hair and pale eyes. The wizards moved discreetly out of the elevator but stayed out of sight, watching the scene unfold from the sidelines. "Gomen Nasai," they heard the blonde woman cry out desperately. "She's the one we're following," Dumbledore identified in a low voice. "That's Ino," Tam whispered. Alistair nodded. That was the only Japanese phrase he knew anyway. She said, "I'm sorry. That's Naruto and that's Neji." Naruto shouted something at Neji as well. "This is wrong," Tam translated. "Don't do this." Quote, "It can't be helped. It must be done," Tam said. He paused. Quote, "Albus, I don't like the sound of this." "Holy she." Moody cut Tam off the quickest way he could by hitting the horrified man right in the face. "He shot her," Tam whispered, pale and surprised, absently rubbing his nose, which was bleeding from when Moody had struck him. "Ino," Naruto shouted. Neji said something in a low voice. "I think he said, I'm done, Tam said weakly, stunned by the sudden death. Naruto, looking visibly shaken, stared at Neji, who spoke in Japanese again. Your actions will be overlooked if you return with us peacefully, Tam said. Neji turned around towards the elevator that the wizards had been in just before. Dumbledore checked the tracking spell to see if the girl survived. There was no trace. I do believe, Dumbledore said slowly, that the girl is now deceased. He spotted the blonde girl sprawled out on the ground, a puddle of blood already finished pooling out beneath her still body. The man whom they had encountered earlier on the ground floor Aproak had the body and pressed 2 fingers on Ino's neck. He immediately began shouting loudly. He's saying she's dead, Tam said, dull with shock. Ino's dead. I didn't think they would defeat their own Frian. That sound, Alistair said suddenly. Sirens on the road were already approaching. The man down below looked up towards the roof where Ino had fallen from, and Dumbledore, Alistair, and Tam immediately withdrew their heads from the edge of the building. You're right, Dumbledore said. He waved his wand at the now useless hairpin. Portus, we'll return to our own rooms and meet with Horace. Tam, thank you for your help. We'll drop you off at the inn as well. After that, I will make another portkey so that Horace, Alistair, and I will return to Hogwarts. And then you, Alistair, may flow home. Right, Alistair said gruffly. Tam grabbed a small corner of the pin, and then Alistair did himself. They disappeared and retreated from the scene of the crime. Flashback-ish. Articles A.Y. Year ago issued by the Daily Prophet, June 1996. Death Eater attack on Amesbury. Suspected giant involvement. On May 30, 1996, a devastating attack led by you-know-who and his Death Eaters took place in the entire West Country. Stonehenge has been torn apart and shows obvious signs of giant involvement. With these recent turn of events, fear is being struck in the hearts of all residents of Britain. There have been only 80 survivors in total, 10 of them Muggle tourists and the rest wizardkind. Obliviators and Medi-Wizards were on the scene in moments to heal and obliviate victims. It was Arnold Peacegood, the head of Obliviation headquarters, who claims that, with the torn victims mourning over lost companions, this has been one of the worst cases yet in terms of casualties. More information concerning this tragedy will be continued on page B4. Deceased. Amelia Bones, 48, head of the Law of Magical Law Enforcement. Defeat by Avada Kedavra. Possibly by he who must not be named himself. Body found by Muggles and described in life as middle-aged woman who lived alone. Igor Karkaroff, 57, former headmaster of Durmstrang Institute. Remains were found in abandoned shack. Cause of death unknown. Body found in small burnt scraps. Emmeline Vance, 65, or body found at number 10 Downing Street, London. Randolph Ollivander, 84, professional wandmaker. Disappeared in early June, now presumed dead. No signs of a struggle. His wife, only member left of family, disappeared as well. Florian Fortescue, 24, owner of Ice Cream Parlor, expert on medieval wizardry, and descendant of a former headmaster of Hogwarts. Disappeared on June 2, presumed dead. List continues on page A3. Chong family reunited. After days of searching for survivors, Logan Chong finally found his dog Chair Cho after the devastating giant assault on the West Country. Comatose, but alive, Miss Chong has been relocated to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Miriam Strout, healer in charge of the Cho Chong ward, says there is a high possibility that she will come out of her coma without memories but otherwise completely fine. Other healers, on the other hand, suspect possible damage to the brain or permanent injuries. It seems now though that if or when she wakes up, her mind may be clear of all memories or just plain damaged. Nevertheless, the chances of survival for Miss Chong looks good and all members of her family are glad to say that they look forward to seeing their daughter up and running in another Quidditch game. Dark 672, short but to the point. Thanks for the review. Celtic Pride. Hey, you're on the FFWD forum too. If you have any questions, you could always ask it in a review. Or on the Fanfiction Writer's Den, since it's been only so rarely yet spontaneously active lately. Peter Kim. Heck yeah. Blade 75. Only almost as good, lol. Thanks for reviewing. And you're right. About the first part, anyway. I didn't specify who in the Akatsuki exactly were sent except for a few. You're right about the first two, at least. Crap, I just realized I made a mistake earlier that can't be fixed. Gah, oh well, thanks for the luck I borrowed from you for the finals. NGTH, well, it's not exactly on hiatus. Just stuck on a 15-meter tall writer's block. Meh, as for what I am, I can't really tell you whether you're right or wrong here. Oh well, part of Fast's review. Hey, I liked this, but I found a really minor problem. Your physics was off. If you throw something straight up from your car WJILE going, the object will have the same forward velocity as you do, and if you neglect air resistance, will land right back where it was thrown from. Besides that, I liked it. It's just that Deidara's arm and the train did not share the same inertia. Therefore the train continued to move and Deidara's arm did not. Perhaps if Deidara had been in motion, moving as fast as the train and in the same direction, it would have moved with the train. Thanks for the review and for pointing out my physics-impaired mistake. Just so you know, I'm copying and pasting this review and response in the next chapter, by the way. Merry Christmas Eve, my thinking corner. I don't really like Cho Chong. I was sad to bring her back to life. Meh. Anyway, I forgot to mention this earlier, but Cho Chong doesn't exist in Harry's 6th year. Well, not that she doesn't exist. But she's not there. Earlier that year, she had been caught up in the giant attack and disappeared. I meant to mention that in earlier chapters and couldn't really figure out where to put it, so voila. I stick it here with a bunch of other random articles, all made up for the sake of taking up space. Plus, I couldn't figure out where to put the other little tidbits of information stuck in there. Oh, and, aside from that one bit, I've been trying to keep it as canon as possible. Lee Tam is completely made up, but in J.K. Rowling's notes, they mention a Lee Soo in Harry's year. I think it was Harry's year. Well, that person existed sometime during Harry's stay at Hogwarts. I know that for sure. Anyway, I just tweaked things a bit so that Cho and Soo are cousins, and Soo and Tam OC are siblings. Did anyone else ever catch that Fortescue thing? I mean, in the book, they mentioned a past headmaster whose name was Fortescue. And then this guy gets dragged off by Death Eaters later. Anyone else puzzled by this? I've scoured the internet, and found that only a few people have bothered even commenting on it. My personal theory, warning, not a serious theory, is that the Death Eaters wanted it so that after they took over the world, they could have free ice cream at the newly named Florine Fortescue's Death Eater ice cream parlor. Yeah, just kidding, but seriously. Fortescue the ice cream guy, and Fortescue the dead headmaster portrait on Dumbledore's wall of dead headmaster portraits. Does anyone think this coincidence is a bit odd? Yeah, it's probably just a coincidence. I think I've been working pretty hard lately. I'm still trying update constantly before school restarts and stay about 2 chapters ahead of the public. By the way, I am aware that all of the elevators were spelled wrong. Anyway, Merry Christmas Eve for some, to everyone reading this. And everyone not reading this too even. Though it doesn't LLY matter because you're not reading this. And I realize now that this was politically incorrect, as well as almost every single review reply I sent out. Happy holidays. Chapter 05. The Master Plan. Pointless. Ino stared at the blonde figure on the ground. It was just unbelievable. No person could survive a fall like that. Not without some serious healing from a pack of experienced medic nins. With the speed that the skull had hit the ground, Ino wondered vaguely who was going to clean up all the blood. The splattered blood was soaked up in the blonde hair. Small bits of hair lay on the ground around the body as well. The clothes were all stained. Limbs were bent at odd angles. The skull was definitely cracked open. The half-lidded eyes were a clear crystal blue. Watching from far above the body formed in her own image, Ino watched people gather down below, most of them sickened by the sight of all the blood. It couldn't be her own body. It wasn't. Do you think it was our fault? She heard Tam ask. Nah, but we ought to leave, she said slowly. Earlier, Ino was screamed at the top of her lungs as she beat Shikamaru senseless. Ah, you, she shrieked, enraged. I hate you. I can't believe you, me, can I? Cut. Eeah. She continued to beat him upside the head. Ow, ow, ow. How troublesome, he muttered, covering his head with his arms and crouching slightly. You are no longer making sense. Ino stopped mauling him for a moment to observe the damage her own boyfriend had inflicted upon her heavenly perfection. 3 inches. 3 whole inches. You didn't even cut my hair straight. She cried out in despair, collapsing to the ground and pounding the floor with her fists, the very image of a child having a tantrum. Ino, you have, like, almost 3 feet of hair to spare, he said. Yes, well my hair is layered. Layered. I'll have to cut my hair and do measurements and. Ino dramatically broke down, sobbing into her hands. Look, Hiba said impatiently. Neji didn't cry when we trimmed his hair. Right. Neji glared darkly at the Inuzuka for bringing that incident 2 years ago up. Well, your hair is still longer than his. Naruto said to Ino. Not anymore, she said angrily. She now had hair the same length as a guy's. No freaking way. Look, every second spent arguing is a second wasted, Shikamaru said. Brushing her tantrum off, he took a few strands that he had stolen from her and sprinkled it across the room. What are you doing? Ino said sulkily, watching Shikamaru leave a few strands here and there. I'm thinking that this might throw them off and buy us at least a little bit of time, Shikamaru said. The wizards may be following us through our chakra signatures. Or you're just following anything containing our DNA. Or, perhaps, somehow a mix of both. I think I know a way we can throw them off for good. This actually defeat 2 birds with 1 kunai. Here's what you guys are going to do. Shikamaru shared his plans with the others. Once he had finished, Neji left the room first. He pulled out one of Tenten's handmade explosion tags and hung it on the wall on the way out. Sakura took a deep breath, feeling nervous with the task given to her. Still, she nodded and accepted the duty Shikamaru assigned to her. Naruto groaned upon hearing his part of the mission. Why did he always get the worst roles? Naruto and Ino ran past the grungy man on the street. They're seconds away from turning into the parking lot. Neji. You. Thanks, Naruto said, fighting back a grin. Nice look, by the way, Ino said cheerfully as they left. Whatever, Neji the grungy homeless man muttered, moving so that the headset was completely covered by his head, hair, and hat. Just moments later, Tam and the 2 wizards came running past them and into the rooms, which had now been emptied. It took a painfully long time for all of them to make it up the stairs. Surprisingly enough, it was the old man leading them. He moved slowly. The other man had a peg leg. Tam didn't seem to be able to use magic. The old man was probably Dumbledore, using what appeared to be Ino's hairpin to lead them to their apartment. Neji informed the others of this in the microphone. It would have been easier to just steal the hairpin and be done with it, but it wasn't part of the plan. Shikamaru rarely allowed them to go off on their own while alone. In any case, the wizards were taking a painfully long time. Still, Neji was perfectly content with lying on the ground as he waited for the perfect moment to activate one of Tenten's old explosion tags that she had left behind. But they were starting to go through her stuff. Neji sat up abruptly. That darn old man was taking her hit. He felt something burning in his chest. Sure, this wasn't completely the perfect opportunity, but he had left her belongings there to be destroyed. He didn't want anyone taking her things away. It felt disrespectful, allowing the wizards to steal from the dead. His eyes almost twitching from anger, he activated the tag from the little notebook, where all weapons and tags were stored inside. Less than 2 minutes. All they had to do was wait for just a second. Go ahead and collect her things, Neji thought snidely to himself. Single quote. You won't leave with it. Single quote. Suddenly, the explosion tag above them went off, and chunks of the building began to fall from the sky. Neji, shirking the dirty blanket and hat, jumped out of the way as a piece landed where he had previously been lying just moments ago. Now that the debris blocked him from the sight of the wizards, he began to run in the same direction Naruto and Ino had gone earlier. However, as Neji ran away, he noticed the peg leg. Jeed man's mutated eye following his movement. Neji used the group's unnamed and unofficial, notice me not, technique and ran faster. Neji reached the rooftop and found Naruto and Ino already there. Ino stood by the edge of the roof, waiting for the wizards to arrive. "I see them," she said in a low voice. "And, yep, they see me." They watched as the wizards ran inside the building. Once they were inside, Sai would help buy a few seconds of spare time, just in case those above were lacking in it. According to Shikamaru's plan, Ino was to take her position, which would be vital for her later mission. Only after the wizards had gone inside the building. That way, they wouldn't see where she would be next. Ino walked back slightly from the edge of the building, but suddenly spun around and ran for open air. She wasn't ordinarily used to most of the physical actions and tended to close her eyes when scared. Forcing herself to keep her eyes open, Ino jumped off the side of the building. This was taking a big chance. If someone were to see some woman jumping from one building, crossing over the street 12 stories below, and land far away on the roof of the building across street, then, well, oh well. Odds were that no one would believe their own eyes anyway. But the less people who spotted Ino, the better. Ino gave Naruto and Neji a thumbs up sign and then ducked down, directly across from them but completely hidden, except for a barely visible blonde head peeking over the top of the ledge. "The wizards are approaching," Neji said. "Only a few floors away." Naruto created a cage bunchen who took its position next between Neji and Ino. He used the henge and became a perfect copy of Ino, and he made sure, by adding a dozen more layers, that the illusion would last a little bit longer in preparation of the number of hits he was going to be taking. Neji pulled out Tenten's weapon book again and pulled out one of the smaller guns. He tucked it under his shirt and waited for the wizard's arrival, in which the shinobi would then pretend that they didn't notice presence of the wizards. "Now," Neji shouted. The elevator doors opened. Ino, on the other side of the street, squinted slightly, waiting for the wizards to finish moving around and watching for the perfect chance to take over. "I'm sorry," Naruto in Ino's form cried out in a desperate voice. Did she really sound that whiny? "This is wrong." The cage bunchen Naruto shouted. Ino watched Tam, Dumbledore, and the man with the strange eye settle down in a spot, probably thinking they were completely hidden from sight. Taking aim, she fired. Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch technique. "Don't do this." The cage bunchen continued. "It cannot be helped," Neji said coldly, playing the role of the indifferent killer perfectly. "It must be done." He pulled out a gun and, with only a brief moment of hesitation, he shot the real Naruto in the center of the chest. No matter how prepared Naruto was for this, the impact of the bullet always destroyed his concentration. His eyes widened, changing from Ino's teal eyes to his own crystal blue hue. Nevertheless, he poured all of his efforts into maintaining the length of his hair, the color and style of his clothing, and the shape of his body. Naruto, Ino and Neji's eyes met for a brief second. Neji kept his expression blank, showing no sign of alarm, to reassure Naruto that he still looked almost exactly like Ino. Once he was sure of his appearance, Naruto allowed himself to stumble backwards and fall off of the side of the building. As he fell, he strengthened the illusion one more time and prayed that the henge would not shatter. He could not afford to lose his consciousness. He could not afford to allow his illusion to break, despite the pain that would probably rack his body and concentration once his head made impact with the concrete. His friends were safe, he thought to himself as he struggled to maintain consciousness for just a little longer. Everything was going to be fine. Neji tensed slightly, hearing the sickening crack and thud on the concrete below. Much to his disgust, a shinobi's sensitive ears could pick up the sound of cracked bones even at this distance. He turned around to face Naruto's cage bunchen and silently let out a deep sigh of relief. Still, he couldn't help but feel concerned. If Naruto had completely lost consciousness when he hit the sidewalk, then he would have lost contact with all the techniques that he had been supporting with his chakra, the cage bunchen on the roof and the illusio N of Ino's body down below on the sidewalk, all of which were vital for their escape. Of course, he was also definitely in devastating pain at the moment. Almost directly behind him, Neji spotted Ino. They had decided earlier on that she would possess the one with the misfit eye. Neji had told them that the old man was the one leading them. He seemed to have the most powerful magic. If Ino possessed him, then she would also have to read his memory at the same time to find out how to use the spells. If she possessed Tam, Then there was a chance that Dumbledore and the man would leave without him. And then she might as well have to return to her body. And then her mission would remain incomplete. Ino. The Cage Bunshin shouted to Naruto. Ino. I'm done, Neji said in a low voice. Naruto. Yo. Your actions against us will be overlooked if you return to us peacefully. The Cage Bunshin looked rather shaky. Neji spun around quickly but walked slowly. He did not want to leave the Cage Bunshin behind, after all. With Naruto probably less than even half conscious below them, there was still a chance that he would completely fall unconscious. The Cage Bunshin paused, his solid appearance flickering slightly. Realizing the risk they took by walking too slowly, Neji quickly grabbed the shadow clone by the wrist and pulled him inside the elevator, and none too quickly, because almost just as the doors closed, Naruto's Cage Bunshin completely disappeared, which meant that the real Naruto, on the sidewalk down below, was unconscious. Probably, hopefully, Bunshins, no matter what style, ways disappeared when the original was unconscious. Are dead. Neji silently prayed to his ancestors that the idiot hadn't died. He was too used to the blonde's presence to let him go so easily. Finally reaching the bottom floor, Neji resisted the urge to run out and check to see if Naruto was alright. If those wizards above happened to look down as Neji was checking for Ino's pulse, they might consider it suspicious that he was checking for the well-being of someone he was trying to defeat. Plus, they might notice that Naruto, the Cage Bunshin, had mysteriously disappeared. No, it would be best for them both to mysteriously disappear. There would be fewer questions for the wizards to come up with. Not, where did one go? Or, why did he leave? But more like, where are the both of them now? Neji casted a henge, becoming a stout officer with short cropped hair and a notepad. He met eyes with familiar man in the hotel uniform and maintained eye contact longer than any normal civilian would have. As if they were briefly trading information. Neji covered his eyes with a pair of sunglasses he had discreetly grabbed from a nearby coffee table and used his Byakugan to look at the information Sai had written on his arm under his sleeve. He removed the sunglasses, tossing them aside, and looked at Sai again, as if to make sure. He didn't want to feel sweet relief if he was just going to be disappointed by fate once again. Sai nodded subtly, and Neji let out a silent sigh of relief. Naruto was still alive, and, oddly enough, still disguised as Ino. He all right? Neji asked the medic in a low voice so that no one else could hear him. He's alive, Kiba confirmed cheerfully, his voice easily muffled by the face mask. Sakura loosened the regeneration seal the moment she saw Naruto falling from the building. Quote, Neji glanced at the pink-haired girl hidden from view inside the ambulance. She gave him a thumbs up. Kiba and his own Cage Bunshin helped load the body up into the vehicle, a van that Kiba helped hijack earlier. It was a good fake. The genjutsu that Sakura and Shikamaru had casted over the van made it look like a genuine emergency vehicle. Making sure that nobody saw, Neji climbed into the ambulance with the Kibas and Naruto, climbing into the front seat and taking a seat next to Shikamaru. Sakura shook her head. No matter how many times I see it, it still never ceases to amaze me. She said, nervously pulling up her sleeves and placing her hands over his head. Like these that seemed to scare Sakura the most. Times when Naruto would make dangerous, life-risking stunts performed for the sakes of his friends. She and Naruto were all that were left of the original Team 7. For all she knew, Kakashi could have died while they were gone. I'm sure the skull was shattered when he made impact, she said in a shaky voice. She winced at how pathetic she sounded and changed her tone to sound a bit more steadier, if not forced. It's already reforming. Of course, a bit of extra healing could help. There's still always a possibility that he could suffer permanent damage. Or he might even die. The bullet is still lodged in his chest, Neji informed them. Pulling away from the hotel. I'll remove that once I'm finished with his head. I'm always scared that a piece of the skull might stay lodged in the brain and end up defeat him or leaving him with damage to the brain or something. He's not completely infallible. Kiba, I'm going to be exhausted when I'm done healing him. You take out the buell. You're trusting him, Shikamaru said derisively. No way. He clambered into the back seats with them. I'll use my shadow threads to take it out. They're a lot thinner than Kiba's kunai and steadier than his hands. Fine then. Don't trust me with Naruto's life. Kiba grumbled, though he wasn't too hurt at all. He knew his kunai lacked a shadow thread's fine accuracy anyway. He didn't even trust himself to save Naruto. He dispelled his kage bunshin. Akamaru's retrieving Ino right now. We'll go 50 meters past the park, dispel the genjutsu, go back as a van, and pick Ino, Akamaru, and Sai up. How? They heard Naruto hiss softly. How what? Sakura asked gently, pausing in her healing for a moment just to hear him speak. She held her ear close to his mouth. He whispered something in her ear. Sakura rolled her eyes, and resisted the urge to smack the boy upside the head. If she had done so, she would have probably ended up with a bloody hand and a body that would take even longer to heal. Neji took his eyes off the road and turned his head towards the four in the back. What did he say? He asked Sakura, but Neji sighed and stared straight forward as Kiba clambered into the passenger side of the car. So what did Naruto say? The Hyuga asked them. It was a stupid joke, she said, continuing to heal Naruto's skull. Don't swerve, please, Shikamaru said absently, focusing completely on Naruto's bloody chest. Right, Neji muttered. Anyway, he pretty much said, how about we just leave Sai behind? Sakura said, shaking her head. Honestly, he shouldn't waste his energy speaking like that. Why are that, Naruto? Don't talk. Sakura, Kiba said, looking at them through the mirror with a weak smile. He's unconscious again. Oh, right. Anyway, I'm just worried that any SS movement while he's healing would screw up his anatomy or something. Hey, it's all right, Kiba said as Neji started passing under a tunnel. And we can go back now. Shikamaru and Sakura looked up. Oh, yeah, Kai. Quote. They both released their illusions and the genjutsu disappeared. The ambulance became a normal van. Neji made a U-turn and began heading back to the hotel. But still, every time we use Naruto to fake our deaths, I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack, Sakura complained. Hey, Neji said, changing the topic. He didn't want her jinxing their luck or anything. CE Naruto's unconscious and the henge is still working. I suppose that means that Sai reinforced it when he took Naruto's pulse. Yeah, Kiba said. Good thing he's so plain. No one ever remembers his face in a crowd. Later, they arrived on the scene to find Sai waiting for them, sitting on a bench next to Akamaru, with Ino sleeping peacefully on his shoulder like a couple who had decided to spend the evening watching the sunset. It took you long enough, Sai said, still smiling. Everyone glared at him as they opened the back doors for the three. Shut up. Ino felt rather dizzy, not used to this new body. The peg leg put her off balance. The man was really in need of new measurements. This leg was much too short for him. And the eye, one was zoomed in on the body, and the other was perfectly normal. The double vision gave her a headache. She closed the real eye and watched her friends drive away in their ambulance. Portus, the man Ino knew to be Albus Dumbledore said. He had waved his wand over Ino's hairpin. That's what they used to track them down. A simple hairpin. We'll return to our own rooms and meet with Horace. Tam, thank you for your help. We'll drop you off at the inn as well. After that, I will make another portkey so that Horace, Alistair, and I will return to Hogwarts. And then you, Alistair, may flow home. Right, Ino said tersely, keepin' her words as brief as possible in hopes that no one would notice that Alistair had gained a Japanese accent during the short time he had spent in Toyohashi. Ino watched Tam grab a small corner of the pin and followed his example. With a sickening feeling in the pit of her stomach, she suddenly found herself at a place near Tam's tea house. Dumbledore gave the hairpin one last spell and they ended up at Hogwarts once again. Ino wavered slightly, feeling like she was going to be sick. I'm not sure if I'm up to the ride home, Alistair said hesitantly. It was true. Plus, she didn't know how the heck she was supposed to flew herself home. That didn't make any sense logically or even grammatically. That's quite all right, Dumbledore said, giving her a knowing smile. She didn't like that twinkle in his eye. I know how much you dislike portkeys. Severus, Mr. Malfoy. Hello. Ino paused. Standing next to the dark-looking man was their client himself. Severus immediately became very wary and pointed his wand at Ino. She froze. Dumbledore, this person is not Mad-Eye Moody, he said. Uh-oh. Caught already, She seemed to be having bad luck when it came to this. Mad-Eye Moody does not know occlumency. A clue wa. Ino instantly regretted these words and covered her mouth with her currently gnarled hands. Severus, please calm down, Dumbledore said. Ino chose that omen to transfer her mind into Severus's. Or, at least, she tried to. It felt like running into a brick wall. Already unbalanced on the peg leg and now dazed by this mental barrier, Ino stumbled and fell to the floor. Curse this damned man and his damned leg. Mad-Eye Moody, Severus said in a slow voice as he raised his wand, is not a legilimens either. Severus, Dumbledore said sharply, stoop. Don't. From the ground, Ino grabbed onto Malfoy's ankle and made a quick transfer. Fy. Do that. And just as Alistair Mad-Eye Moody regained his consciousness, he lost it once again. Ino, Malfoy kicked the now unconscious man's hand off her foot. Are you all right, Draco? Severus asked Ino. She thought back to when she first met Draco, as a client, and struggled to remember his clipped, curt voice. I hardly am, she said, mimicking his tone of voice from memory. That madman gave me quite a shock. But I'll live. Severus seemed to be fooled by her voice. Thank the gods she w. As great at mimicking the accents she had seen when she was watching the foreign television. She was the group expert at making phony accents. Particularly the French, but the British were a close second. Ino paused to think. It seemed that she was safe for now, but she had no radio on her, thus no way of contacting her companions. And even if she did have the radios, it probably would start malfunctioning again. Shikamaru mentioned something about how wizards usually used messenger birds, similar to shinobi. Thinking about the leaf, Ino forgot to suppress her frown. Is something wrong, Draco? Severus asked. No, Ino said. Nothing. Severus looked rather annoyed at that. Well then go. You were going to write a letter to your mother, were you not? Oh, yeah, Ino said. Right. She nodded curtly and left the room, shutting the door tight before running. That incident with Alistair had been close. Heading outside, she briefly glanced throughout the area. Students all around were there glaring at her or watching suspiciously. Anyway, she spotted a tower covered in bird poop and assumed correctly that it was where the wizards kept the birds. Unlike back in Konoha, instead of the hawks they usually kept. This roost was full of owls of all kinds. Apparently, very well-trained owls. One seemed to have immediately recognized Ino's current host and flew down to her. The huge owl landed on a post and looked at her regally with one foot raised in the air, as if waiting for her command. At Hogwarts. Found a Kui. Name. Draco Malfoy. In body right now. Will complete job once way back secure. Loves and kisses. Kokura. She folded the letter and paused, not sure how exactly to give it to the owl. Back in Konoha, the birds had a special holster for letters. The message writ, N for the hawks was written on a scroll small enough for the hawk to carry without impeding its flight. She watched the four people in the Ollery with her, waiting for them to send their message so she could find out how to tie it to the bird. While doing so, she caught small snippets of their conversation. Find it strange that nobody seems to remember the intruders, the bushy-haired girl said. Not even me, the second girl said. And then Dumbledore goes to the World Cup preliminaries the very same week. Sounds suspicious to me, a red-haired boy said. Ino suddenly recognized two of the four. The two redheads were the ones that they had caught on their mission here. Hey, a black-haired boy said. Malfoy. Ino, recognizing her host's name, looked at him straight in the eyes. Yes, she said. They looked rather suspicious of her already. Did she screw up already? What are you listening in on us for? I'm not listening in on you, she said. What are you doing? Writing a letter. Well, obviously, the red-haired girl said, glaring at him slightly. To who? My mother, Ino said. They still looked at Draco with suspicious eyes. Why are you telling us this? Because you asked. Yeah, why aren't you insulting us? Should I? She paused. You guys are all idiots. I'm surprised you didn't slip in the owl crap and crack your head open on the way up. Here. They stared at Ino. Nothing about our family. Ino looked at the bushy-haired girl. Quote. Your mom. They all seemed to fall over. Ino took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. Okay, she said sharply. I'm just trying to write a letter here, so leave me alone. What's in the letter? The dark-haired boy said immediately. Nothing, Ino said. Let me see it, the redhead boy said. No, looking through letters is illegal, Ino said, glaring at them. Go away. Let us see the letter first. No, let us see it. No, let us see it. It's just a freaking letter. Ino shrieked at the top of her lungs. The very image of a girl having a mood swing in the body of a boy. Stop freaking bothering me about it. There's nothing special about it. Look, paper, paper. She waved it in their faces, knowing full well that they wouldn't be able to read the Japanese letters on there anyway. Ooh, that's amazing, isn't it? You idiots. I'm just trying to write a letter to my friend and get done with it, so get out and stop bothering me and... Quote. Somewhere in the middle of Ino's rant, the bushy-haired girl pulled her friends, and they all retreated from the owl roost. Ino sighed. She too. The envelope the four had dropped on the floor, took out their letter and stuck her own inside. She scratched out the Bill and soon-to-be Fleur Weasley. The burrow. So all these owls needed were a name and location, She wrote, Nara Shikamaru, Toyohashi, Japan, on it in kanji. To Japan please, Ino said to the owl. The owl looked rather disgruntled at the thought of having to fly all the way to Japan, but it left away anyway. She watched the owl flap away into the horizon and then took a deep breath. Now that she thought about it, her mission was going to end up being rather difficult. First, she'd have to find a person who deserved to take the fall for a harm. And then, she'd have to use their body to defeat Draco Malfoy. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said to the group as Harry dropped a memory into the pensieve for him. You have been a great deal of help recently. You're welcome, sir, Harry said respectfully. May I ask what's wrong with Malfoy? I'm afraid I cannot answer that, he said, shaking his head sadly, though I do have my suspicion that that person was not the Draco Malfoy we knew. Or, perhaps, not just him. In any case, you are dismissed. And it would be greatly appreciated if you did not mention this to anyone. For example, Professor Snape. Harry was surprised. Not even a member of the Order. Yes, sir, Harry said, leaving. Dumbledore sighed once the door was closed. He reviewed his memory of his earlier adventure, as well as Harry's memory of Draco's strange reaction. He had asked Harry to follow Draco, in suspicion of a stowaway of sorts. And it seemed that he was lucky enough to have found one. Dozens of questions went through Dumbledore's mind, the most prevalent being, how did they come by this world? And the most important being, would they be willing to work under a client whom they had just attempted to harm? They were young, but they capable being of formidable adversaries and valuable allies. By now, he was completely aware that he had been fooled. They had been exposed to magic only a few brief moments, yet these ingenious young minds had managed to fool the tracking spell with only little information to run on. They adapted almost immediately to their newest enemy, with a new weapon. If they were just a little bit better and more informed on the potential of magic, he could not miss this opportunity, for the sakes of the wizards, muggles, and even this group as well. The attempted murderers could be long gone by now, in another city or even, perhaps, another country. But Dumbledore was sure that one of them had managed to possess Moody and now Draco. He was completely unconcerned with this new person roaming around the school. The trespasser was for sure not one of Voldemort's underlings, as the Dark Lord seemed to have absolutely no connection with the Japanese, according to Severus. The trespasser also seemed to avoid fighting other students. Thus, the person in Draco Malfoy did not seem to be much of a threat. From the sparse information he had managed to collect over the past few days, Dumbledore was able to deduct that, though they were powerful as a group, each of them were lacking in some area. Or so, this was what Dumbledore was hoping. In any case, there was a slight possibility that this person was the very same girl who had controlled the minds of the students in the infirmary and made them fall asleep. It was a possibility. In that case, taking the few talents that he had seen from them so far, Dumbledore was able to deduce a bit more information about this person, at least. She seemed to have a gift when it came through affecting a person's minds. If there was any specialty she had, it would almost certainly be in the skills she most often used: infiltration and espionage. And Severus's attack on the spy while damaging to his plans to corner her was actually a bit helpful in picking apart this person's mind-infiltrating technique. It was somewhat similar to legilimency, and the user had developed a natural form of occlumency, presumably from the previously. And thinking back on Severus's lack of finesse, Dumbledore was glad that the professor had not found some of this information. In any case, the similarities between the spy's technique and legilimency linked that technique to the Imperious Curse as well. The technique actually seemed to be a mix of both spells. Dumbledore smiled, waving his wand and summoning a pot of tea. He had just the thing to prevent the spy from doing any damage at all. Once finished with his preparations, Dumbledore moved on to look at Harry's memory of the encounter at the Ollery. He was quite pleased to find that the person inside Draco Malfoy's body had waved the letter out, probably confident that Harry, Ginny, Hermione, and Ron would be unable to read the letter, which was written in a different language. And even if they could read it, it would be, after all, impossible for them to read something moving so quickly. And the spy was right. None of those four knew any Japanese. And you couldn't just read something moving so quickly in real life. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was rather fluent in the Eastern language. And he was able to slow down all movement in the pensieve. Slow enough to read the name on the letter and make out the name that the stranger had originally scratched out on the parchment. Dumbledore smiled, pulling his mind out of the pensieve. Naruto woke up a day after he had faked Ino's death with the headache the size of Japan itself. "Oh, crap," he muttered, rolling over, feeling as if he needed to puke. Fortunately, he had nothing to eat for almost a day now, and there was little left to be regurgitated, aside from a bit of acid. "Careful," Kiba said in a low voice. "We just spent a lot of our chakra reserves healing you." "Yeah," Sakura said blearily. She wondered vaguely how on earth she of all people could have felt tired. She used none of her own energy and ended up having everyone else's energy running through her to Naruto. How could she feel so exhausted, with all that chakra that had been running through her? Because a person suffering from chakra depletion gave the exact same symptoms as a person suffering from a hangover. "Food," Sai called out, carrying large grocery bags and climbing into the van. It was a simple matter for them, casting Genjutsu over the cashier so that they wouldn't have to pay a thing. "In addition to our food notes, I got dumplings, beef jerky, chips, chicken, and some shrimp." He tossed Kiba his jerky. "Awesome," Kiba said, snatching the beef jerky. He tore open the back and split it between himself and Akamaru, chewing contentedly and practically purring. "Or whatever it was that dogs do." "Sigh," Sakura said slowly. "Over half the stuff we've got to cook. And we don't have a stove." "Oops, my mistake," Sai said idly. "Though I suppose if we were ninjas, this wouldn't be a problem now, would it?" They were on the outskirts of town, camping outside. Sai and Shikamaru, being the only ones with enough energy to at least move, made a small fire and boiled water. He opened the backpack that held all equipment, weapons, cooking utensils, and all, and rummaged around inside the bags. After flipping through several pages of summoning runes, he finally found some of the things he needed: pans, portable stoves, batteries, and other junk that he never would have even considered while in Konoha. He pulled out some of the snack books, and tossed some of the contents at the others. "Sigh," Sakura said tiredly, though she easily caught the plastic bag in midair. "Not these. Please, not these." "What is it?" Naruto said, sharply trying to sit up when he realized he just wasn't healed up enough to make any sudden movements. Oh snap. He leaned back down. Whether it was because of the pain in his back or the fear of Sai's infamous snack, Naruto passed out. Kiba and Akamaru whimpered in fear of Sai's homemade onigiri. Over the months in which each of them had to learn how to cook and follow schedules, everyone came to understand that Sai was the caviar made from scraps, peanut butter, domestic escargot. The others were However, relieved to find out that Sai had been in a serious enough mood when packing their food and water that he didn't even bother taking the oddball rice private parts. But free, Shikamaru stared at the clouds, feeling relaxed for the first time in ages. There was no need, for now, to worry about the future. There was no one to discover their identity, to find out that they weren't from anywhere in this world. As he pulled out a cigarette, he was interrupted in mid-thought by what first appeared to be a huge red flying piece of fire. Jerking upright and about to berate Sai for not keeping the fire controlled, he realized that it was a huge bird, the size of a peacock but the color of red, orange, and yellow. There was a note written on its leg, addressed to him. He stared suspiciously at the bird that seemed to appear out of nowhere. It stared right back with what seemed to be some sort of a, "What are you waiting for?" look on its face. Untying the string, Shikamaru cautiously opened the envelope and read its contents. Nara Shikamaru, Toyohashi, Japan. The friend you sent to Hogwarts has just sent a letter to you by owl. Estimating the time, I'd have to say you'll receive that letter in a week. Nevertheless, I'm writing to you to let you know this: you have not yet escaped. You are all extremely intelligent, I am aware. I suggest that you do not pass up this wonderful opportunity to find your place in the world. If you go to the Toyohashi airport, you may find a single plane ticket reserved for any one of you. The plane is destined to go to London, England. Once there, find Charing Cross Road and enter the Leaky Cauldron. Choose your negotiator wisely. You will be speaking directly to me. Of course, T.S. is only if you will accept the free ticket. I suggest you write the date of our appointment and give it to Fox. I'm fine at any time of the day. I have much time on my hands. All I ask is that you arrange a meeting between us before the month of August is over. However, I hope you won't schedule the appointment during that month. If you do, I have to wonder what you're so busy doing at this moment. Albus Dumbledore. P.S. I suggest you not let this opportunity pass you up. This is the perfect opportunity to find your way home. Shikamaru paused. They had gone through all that crap, and they were still found. He took a deep breath and massaged his temples. It seemed that the pain that Naruto had gone through had been completely pointless. After a moment, he took out a pen and wrote on the back of the letter. Albus Dumbledore, Hogwarts. My companion will remain safe. If you harm her, I suggest you run fast and lay low, because we will not stop coming after you until you die. While I thank you for your measure of goodwill, I would rather preserve the little pride I have left and pay for my own ticket to England. Thank you for the offer, though. Our meeting will take place in over a week from now. I'm thinking June 2nd, 1997 at noon. And I am perfectly aware that you know just how busy our schedule is. Now that you wizards put us both out of our homes and out of our jobs. And I am sure you are aware that, as a result, we have nothing to occupy our times with. Nara Shikamaru. After signing his name at the bottom of the note, Shikamaru folded the letter and tied it to the bird who he assumed was Fox. What is it? Sakura asked Shikamaru sleepily. We've been found, he said. While we had been able to dodge one method of tracking, it seems that they have another. They abandoned tracking us by the connection between Ino and her hairpin and adopted a new technique to locate us. One that only requires knowledge of our names. I was the only person named here in this letter. But I'm sure that Dumbledore will later go back to Tam and get the rest of our names. What? Everyone shouted, jumping to their feet, and most of them realizing this was a bad idea as they staggered to the side, nursing their hangovers. But that's not what really hurt. All the planning Shikamaru and Sakura had brainstormed prior to Naruto's fall and the pains they had gone through to escape being captured by wizards and government authorities completely useless. Yes, I'm going to deal with it myself though. I'm meeting Albus Dumbledore in England, Shikamaru said. Hopefully as a negotiator. You can't be serious, Kiba said. Akamaru whined. I am. But I'm not going alone. I'll be leaving on July 30th, and I'm not going alone. Which one of us going with you? Neji said. All of you guys. Naruto should have healed by then, and we should at least have a decent amount of chakra recovered. We're all leaving for London. And a warning in advance. Don't leave anything behind. I suspect that we won't be coming back. My thinking corner. Muahahaha. Sorry for writing Dumbledore a bit funny, but I'm not making him evil or anything. And to those convinced, I'm going to go having the shinobi godmodding around. Defeat Voldemort, Dumbledore, Harry and friends, Malfoy and stooges, and everyone else in the Harry Potter book. I'm going to have to say what I said in my profile under Missy. On's in progress, and then Naruto goes to Hogwarts. To tell you all the truth, I'm rather disappointed by how sharp you guys are. I actually can't believe that more than one of you guys jumped to conclusions and got it right. Just like how I didn't plan for you guys to do. Cries. I guess this means I'll have to be a bit more subtle. A challenge. Nice. Harbringer lady. Chapter 6. Exchange. Ino wandered around Hogwarts, unsure of what exactly to do. She had memorized the floor plans already, though it was quite difficult for her to do so with the constantly moving stairs and the doors that were really walls in disguise or wouldn't open unless you tickled it or something. This place was crazy. Luckily, though, she wouldn't be staying here too long, since it seemed to be the last day of the school year. Or perhaps it was unlucky. She didn't know where she was supposed to go. Malfoy. Hey, Malfoy. Two large and bulky goon-like boys approached her. Yeah, she said to them, You're of whether these two huge and probably intimidating boys were friends or enemies, though they did sound friendly by unfriendly standards. It's almost dinner. Aren't you coming? Oh, she said, nodding. Sure. The boys walked behind her. Ino, for a moment, was almost scared that she wouldn't remember where the Great Hall was, but she remembered that, according to the map, it was on the ground floor and was impossible to miss. She walked into the Great Hall and glanced through the 600-odd students warily out of instinct. Students were seated by the colors of their ties, it seemed. She almost wished she had listened to Shikamaru's complete speech on the system of how students here functioned. Ino felt the slight stab of guilt at how unappreciative she sometimes was for Shikamaru. He and Sakura were constantly working on sorting information. They had pulled several all-nighters to translate the book that was over 1,000 pages and managed to do so in 14 days without decent rest. Even though Sakura herself was often a stickler for proper health, she seated herself at the end of the table, where she seemed to have the most room for her host's two friends. Geez, if these two were all the friends he had, then this boy was just pathetic. Ino thought through her mission. Maybe this wouldn't be as difficult as she thought it would be. Shikamaru said that he would have preferred that Ino defeat Malfoy. It would be much easier for her friends if she did. Of course, no one here seemed to be evil enough for her to consider able. Without anyone here to take the fall, she could always just as easily resort to her next option, to make Draco Malfoy ever forget that he had encountered Ino and her friends. It wasn't mind-wiping exactly. She wasn't erasing his memories. She wasn't removing them. All Ino's unnamed technique did was move the memory to the back of his mind, where he was less likely to think about the event ever again. Sometimes, she was efficient enough in removing all details of the memory, the person's mind would almost automatically confabulate it, creating a memory to fill in the blank. Of course, there was always the risk that the repressed memory would resurface. Sometimes one might get struck in the head and remember the event. The possessee, as Ino put it, might be forced. Removing one's memory was just as risk. Why is removing the problem itself the witness? The repression could always be reversed. A person who had his memory moved a second time was twice as likely to remember again, compared to when he had a memory moved only once. Mainly because she would then have to remove two memories, the original memory and the memory of remembering the memory. The more often she had to repress a memory, the more likely it was to resurface. But defeat him outright would raise questions. There had been several risks in which Ino had been forced to defeat the witness. It wouldn't be the first time if authorities had retraced the path of the victim all the way back to when the witness had first met them. It had taken several memory translocations on different people and careful treading while they had been investigated. Times like these made Ino glad that all the shinobi trapped in this world with her were rather talented when it came to creating genjutsu. Most, anyway. Okay, so Sakura was the only really skilled person when it came to making illusions, but that alone was enough, as well as Naruto and his cage bunchins. In any case, for Ino to remove the memory, she had to be in Draco's body, but in a different mode. First, she would have to quickly transfer her soul into another person's and just as quickly re-enter Draco's body in the form in which she could look through his mind. In other words, she would need to move quickly, flickering between bodies as quickly as possible to pull this trick off. In her first form, she was able to control his movements and put the host's mind to sleep. Of course, she was unable to do both at once. So then she'd probably have to enter the mind of one of his two friends once she was able to get one of them alone. And then, before he could react, she'd make her second entrance in her second mode. Of course, if she didn't want to risk leaving this body and missing her next targets, she'd have to either be very careful in her second type of transfer, or aim very carefully if her target was in motion. Ino was able to travel through the air very slowly. That was how she used to travel when she was younger. However, when she was older, her father taught her how to travel almost instantaneously. All she had to do was focus a large amount of chakra in her skin, preferably in her hands, and then send her spirit out via skin contact. Either way, she'd have to work carefully here. After erasing the memory, she'd go back to her body, as that would be the only way out of one's mind while she was in that mode. Gathering chakra in her hands, she saw's ally reached out for the wrist of the large boy on her right when. Ahem. Hi, Mr. Malfoy, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, the Supreme Mugwump said to her. You may want to step into my office before you eat. Okay, she said, getting up to follow him up a series of flights of stairs. Fizzing Whizbee, Dumbledore said to his statue. I haven't had the chance to gather the pieces down below to fix it. Dumbledore said sadly, putting a hand on some sort of invisible force that covered the hole in the window. It probably kept drafts, wind, and rain out of the hole from entering his office. The sun lit up the room. Ino could clearly see pictures of chatting portraits. Odd. Have a seat, Dumbledore said, moving behind his polished desk as he waved his wand. Ino nodded and sat down in the cushiony chair that Dumbledore had provided for her. Something to eat, Mr. Malfoy, he asked her. I thought you wanted to tell me before I had a bite to eat. She responded. Well, I'll have you know that the pumpkin juice is laced with a calming draft, he admitted gravely. I thought you might need it before I break the news to you. I know how you distrust potions. But I had Severus make it especially for you, so there's nothing to fear if it's poison that you wish to avoid. Ino couldn't really see any way out of it, so she hesitantly took the goblet and sipped it. So what is it that you wanted to tell me, sir? She asked him, feeling rather lightheaded. Lucius Malfoy has gone missing from Azkaban, and Narcissa has not been responding to any of the letters sent to her. And, he paused, his previously gentle, twinkly blue eyes hardening slightly as their glances met. I know who you really are. Odd, she really should be concerned at this point. You are not a wizard. Nor are you a muggle. You are a trespasser in Draco Malfoy's mind. And, by the way, that was no calming draft. It was a delicate potion mixed especially for someone like you, a truth serum and a special sedate for the mind. Though I guess you could almost say that it's calming, in a rather twisted way. You cannot move, am I correct? Ino realized suddenly that she was not unconcerned. It wasn't a calming draft or anything. Therefore, she was not calm. She was thoroughly panicking. But she couldn't move either. The truth serum part of the potion should have you telling the truth for a few minutes. And you will answer the questions that I ask of you. No, Ino was trained against that. She knew what to expect in interrogation. Prepared for the worst or not, this was a nightmare come true. I know how mindbenders work, Dumbledore said. This is how you trap a Yamanaka. Crap, he knew her name. You are Yamanaka Ino, he said simply. Tam told me, ... and he was reading her mind too. I am a Legilimens. I cannot read the mind as simply as I would a book, but your guess was right in the general direction. I understand what you're feeling and your basic thoughts and emotions and some flashes of your memory. Herbert Chorley is almost showing signs of recovery. The Imperious Curse is a curse that controls the mind and body of another living being. A wizard casts a spell over another person. The person will be aware of what he or she does while the spell is cast, but usually only slightly so. By taking this potion, the positions are reversed. Sort of. The mind of the person controlling the second will become only slightly lax, but he or she will lose control of the body. In this case, you the controller are actually currently sharing bodies with Draco Malfoy the controlled. Because of this, your mind is still present in his body but your control over it is slightly diminished. However, you are rather stubborn and will not relax and return Mr. Malfoy's body back to his control. But it doesn't matter. I have made contact with your friends. You will be used in my negotiation. I'm sorry, my dear, but the public is in danger. From what I have seen so far, you and your friends go all out for each other. All of your powers will be useful. I hope you will not hold a grudge. 11 days after the second wizard encounter and Ino's capture. July 1, 1997 Charing Crossroad. Shikamaru. A tired voice said into the headphones. He could hear Sakura yawning over on the other end. How much longer? Quote, not long, he said, feeling slightly regretful. They had been camping out for a little over a week, watching muggles and wizards alike, studying their every move. Shikamaru was determined not to make any more mistakes. 2 was already too many. And that was only this month. A little longer. Quote, you said that yesterday, Naruto claimed, yawning. And the day before that. And the day before that. Quote, yes they did. Well, not a look of suspicion anyway. Kiba said, joining in on the conversation. Girls are always giving me a second look. Mainly because they're wondering who taught this dog to stand on 2 legs, Sai said. Be quiet, nobody likes you, the Inuzuka said jokingly. Or half-jokingly anyway. It was hard for a person to naturally like Sai, considering how abrasive his personality if you could call it one was. Anything to report, Shikamaru said. No, Sai said. Nope, Naruto answered. There's nothing, Neji reported. I see a whole pack of cute girls passing by and I am doing my best to restrain myself. Kiba said. Oh, well if you're having a lot of trouble, then I guess I'll help out a little, Sakura said. Wait, it was a joke. They all heard Kiba yelp. Shikamaru sighed. It had been a long time since Ino had been captured. Or, they hoped she had been captured. There were worse things that could happen. It seemed their numbers were dwindling and, considering the few shinobi they had to spare, that was not a good thing. He had also made a few daring moves, allowing each one of them at one point or another appear in public at various times, with and without their genjutsu. Each time, no one had shown any sign of recognition to the shinobi, aside from one point in which a stranger had remarked on how Sakura's hair reminded them of some nymph or something. Said person, according to Neji, carried a wand in his pocket. Probably a wizard. Naruto, Sai, and Neji took turns taking shifts as they watched for suspicious movements, and when Shikamaru could, he joined Sakura and Kiba, who were watching as well, but with Ino's body. He frowned, looking at Naruto's group to the right and Sakura and Kiba to the left. They were all definitely getting tired. Tired shinobi made mistakes. He himself was also exhausted. And he knew this. He also knew that the silence between them in the radios was also making them feel self-conscious. Awkward. Distant. No, alone. Shikamaru silently calculated the probable costs and the amount of cash that they had left. Hopefully, the workers at the Leaky Cauldron wouldn't overcharge them like their previous landlord. I'm going in, the genius announced, stretching out his legs and crossing the street as he headed towards the Leaky Cauldron. You're going where? Naruto said sleepily. The Leaky Cauldron. I'll look around inside, reserve a room, and, when I get there, I'll open a window. You guys can come in through that way. Quote, you're giving us a break? Naruto asked in surprise. Might as well, Shikamaru answered. Tomorrow is the meeting with Dumbledore. I'd rather us be a bit more alert than we are now. He received a chorus of, I'm alert and, I'm not tired. And sighed, continuing forward. Hey, kid, a bald and toothless man said. Shikamaru knew from previous observations that this man's name was Tom, the landlord of the Leaky Cauldron. Renting out a room. I'd like a room for 3 for about 3 days. Shikamaru said. That'll be 22 galleons and 3 nuts, the old man said. He froze. 22 what's? Nuts. Garion's weight, not Garion. Gal weight. Oh, Shikamaru remembered their client had paid them in gold. What he had called galleons. So it wasn't some sort of ordinary English currency. These solid gold coins were wizard money. Glad that he hadn't pawned off the gold, Shikamaru counted out large gold tokens he currently had in his pockets and found that he had more than enough. Tom handed him back his change. That'll be room 11. Enjoy your stay. Thank you, Shikamaru said, leaving the bar and going upstairs. He wasn't really in Japan anymore. Plus, they were in some wizarding dwelling. And this place was bad. Enough that they wouldn't check for ID anyways. Shikamaru headed towards their room number, pulling out a pack of his cigarettes and inhaled deeply. Fumbling slightly with the keys, he unlocked the door and found himself in a rather pleasant-looking room, contrary to the pub down below and the very hallway he had just been walking in. Shikamaru opened the window, letting in the sunlight and several shinobi. Kiba clutched his nose. You start smoking the moment you get a chance to relax again, he said in a nasally voice that he'd never use around the girls. Shikamaru, that's really bad for your health, Sakura chided, snatching the cigarette from his mouth and putting it out on the polished wood floor. Shikamaru just pulled another one out. Try not to waste it, he muttered, watching as the shinobi bickered about who stayed where. Sakura probably gets her own bed, Shikamaru said, interrupting them before the girl could beat them senseless for trespassing in her personal girl space. Naruto, you room with Neji. Since neither of you could ever manage to spend so much time with Sai without defeat him. It's easier for me to deal with Sai anyway. I'll room with him. I want the bed, Sai said automatically. Of course, I don't want to share it with you, Shikamaru said without a blink. I know, the former member of the Anbu said. You'd much rather be with Ino, am I right? You are. I'd rather be with Kiba. In fact, rather than you. You would want to be with Kiba. If Kiba heard you, he'd probably pee in the bed that you'd sleep in just to spite you. In that case, you can have it. Inuzuka Kiba does not pee in beds. They heard Kiba announce from Sakura's room as he made himself comfortable on her couch. Sighing again, Shikamaru drew in a deep breath of smoke and waited for the next day, where he would meet Dumbledore face to face for the first time. Anything fair either Oyatu? Tom asked Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape as the old man took a seat in the corner. Nettle wine, Severus said, and red currant rum, Dumbledore answered. 2 of them, please. Expecting someone, Tom said, nodding, knowingly. Sad to see that you're still running out of teachers. Of course we're expecting someone, Severus said. I wouldn't be anywhere near here sitting idly if we weren't. Please pardon the sharpness of Severus's tongue. He's still the Defense Against Dark Arts professor at this moment, Dumbledore said as Tom hobbled away huffily. He turned back to Snape, who was sitting next to him. You know, Severus, I do wish you would stop antagonizing strangers, he said to him. You just don't want them spitting in our drinks. I'm not worried about that. I'm on good terms with Tom. It's your drink he would spit in. Ah, there's our companion now. Where? Severus said immediately, scanning the crowd for any suspicious faces. There, Dumbledore said, nodding to a gangly-looking wizard in muggle clothing. Quote. You aren't serious. I'm afraid I am, he said with mocking seriousness. The wizard in question wore baggy dark cargo pants, a thin and loose green vest, and a gray t-shirt. He was vaguely familiar and had a lit muggle cigarette in his mouth and pierced ears. The slight bags under his eyes were barely visible but not completely clear, and he had a ridiculously tiny muggle contraption on his head. Severus would have tea. Hot that Dumbledore was just pulling his leg. This person, the so-called assassin, couldn't be any older than 20. But when the boy looked at Dumbledore and Severus, his eyes widened slightly in recognition. Not the usual, oh, look, it's the headmaster and the scary X-Potions professor for that world-renowned Hogwarts school. It was the, oh crap, it's really them sitting here, look. Of course, this was rather strange. After all, the young man should have known that he was going to meet the headmaster. But then why? It was him. Calm down, Severus, Dumbledore said, the moment he realized that the professor was losing his temper. This was the man who attacked me, Dumbledore, he said, recognizing him. I could have sworn that you had told me your attacker appeared to be in his mid-30s. He replied amiably as the wizard approached their table. It's definitely him. Now, calm down, I said. I told you before, I will not allow any violence. A knife embedded itself deep in the table. Dumbledore looked up to find himself staring into tired, angry eyes. Yup, this was definitely one of them. Where is my companion? The person Dumbledore knew as Nara Shikamaru said. Now, Mr. Nara, I was just telling my colleague that I would like to keep it peaceful in Tom's pub. You didn't mention you were going to bring someone, Shikamaru said. I'd say it would be fair foolish for someone to come to a negotiations with a possible enemy alone, Dumbledore said. Mr. Malfoy, or I should say, Ms. Yamanaka told me that you wouldn't come alone either. Well, that means Yamanaka and you are both wrong. The boy said, lying almost flawlessly. I am alone, I'm sure, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. Shikamaru glanced at Tom as the landlord put down 3 drinks, one for each of them. Rum. Quote, I can't, as you well know, Shikamaru said irritably. I am underage. Severus looked mildly surprised, but hid this just as well. Ah, you caught me, Dumbledore said. I do know. I just thought you wouldn't care. After all, you're too young to smoke as well. This conversation is too casual, Shikamaru said, changing the topic back to what he had been obsessing over for the past several days. Where is Ino? She's not safe, if that's what you're asking, the headmaster said. This probably wasn't the best way to get the boy to settle down. Where is she? You're not in a position to make demands, Dumbledore said. No can do, Shikamaru said immediately in the same language, much to Severus's annoyance. And why is that? Quote, if you have us guard your school, you'll need something to keep us in check. We've attacked the school once and you know that we probably won't give a second thought to doing it again if paid a certain price. Well, perhaps a second thought. But we'll have no third. Anyway, the only reason I'm here, as well as the only thing you have going for you, is the fact that you have our friend. So, to keep us under your hand, you'll have to keep her wherever she is now. Even if she's currently safe in your hands, we still have her body. Her mind and body are separate. We have our medic preserving and taking care of her body right now. But we only have so long until our medic becomes exhausted, and then Ino's body, without proper food and water for days, will almost immediately die. And then you will no longer have a hostage. And then we'll attack you. Well then, Dumbledore mused, feeling rather pleased with these turn of events. He had been very fortunate to find the shinobi. The boy was just as quick as Ino had told him. I suppose you wouldn't like to switch hostages. Quote, what do you mean? Shikamaru said quickly. He didn't like the idea of trading people. Lives weren't meant to be traded. Why were much too valuable to give up at a time like this, and losing one person could seriously hamper their way of living, as well as losing the already deteriorating team morale that they had. I wouldn't be separating anyone from their body or holding them like I would Ino, Dumbledore assured him. But there is another way to keep you in your place, at least. And since you seem to be the leader, I believe this may be the best choice for our side yet. I am completely aware that keeping Ms. Yamanaka too long may result in her death. I have a much better way. We can switch her for a different hostage. You may have Ms. Yamanaka back, however, she'll have to be replaced with someone else. Quote, why can't we go with him? Naruto complained to no one. Quit your complaining, Kiba said from the living room, where he was currently staying. Naruto rolled his eyes and found himself unsure of what to do. Sai was asleep, thank the gods. Shikamaru had said that he was going to put up with Sai. But Naruto denied this piece of relief. He was one of the few able to put up with him without trying to defeat him. Everyone was tired and irritable. Neji was asleep in his own room as well. Sakura was frequently borrowing chakra so she could refuel Ino. Kiba was in Naruto's living room, just lying around with Akamaru, both tired. Naruto glanced at himself in the mirror and leaned in loosely to look at the whiskers on his face in curiosity as he often did. No signs of growth in his whiskers, no fading seal, and no sudden bursts of chakra aside from the incident a week and a half ago in which he tapped into the Kyuubi's chakra again to heal his body after he fell and faked Ino's death. Things were looking rather peaceful again. All Shikamaru had to do was convince the very person he tried to defeat to. Ooh la la, You look positively delicious, a voice said in English. Naruto stared at the mirror, too shocked to say anything. Kiba jerked out of his stupor when he heard Naruto screaming bloody harm. The Inuzuka immediately got to his feet for Naruto's room when the door opened, slamming Kiba to the side, as a blonde blur came zooming past him. Wait a minute, Kiba said, grabbing onto Naruto's sleeve, causing the blonde to go in a circle. What happened? The mirror, Naruto said, thoroughly freaking out. The mirror is hitting on me. Kiba sighed. If Naruto was oozing, now is the time to go through there's a summon hiding under my bed phase now of all ages. He was going to literally chew his friend out. Of course, the blonde could have just been tired, achy, and hallucinating. Heck, Kiba wouldn't be surprised if Naruto was delusional or something. They've all been dead tired lately. Come on, Kiba said, pulling Naruto into the room after him. Look, the mirror. It's not. Hey there, big boy, a woman's voice said, coming from the mirror. I see you're back. Ooh, and with friends too. Me likes. Quote. Kiba and Naruto ran out into the hallway screaming at the tops of their lungs. Well, speak of the devil, Shikamaru was knocked down the stairs by the two people he had just been thinking about. Shikamaru, Naruto cried, jumping up to his feet and helping his two friends up. The things in the room are haunted. I think the mirror wants to molest me in my sleep or something. If you're talking about the enchantments, Shikamaru said, duh. She's just for the lonely wizards who travel alone and have nothing to do but talk to objects meant to stay inanimate. Naruto shuddered. Quote. Oh hey, you're back, am I? He asked with a tinge of sarcasm. Didn't notice. Okay, not quite a tinge, but the sarcasm was definitely there. Kiba and Naruto looked at Shikamaru strangely. One of the people I met with was a really sarcastic jerk, Shikamaru mumbled, managing to look rather sheepish at his uncharacteristic response. He must have rubbed off on me. Speaking of which, how'd that go? Kiba asked as they headed back to their rooms. Fine, Shikamaru said vaguely. It could have gone better, but it definitely could have been worse. He held up a sack of gold. Hey, wasn't our gold up in your room? Kiba asked. This is our gold now too. I've got us a new job. Awesome, Naruto said. What do we gotta do? What kind of job? A lift, a hit, something somewhere in between. Neither, Shikamaru said. I'll explain to you once everyone's here. Go to the back of the pub. I'll meet you guys there. Bring all our things. Naruto and Kiba nodded. As usual, this was business. They rounded up their friends, waking them up, and having them all leave their rooms quietly. They met Shikamaru downstairs in front of a grubby bare brick wall. Are we going to the place behind there? Neji asked. You can see it, Shikamaru replied, vaguely. I see a normal empty alleyway and some alleyway full of people. Both at the same time. It's got something to do with dimensions, actually. You are seeing two things at the same time, Shikamaru said, nodding. He tapped a handful of bricks and opened up a wall, leading them into a rather busy street corner with a large amount of merchants and sellers. But before we go, you did lock our doors, right? He asked the others, who nodded. And booby-trapped them too, Kiba said with a grin. Good, I don't want anyone messing with Ino's body or anything. I'm sure she'd be rather annoyed if we let her body get kidnapped, he said. So what's the job? Sakura asked Shikamaru. We're going to do the opposite of what we were going to do before, Shikamaru said. A rescue mission. We're rescuing a pretty young girl. Kiba asked eagerly. Everyone stared at him. No, we're guarding the school that we infiltrated before, he said as they walked past various wizards and shops. It didn't seem so crowded as before. People looked rather wary of one another and spoke in low voices. And what does that have to do with shopping? Sakura asked. Our new job requires for some of us to maintain frequent contact with these magical beings. Shikamaru said. There's a dangerous wizard on the loose recently. His name is Voldemort and, apparently, he has a decent amount of followers. About 50 years ago, they were known as the Knights of Walpurgis. The Knights were originally known as a group that supported a pureblood status. Now, they are known as the Death Eaters, who terrorize Muggle-borns. People with magic even though their parents were not. I'm sure we could all handle ourselves well enough in a fight against wizards, but the fact remains that we're sorely outnumbered if the masses rise against us. The more we know or seem to know about magic, the better off we are. Oh, so we're just keeping the fact that we're non-magical a secret so we don't make too many enemies, Sakura said, waiting for a confirmation. Muggle. Security system. The castle is bewitched so that if a Muggle looks at it, all they see is a molding old ruin with a sign over the entrance saying, "Danger. Do not enter, unsafe." Those who attempt to enter the castle regardless of the danger signs need to go through another ward. Once in the ward, they feel the sudden urge to leave. At a certain distance, they realize that they had forgotten something and need to go back home. The further into the ward, the stronger the urge to leave gets. Now, when we went inside the vanishing cabinet and into the room of requirement, we were far past the wards, but we felt nothing. No abnormal urge to go back to where we came from. We are, technically, wizards. Untrained wizards, perhaps, but magic capable nevertheless. And when you think about it, wizards and shinobi both have chakra. They use it in different ways, but they still both have the same source of energy, I think. I think I get it, Naruto said. So what are we doing? Right now, I mean. First, we'll get the correct clothing, Shikamaru said, pulling out a piece of parchment that had a list of clothing. I've got an hour pay in advance, so money shouldn't be a big deal. Some of us are going to be needing specific clothing. If you haven't noticed, there's a difference between the Muggles' normal people and the wizards. One of the main differences, aside from the obvious lack of magical skills in one, is their clothing, Shikamaru said. Robes are almost mandatory if we're going to be trying to fit in. We'll first stop at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Since it's closest. Madame Malkin was a squat witch with a cheerful-looking demeanor, despite the dreary feeling outside. Naruto wasn't sure he liked the idea of being measured. None of the shinobi were used to close contact with another person outside of a fight. Of course, he was even less comfortable when he realized that the measuring tape was actually moving by itself. 3 sets of school robes for a year and 2 casual robes, Naruto said, forgetting about Ino. No, 3 sets of robes for casual and semi-formal wear, and 3 sets for teachers. Hogwarts attire, Shikamaru corrected. Oh, that's right. What are you again? I'm not a teacher, but it's all the same anyway, he said, dismissing the question. It didn't take long for each of them to be fit, with enough proper robes to last them the school year. Shikamaru shifted slightly to pull money out of his pocket. This should be enough, Shikamaru said. That's more than enough, Madame Malkin said. Shikamaru shrugged and left. Anyone think he's acting a bit weird? Naruto said, glancing warily at Kiba, who looked dumbfounded. Kiba was a natural miserly monihog who rarely spent more than he needed to. And Shikamaru had taken after the Inuzuka's habits to save money. Giving away more money than they needed to was unheard of. Either Shikamaru was really cheerful at the moment or he had gone crazy. And considering just how happy Shikamaru looked all the time, the latter seemed to be more likely. Exchanging nervous glances, they moved on. We all need our supplies. Namely books. We need information on basic wizarding lifestyles, traits, characteristics, etc., he said, handing them each a list of items. What's this? It's a list of the things you're going to buy. Neji, Kiba, you'll get potion supplies from the apothecary. Naruto and Sai, you're getting these lists of stationery supplies, and I don't want you guys making a scene, got it? They nodded. We get it, Averio. Ne said quickly before Shikamaru bored them to death with orders. Without another word, they all dispersed into the crowds. Naruto looked into the building at the various pieces of parchments, feeling rather bored at the moment. He fiddled with small. Naruto, Sai said, what is it? I think I hate quills. What? Naruto looked up and face vaulted when he saw Sai and several small versions of his picture beasts. Naruto, though he had never admitted it before, had always been impressed by Sai's ink techniques. The things he drew were fabulous and extremely convenient, often helping the group out in sticky situations. He was able to draw at amazing speeds with the precise use of his chakra which he often used to refine his marks, and he had the skills of a master artist. His drawing with the quill, however, were spiky and utterly horrifying stick figures. What the heck? Before anyone could see and question the 3D stick figures, Naruto slapped a notebook on top of them, squashing the ink drawings out of existence. He lifted the notebook slightly to find that the bottom was covered in ink. "Why did you draw that?" he asked, turning back up to look at Sai. "I was testing out the quill before I bought it," Sai said, shrugging as he put away the quill. "Better stick with brushes." He pulled out several ink bottles. "I want these," Naruto sighed, taking the bottles for Sai and Sti. Seeking them in his bag with the many bundles of parchments, inks, and quills. "What's the difference?" he asked. "It's just a quill," Naruto sighed. Maybe it wasn't just that he loathed Sai. Maybe it as the artist's pickiness that he had hated. Nope, Naruto thought as he slammed the shopping bag at Sai's head. It was Sai. Definitely Sai. Despite shopping with Sai, Naruto's day proved to be quite a productive day. After he found himself cleaning out the hottest prank store in the alley, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. "Ugh," Kiba muttered, covering his nose at the sight of the apothecary. It was located at the street corner, next to a nocturne alley. "This place stinks." He backed away from the building warily. Akamaru and I are just going to, stay away from this place. We can smell it a mile away. We just need 4 cauldrons, right? All pewter. Akamaru and I'll just grab some of those. You can get all of the, ingredients. Potion stuff." Neji didn't turn his head. But he watched Kiba and Akamaru run the heck away from the area, gagging and holding impossible vomit. It took a while to find each of them, as this apothecary was poorly managed, watched by a new and inexperienced clerk whose boss was on break somewhere out in Diagon Alley. "Hurry it up please," Neji said impatiently, glaring down at the poor man. "Yes, sir, sorry sir," the man said, gathering the many ingredients for him. Moments later, Neji had his arms full of creepy crawly pieces of creatures and roots. It was disgusting. No wonder Kiba shied away from the task. The Inuzuka's sensitive nose could have picked this up from miles away. Neji glanced around at the entire area around him and frowned. Some Asian kid was getting the stuffing beaten out of him by other kids. These wizards. Feeling a bit sympathetic for the boy, Neji made a turn down Nocturne Alley, bags in hand, and saw the kids brawling. "Stop that," he said, easily knocking them off one particularly scrawny-looking kid. He glared at them until they ran off. Shaking his head at the youth of today, he looked down at the boy and, "You're a girl, you didn't notice?" The girl asked him skeptically, picking her glasses up off the ground and dusting them off before putting them back on her face. They were slightly uneven and cracked. "It looked funny." "I didn't look," he said dismissively. "You're a guy." "What? You sound like a guy," the girl said, grabbing his hair. "Get off of me," he said, putting down his bags to pull his hair free of the girl's iron-clasp grip on his precious hair. "Let go, you stupid little girl. Too tall she. Bratty midget. Weird old guy." "I'm not old. I'm not a brat. I'm 13. Yeah, well I'm 19 now. You're a brat, and a midget. Thus a bratty midget." Neji was about to leave when his eyesight dimmed slightly. Standing completely still, he waited for the results. Would his eyes go completely blank on him, or would they recover and go back to normal? He could practically feel the girl staring at his back. "So," he said, standing completely still. Why were they beating you up?" "Because I kicked their friend in the groin," she said simply. "Why would you do that?" "They were making fun of my brother because he can't do magic. One side of our family is really old, but the other is a Muggle family. So he's technically not a squib. And he can do magic," she said. "Just not very well." "Oh." Awkward silence. "Are you stuck in that position or something?" "No." "Oh. And there went his eyesight. Either that, or someone hid the sun because he couldn't see." Curses. Neji heard the sound of scuffling feet, a muttered voice, and a yelp. "Kaya," the girl said. There was a thump as she fell on the ground. Attackers. As if those Death Eaters Shikamaru had mentioned. They were just kids. Looks like he got a bit too involved with this girl and her enemies. A group of young wizards, guessing that he was on her side, grabbed at his arms. Annoyed, Neji rolled his pale eyes and proceeded to flipping them behind his head. He couldn't see, but that didn't mean he couldn't fight. Shikamaru wanted to avoid making a scene, so he'd just have to beat them quickly without magic and leave before he attracted too much attention. Of course, just because he could fight without seeing for a short while did not mean he was great at it. Perhaps if he was able to use his impenetrable shield, he'd be able to do something about it, but the bright blue light would definitely draw more people over. Someone grabbed his hair. Now, quite a bit more than annoyed, he sent this person into the wall in a lightning-fast blow to the chest. Being unable to see, he'd have to rely on the fact that almost everyone here was fighting with their fists. Of course, this also meant that half the time he'd have to let someone hit him, and Neji didn't really like that. Nevertheless, Neji fought carefully against that girl's enemies. He suddenly smelled a sweet lilac scent. His unseeing eyes widened and he stumbled over some inanimate object on the ground. Ah crapness. Neji was about to get rid back up to avoid getting kicked in the face or something. But his instincts accurately protested against this when he ducked again as some sort of flying metal projectile flew over his head and hit someone square in the stomach. Ha! He heard someone shout, possibly his age. A young woman too. Got it. You guys, I've got a wand and I'm old enough to use it, so go away before I hex you into oblivion. This person even sounded like her. Neji felt some sort of energy flying past him and heard the others shout and run away. Are you okay? The new arrival asked him. Tenten, he said almost hopefully. Excuse me, sorry, he mumbled, getting up to his feet. As annoying as the earlier fight had been, there was no sign that he had even been involved in it. He was rather glad that shinobi seemed to be a bit more physically resilient than the wizards. I mistook you for someone else. Oh, the girl said. Well, so you don't mistake me for someone else, I'm Cho Chong. This is my cousin, Sori Lee. You helped her out, right? Our school of magic is Hogwarts. Actually, I didn't graduate, but I don't think my parents want me doing anything strenuous for a long while. I don't remember too many spells anyway. She talked too much. Oh, well, I'm Hyuga Neji. Self-taught. Wow, Cho said, her voice full of awe. You must be some sort of genius then. I have been as a prodigy on several occasions, he said, remembering. G with a faint feeling of pride, the amazement and respect everyone had for him back in academy school years ago. Neji breathed in again. So she was the lilac smell that had distracted him in the first place. Hey, are you okay? She asked. The veins in your head are just going crazy. I'm fine, Neji said abruptly, rudeness etched into every syllable of his words. But, he paused. There was no need to get upset, though he was getting just annoyed at the girl's mere presence. But get the heck away from me. Excuse me, Cho said with disbelief, probably surprised by the sudden change in moods. I don't want you anywhere near me, he said. She seemed to stand there, astonished by his rude manners. He glared in her general direction. Go away. Oh, well that's gratitude for you, she scoffed indignantly. Let's go, Sue. But my cauldron, the younger cousin said. I dented it on the other guy anyway. I'll buy you a new one, she said huffily. Neji didn't turn his head to watch the two girls leave. He couldn't see anyway, and he didn't want to. He wasn't sure how long he stood there until he heard a familiar Inuzuka's voice. Neji, Kiba said, looking puzzled. What are you doing here, meeting a girl? Actually, I did, Neji said. Two of them, Kiba smirked. Come on, you're looking a bit crazy. Anyway, it's time for us to go and find the others. Right, Neji said, feeling around slightly on the ground to pick up any fallen objects. Kiba, finally realizing that the Hyuga was currently unable to see again, silently picked up several himself and helped Neji take the bags as they left. Neji didn't mind that he had to depend on the dog and Akamaru to lead him around. He'd rather not see now anyway. Cho Chong had sounded and even smelled like Tenten did. He felt rather pathetic, actually, that he was still upset by Tenten's disappearance. He had not even seen the girl's face. He couldn't see what she looked like. Maybe she looked like Tenten as well. Or maybe she looked nothing like her. Neji didn't want to know what this girl looked like. He didn't like the idea of there being a girl out in this world who was exactly like Tenten. But he didn't. She liked the idea that Tenten was completely gone forever either. My thinking corner. No offense, but I hope that last part was a big enough hint for some of you guys. Hinata is not in this story, people. Well, I guess technically. Tenten isn't really here now either. But for everyone who doesn't get it, it's Tenten. Sorry, I guess I should have emphasized it a bit more instead of putting she all the time. Shrugged sheepishly. Gah, finished my thinking corner and responses just in time. I'm about to go out to dinner. Ciao, people. B Chapter 07. Moving on. Sokuseijuman 1 is a spell book translated from English to Japanese. Made to help Japanese wizards learn Western magic. It's like learning magic for dummies, Shikamaru said, pulling out 2 versions of the same book. Here's the English version, just in case we need to brush up slightly on our English as well. Quickspell, highly well known for the magic impaired. Hopefully, we'll know enough to cast believable spells by the time the school year starts, which, by the way, is when our mission officially starts. Wait, Kiba said, so all we're going to be doing from here all the way to whenever school starts. September 1st, Shikamaru supplied. So from here all the way to September 1st, we're only going to be studying? He asked in disbelief. Not quite. I'll explain our separate summer tasks later. Right now, we need to go to. Oh, Naruto said, jumping up and down, spotting a store for magical pets. Look, before we go, I want to look around in there. I don't think we have time for that, Shikamaru said. Oh come on, we have 3 months to learn the stuff, Sakura said. That's plenty of time. Plus, now that we have money, I can get Akamaru some real food, Kiba said, petting Akamaru, who barked happily. Shikamaru sighed. Well, fine, but after this, we go back according to schedule. Yeah, the schedule that none of us aside from you know so far, Sai said, though his comment went ignored. For once, the borderline revolting odor didn't seem to bother Kiba at all. The place was brightly lit in some areas of the shop, but in others, it was dark and dreary, probably for the nocturnal creatures. Naruto watched some rats skip around in a cage when a flash of orange caught his eye. A fox. How cool. Shikamaru, I want it, he said, pointing through the glass at the sleeping fox. You suck, Naruto grumbled as the group walked out of the pet store with a large cage in hand. A bird cage that held 7 small sparrows that had come at a discount. If I gave you a fox, you'd probably end up like Kiba. Obsessed and scruffy, Shikamaru said. Still, I was planning on getting these anyway. Sparrows. For what? Naruto asked. Owls are messenger birds used for long distance. We'll be needing a convenient way to communicate at Hogwarts if needed, but we don't need to carry around 7 owls and have them flying all around inside the school. Plus, they're cheaper and less conspicuous. Why do we have to be inconspicuous? Sakura asked. We're not acting as spies right now. Shikamaru glanced at the others. We'll talk about that later, he said. For now, we need to go back to the leaky cauldron, get Ino's body, and meet up in front of the fireplace, all right? He said, tossing aside his cigarette. Fine, the medic said, sighing. Now that why we're having a better opportunity to stretch their legs out and move around more outside, Shikamaru had started smoking. Again, as a medic, she despised this habit, but she suspected that there was a personal reason to everything he did nowadays. The shinobi waited in front of the fireplace as Shikamaru went upstairs. Neji sat down. Are your eyes acting up again? Sakura asked him. They were a little while ago, Neji admitted. But they're fine now. All right. Shikamaru is getting Ino, right? She asked. Yes, he said, nodding. And not paying attention to us downstairs or anything, right? Right, Neji said suspiciously. All right, well I think Shikamaru's up to something, she said decisively. What do you mean by that? Kiba asked. He's hiding something from us. He made a deal with Dumbledore, I know that. But he's only told us our job. None of the finer details, she explained. Shikamaru's a smart guy, all right. But I have a feeling he's doing something incredibly street. He's coming down, Neji and Kiba said at the same time. Shikamaru carefully descended the stairs with Ino, walking alongside him, subtly matching him step for step. if any wizard noticed them walking suspiciously congruently. None of them made any comment. Shikamaru stopped by the group and nodded. Kiba and Sakura held Ino up by the arms as Shikamaru released her from his shadow and went back to Tom, who was sitting behind the bar. "We're leaving now," he said to the landlord. "Extra coins in exchange." "Sorry about that. You can keep the money if you want. We're in a bit of a hurry anyway." "S'alright," Tom said, handing Shikamaru the money. "Kids these days need all the money and help they can get anyway." He grinned as kindly to Shikamaru as he possibly could. Shikamaru, in turn, suppressed the urge to wince at the sight of the toothless grin. Thanks," he said, leaving the landlord. "Hey," Naruto said, as Shikamaru approached him and the others. "We're about to leave now," Shikamaru said to them. "What, are we taking a plane somewhere?" Sai asked, unsure of the schedule they were on. Considering the monotonous tone in his voice, it was hard to tell whether he was being sarcastic or something. "No, we're taking something called a flow, apparently," he replied, pulling out a large leather satchel. "Dumbledore gave me some. First, we will go to a wand store in Bulgaria. Then we will be splitting up into separate groups. To flow to a certain destination, you have to toss some of this powder into the fire, speak in a clear voice, and shout your destination. It goes like this." They all watched, interested, as Shikamaru pulled out a fistful of green powder and threw it into the fire. "Grigorovich's wand shop," he shouted into the fire, which immediately became a bright neon green color. Shikamaru stepped back as Naruto moved forward to inspect the green fire. "Cool," Naruto said, looking at the bright green embers. "Now what? You walk through it," Shikamaru said. "What?" Therefore Iscariot Grigorovich, who really had no relationship to Victor Krum at all, was now his uncle. "Are you Ncl Iscariot," as the man liked to joke in English. He wasn't much of a joker, obviously. As a pureblood, he was not a huge target for Death Eaters. But with his fame and rather widespread influence over others, he wasn't completely inconspicuous. Plus, with Rita Skeeter's article in the English Witch Weekly magazine, it was relatively well known that he was not a pureblood elitist. In any case, Victor had planned to visit Iscariot, get his wand checked, and leave when he received a mild surprise. Iscariot had told him he would have to wait. Apparently, Albus Dumbledore had apparated just moments before Victor's arrival to tell Iscariot that he was going to have several important guests flowing in for wands. Victor looked at the fireplace, which had suddenly become the brilliant green shade of flow. He and Iscariot waited for the arrivals. And waited. And waited. Shouldn't they be arriving about now? Victor asked in Bulgarian when, as if on cue, someone stumbled out in a less than graceful manner. It was a young man, probably a few years younger than Victor himself, with messy blonde hair, tattooed whiskers on his cheeks, and a very flustered face. The blonde stumbled out of the fireplace and fell face flat on the floor. He immediately scrambled up to his feet and spun around, looking at the now bright yellow fire in wonder. Thinking about it later, it almost seemed as if someone had forcibly thrown him into the fire. Victor stepped forward to greet the new arrival when the blonde spun around and ran away from the fireplaces. Not one, not two, but 6 more people poured out of the fireplace, each in succession. "Well, 5 people and a dog." The other 5 people immediately berated the blonde, presumably for stopping in front of the fireplace, which most wizards knew was extremely rude when one was not traveling by flow alone. This Styon was directed towards a man with longer hair and pale eyes. "Am I a what?" the man said. "You wouldn't happen to be a son of Octavius Ollivander, would you?" "No. Daughter." The room seemed to crackle with the intensity of this man's cold hard glare. "No. A joke. It was a joke," Iscariot said meekly. "I knew you were a man. But you have no relations with Mr. Ollivander whatsoever. Never even heard of him. Do you use potions?" "For what?" "Never mind," Iscariot said, scratching his head. "Well, let's get on with it," he said, leading the guests to a new room. Victor followed behind the group, watching only out of curiosity. Some of the members of the group were rather odd. The blonde had strange whisker tattoos that weren't out of style. They had never been in style in the first place. The man with the pale eyes didn't seem to use those ridiculously expensive potions to change the colors of his irises, and he also claimed to have absolutely no relation with the famed Ollivanders, who were all known for their pale eyes and their ability to see things that other people didn't. Of course, all they saw were names and matching wands or something of that sort. Victor Foe owned a stool in Escariot's wand room and sat near the group. The blonde was first. Escariot grabbed a handful of wands and led him to a separate room where they would test out his compatibility with wands. He called it the Danger Room, which had old junk that Escariot had deemed worthy of destruction for young wizards to test out their new wands. So, Victor said, trying to make conversation over the occasional booms and crashes. He was curious to know why Albus Dumbledore would send this group all the way from England to Bulgaria. And if they were such important wizards, why would they need wands at this age? Plus, how could they not know and recognize Victor Crumb, the Quidditch prodigy of Europe? This was the perfect chance for him to practice his English. With Voldemort's return, Dee decided to take a year off of Quidditch and try for another job that suited his other talents. What brings you all the way to Bulgaria? The others seemed to glare at him for his rudeness, but the man didn't seem to care. I'm sorry, the pink-haired girl said. My friend is very impolite. That's all right, Victor said. I'm Victor Crumb, if you did not know. Sakura Haruno, she replied politely. You're a wizard, right? Victor didn't have much time to contemplate on this. His mother stuck her head in the doorway. Victor, she said in Bulgarian. It's time to go. You have that meeting today, don't you remember? Quote, I do, mother, Victor said, nodding. He turned back to Sakura. It was a pleasure speaking with you. I hope we meet again, he said as clearly as possible before leaving. Bye, Sakura said. A few days after meeting with Dumbledore. July 5, 1997, Hogwarts. With the way their lifestyle had been since they had first arrived in this world several years ago, the Shinobi's adaptation to Hogwarts had been a major improvement. The only person who wasn't completely enjoying their new luxuries was Neji. He did know that it was a major improvement to the apartments they had been living in before, but he wasn't too happy when Shikamaru told him that he would be taking the place of a divination professor. It's easy, Shikamaru had assured him. The previous professors didn't seem to know what the heck they were doing and they got along fine enough. Why do I have to be a professor? Neji asked irritably. You're the best for this job, Shikamaru said. Your Byakugan may not work all the time, but you're in a position to see almost the entire school when it does work. The divination tower is close to the center of the school, and out of all 5 towers, it is the tallest. You'll have a bird's eye view of the area. You won't be the only one either. When we get Ino back, she will be your assistant. I don't believe in fate. It was years ago that I even mentioned it, Neji said. It's not fate that interests me, Shikamaru said. You'll be teaching them, all right, but it won't be divination. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten how to read minds. The genius said with a slight smirk. Neji's eyes widened slightly. Oh, quote, wait, I just remembered, Sakura said. It keeps on slipping my mind, but how are we getting Ino back? You never answered my questions. Is she in danger? Yeah, Shikamaru admitted. She's in the midst of it all. Shouldn't we be saving her then? Sakura asked. Where is she, anyway? To cut a long story short, she's stuck in our previous client's body and she can't get out until we give her a special potion, he said. How did she get stuck in there in the first place? She asked. It's not that she's in dire danger. Shikamaru continued. The potion wears off after a certain amount of time and she regains a certain amount of motor skills, but she won't have complete control and, to control the actual body, she'll have to catch the host off guard. Where is she? Sai asked as Shikamaru pulled out a map from their bags. According to Dumbledore's information, she's somewhere here, he said. Finding and placing a finger on a county in England. Wiltshire, England. Shikamaru paused to think and hesitated before making his answer. Sakura and Kiba, he said, frowning slightly. Yeah, you two are coming with me to find Ino. Dumbledore said that there is a 50-50 chance that she'll be able to make it back to Hogwarts by herself at the beginning of the next school year. But I don't want to take any unnecessary chances. Her host may be on the run. So I'm going on a mission. Sakura said excitedly. Yes, Shikamaru said. But you know that we can't let anything happen to you. Ino would defeat me. Plus, you're our only medic. So avoid danger at all costs. How are you guys getting there? Naruto asked. We'll be flowing to one of the empty buildings on Diagon Alley, Shikamaru said. I think it'll probably be a 10-day journey, there and back, if things go smoothly. Dumbledore gave me a cauldron kept at this school. He says it had previously been used by Ino's host just this year. Kiba will find Ino and our client by their scent. I'll just have to manage to get the smell of all this other crap sorted out, Kiba said, but it can be done. Is there anything for us to do? Sai asked. Aside from studying the Quickspell series, no, Shikamaru said. But don't forget to feed the birds. And try to figure out some way to tell them apart. Names. Give them names. Wait, what is it now? Neji asked, feeling a bit annoyed. Change of plans, Shikamaru said. Naruto's coming too. And Sai, I guess. Wait, not Sai. And Kiba can stay. Hold on. He stopped suddenly and closed his eyes to think. Finally having some trouble, genius. Sai asked him with a raised eyebrow. We're running on too little information. Shikamaru said. Plus, those needed for the mission have too many things to do, and those not needed have nothing on their plates. Okay, Kiba, Akamaru, Sakura, Naruto, and I are going. Yeah, that part's final. Sai and Neji. He paused and went through their bags, which had been left in the corner of the room. What is it? Neji asked. Wow, Sakura said, looking at the detail of the drawings. Look, we're on here. Yeah, Shikamaru said, but we're in a wall. Apparently, the mapmakers didn't know that there was a secret room here, so it looks like we're inside a wall. And there are numerous tunnels at Hogwarts' secret entrances and exits. Odds are, there are a few more that the mapmakers didn't spot. Unless they're the ones who made them. So Neji, I want you to find all secret rooms and passages. Sai, I want you to make a new map. A copy of this one, but add on everything that this one doesn't have. What is it now? Neji asked. Kiba and Akamaru, Shikamaru said. Kiba, how well does Akamaru work without you around to direct him? He can understand you but you can't understand him, Kiba answered. Why? Wait, you want to separate us? You want me to tunnel around while you guys are out having fun? With your spinning techniques, it shouldn't really be too hard, he said, shrugging. Dirty, but not impossible for you. I don't feel like digging, Kiba said. If you made the tunnel, you'd get really dirty. And you'd probably break your nails and scratch up your hands. If Neji or Sai tried tunneling with their own techniques, it would cave in and possibly defeat them. Kiba didn't say anything. Fine, he said. You take care of Akamaru when you go then. If he comes back with a single scratch, I'll piss on your bed while you're gone. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. My bed are all of ours. Yours. All right, he said. One more thing. What is it now? Don't tell Dumbledore. I don't think he'd appreciate us making holes in his castle, Shikamaru said, shaking his head. But if we aren't back in a week after we have left, I do want you two to find Dumbledore, gain permission to leave Hogwarts grounds, and use the radios. You can go to Hogsmeade to use the radios if you want. Then, you'll wait until we call you. We will then figure a way for us to meet up with you and back us up if something goes wrong. Come on, Naruto laughed. What could possibly go wrong? The rest of his friends jumped him, covering his mouth and glaring at him. Do not finish that sentence. 2 months after the team dispatches. August 24, 1997. The burrow, outside the village of Ottery Street. Catchpole. I've looked everywhere, Harry said to Hermione and Ron at the burrow, days before Bill and Fleur's wedding. Well, maybe it's still at Hogwarts, Hermione suggested. Definitely not, Harry said, rubbing his forehead. Ever since those strangers had infiltrated Hogwarts. The night it happened, he, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny had stayed up all night talking about it. All access to the Ollery had been banned, as well as the use of flow powder, and all other types of magical communication devices. Harry had initially dismissed this as some level of alert to prevent the Hogwarts invaders from entering, leaving, or passing information. But it had, in the end, become clear that the strangers who attacked Hogwarts had successfully escaped, and yet, the high alert had not lessened that night, and all communication was still suppressed. Until the next morning, the Golden Trio had stayed up late and, the following morning, had overslept. As relieved as they were that there were no classes the following morning, the three were immediately suspicious when they had found that not a single person retained a memory of that night. Even Ginny, Neville, and Luna insisted that all they had done the previous night was to go to bed and fall asleep. On the other hand, if the whole night had been a strange dream that, somehow, Ron, Harry, and Hermione had dreamed up of together in their sleep, and it did not explain the impediment jinxes and the bad bogey hexes that Hermione had uncovered with a clever use of the reverse spell effect, the Priori Incantatem, which showed a display of all spells previously casted by the wand. Since then, all 6 of the remaining DA members understood that something was amiss at Hogwarts. Though there was no solid proof, Harry was sure that Draco had something to do with the intruders. The Malfoy had been the one to fix the vanishing cabinet from which the intruders had arrived from. Only days later, Dumbledore asked Harry to watch Draco. So Harry and his friends had done so, using the Olary to write a letter, as they watched Draco Malfoy who, oddly enough, acted very normal towards them. Well, normal by a standard of, I don't know. Normal. No insults on their heritage or friends whatsoever. The abnormal thing about Malfoy was the fact that he screamed at them. Malfoy losing his temper towards the group and shouting at them was one thing. Malfoy screaming at them like a hissy blonde girl was another. Something was up, and when Harry asked Dumbledore about it when the school year was over, Dumbledore had merely brushed off all questions. It was on the way to Harry's last visit to the Dursleys that Harry realized that the worst had happened. The legacy he had received from Prongs, Moony, Padfoot, and Wormtail, whom he would begrudgingly admit to inheriting from, was gone. He had lost the Marauder's map. Well, he had been robbed of it more like. Thinking back, Harry suddenly vividly remembered that the Shadow Manipulate intruder had taken his map of Hogwarts and kept it. He immediately sent letters to Ron and Hermione for help but received none, as they did not know what else to do either. Weeks later, before the next school term began, Harry had been allowed to flow to the burrow for Bill and Fleur's wedding. At the burrow, the Golden Trio reunited and began to brainstorm possible solutions. A summoning charm would have been useful, but the fact that, depending on where it currently was, there was always a possibility that the map would come back in pieces. A location charm was extremely advanced magic. No doubt Hermione could probably pull it off with practice and time, but she was unable to find enough sufficient information about the charm without her resources, namely, the Hogwarts library. Other than those 2 spells, none of the 3 knew what to do to recover the lost map. In the meantime, they were stuck meeting the rest of the Weasley brood as well as their many future in-laws. Which would have been a lot easier if they all spoke the same language. Aside from the language barriers, it was still interesting to meet members of the Weasley and Delacour family. Arthur had 3 brothers, Molly had 4 brothers, and they both had a total of 35 cousins, too numerous to remember. Fleur's family consisted of a total of 8 aunts and uncles, as well as 23 nieces and nephews. It was definitely going to be a large wedding. In addition to the massive family, there was also going to be a number of close friends and guests, as well as ores provided by the Ministry to protect the famous Harry Potter. Whether he wanted their protection or not, as well as members of Dumbledore's order, under the guise of family friends. Which made everyone wonder when the heck Snape of all people became a close, family friend. However, there were 3 recent guests who had come along with Snape and stayed the night at the Diggory family's home, who lived nearby. Y was positive that he had never seen any of these men before, aside from now in passing when Amos Diggory and his wife introduced them before the wedding, but Ron was sure that he had at least seen He Shaggy one with the triangle markings on his cheeks. Bill had, at the time, been busy meeting with Fleur's side of the family, but Molly Weasley handled the situation very well, giving the guests a heaping amount of food to eat. As they all looked, much too skinny, to be healthy. In this case, Molly was actually right. Harry could see rather clearly how right she was. Though they were far from starving. They had a rather, Remus, ish look. They lacked the shabby clothes look, dressing casually in Muggle clothing, but they were tall and thin, yet carried themselves in a way that demanded at least some degree of respect. Except for the one with the triangle markings, who introduced himself as Kiba. He was just blatantly lax and loud, to the point of being terribly impolite. Of course, no one really minded his manners. He seemed to fit in with the Weasleys quite well. If someone dyed his hair red, Harry was sure he would have been mistaken for one of the Weasley brood as well. "Hey," Fred said suddenly, pointing at Cy. "You were the one with the guy. I'm with 1.5 guys, to tell you the truth," he said in a completely sincere voice. "Neji actually counts for a half." "Oh, nay more jab at my appearance and I'll knock you out," Neji said casually. "No, I'm not talking about now," the other twin said. "That blonde kid, Naruto," Cy said, "and I'm Yamada Taro. You can call me Cy though." "Why?" "Oh, no reason, actually," Fred said casually. "We're just wondering, how on earth did guys our age manage to get their hands on enough money to buy half our inventory? What are you guys anyway?" "You there," Molly said, pointing a spoon at Neji after she finished piling yet more food on his plate. "Why don't you take off the hat and sunglasses? You don't need the gloves either. It's dead in the middle of summer." Quote, "I'm not hot," Neji said coolly. "Poor Neji has eye problems, Mrs. Diggory said sweetly. "And what's worse is that he also has, what is it again, dear?" "It's a somewhat unique condition," Neji said. "I was exposed to a spell. Yujutsu-induced hypothermia." "Hypothermia," Hermione interjected suddenly. "How could that be?" "Hypothermia refers to the temperature throughout the entire body. Did you get some sort of isolated frostbite in your eye? Is that possible?" "No," he said, looking a bit annoyed. "Not frostbite. It was some spell. It's always a bit cool for me, temperature-wise. My eyes were particularly sensitive to it. Eye symptoms from cold temperature exposure include loss of, blurred, or decreased vision, eye pain, double vision, and severe sensitivity to the light. My parents are dentists, but I've learned a lot about the human body from their friends too," Hermione said. "Eye injuries caused by cold exposure could be treated by re-warming the eye and using medication to moisten and protect them." Well, wasn't she being little Miss Smarty Pants? "Magic-induced, Miss Granger." Quote, "Miss Granger. It's still a rather cool temperature for me, even in the summer, and even with my layers of clothing." "What about warming spells?" "No. Medi-wizards at St. Mungo's could easily cure. I refuse to take treatment from them," Neji said, swiftly cutting her off, abruptly defeat the conversation at the table. Luckily, though, Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks chose that very moment to flow into the room. Being calm, completely oblivious to the awkward silence, the couple immediately broke the silence with loud greetings. Being almost unbearably friendly to anything that moved, the couple insisted that they be introd UCED to the 3 strange and new Japanese arrivals. Not being the only people with eyes, everyone noticed Kiba's odd reaction to Lupin. "Is something wrong?" Lupin asked uncertainly. Kiba's jaw was dropped wide open, and his eyes were as large as could be. He had breathed in loudly through his nose, as if either smelling something amazing or gasping. Quote, "You smell like my mom," he said suddenly. Quote, "Oh," Remus said, not sure whether this was a compliment or not. Kiba grinned. "Don't worry," he reassured the werewolf. "She smelled really nice. As nice as a stinking meanie could smell," Cy said casually. The entire room went silent. "Take that back," Kiba said angrily, getting up in Cy's face. "No, I'm gonna." Kiba stopped in mid-sentence. He, once again, had a strange look on his face. Wide eyes, open mouth, and a nervous expression on his face. Quote, "Bathroom," he said quickly, running out of the room. At that very moment, a scarred, red-haired man and a beautiful blonde woman walked into the room. "Bill," Molly said joyously. "Bill, Fleur, this is Neji and Cy from out of town. You just missed Kiba." "Neji, Cy, this is my son Bill and his soon-to-be wife Fleur." "Oh, yes, the wedding is tomorrow, right?" Cy said with almost plastic politeness that some even noticed. "Right," Bill said, nodding affirmatively. Your friend, is he alright? Sai looked at Neji and jabbed him in the side with the paintbrush he always kept handy for cases like this. Mouth shut and stop staring at the bride, Sai said mockingly in Japanese. Don't tell me you've forgotten all about Burrito-san. 5. Shut up. Neji glared at Sai. No one seemed to understand what Neji's words meant, but the tone of his voice was clear enough. Everyone in the room felt the briefly enlightened mood fall dreary once again. Wait, Hermione said. Neji, maybe you should go to St. Mungo's. I think your veins are sticking out a bit. Or not, Neji said roughly, repositioning his sunglasses and hat once more. I'm going. I'll find Kiba. He's in the bathroom, Sai said. Going to follow him in there, Okama-kun. Unlike you, Neji said clearly in an curt English, I don't go around staring at another man's private parts with questionable interest. You have no proof of that, Sai said with a smile. Then again, second to Burrito-san, you are awfully close to the dickless wonder. Again with the dicks, Neji said, turning around to leave the room. It's a wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Well, never having had a close friend or girlfriend, I suppose I could honestly say I never lost one. Sai said, once again speaking in Japanese. Neji was already leaving the room. Not that Sai minded. The Byakugan could look through walls. The Hyuga could read lips. I am aware that you didn't lose anyone close to you, Neji said in Japanese in the next room. The others could hear him in the other room as well, even though they couldn't understand. But I'd have to say that's only because, even if you like one of us, we all hate you. Quote, Sai shrugged without a care. He had gotten his point across to the Hyuga, and that was what mattered most to him. Why are you following me to the bathroom? Quote, are you really going to the bathroom? You aren't going to look and see, right? Neji glared at him. The Inuzuka laughed nervously and sighed. Hey, well, you know. Our last mission 2 months ago, he said. I ended up fighting a giant, a big guy, a redhead, and some woman. I ended up getting caught for a while and the redhead guy saw my face. Well, all of them did, actually. I managed to get out of the ropes and ended up pretty much tearing into the redhead guy. Who just so happened to be Bill, Neji said understandingly. You've scarred up his face and he's seen yours. Exactly. And you can't henge out of this one because everyone else has seen you, Neji said with a frown. Targeting only one specific target for a ninjutsu would be a lot easier if Ino or Sakura was here. They're much better with chakra control. Quote. Wait, if they're good with chakra control, then what are you? I mean, you could make chakra needles small enough to poke them into the tiny holes. There is a difference, Neji said, between chakra control and the ability to form chakra needles. To be able to form chakra needles, you need to have chakra control. To have chakra control, you don't have to be able to form chakra needles. Quote. So, Naruto was a miracle, we all know that, but how did you manage to graduate from academy school? Neji asked. There are different types of chakra control. There are 2 basic types, independent and dependent. I've never heard of any of this. That's probably because I'm making it up off the top of my head, Neji admitted. Well, that's why I graduated academy school. Kiba joked. Nope, you were supposed to have covered these in school as a kid. We just never had a specific name for them, he said. I looked into Shikamaru and Sakura's research and, wait a minute, they let you look at their research? Kiba said incredulously. No way is right. I skimmed through it with my Byakugan and came up with my own data. I made the names up myself, at least. Now getting back on topic, the independent type involves forcing chakra out through your chakra pores and physically manifesting the chakra into solid, corporeal chakra forms. Like needles, or your little shield where you don't let anyone through your personal bubble, Kiba said thoughtfully. Yeah, anyway, the dependent could be sore. Ted into 2 smaller categories, mental and physical. The dependent mental chakra control is one particularly specific to Yamanakas. Close to a bloodline but not quite there yet. I'd give them a generation or 2 for more pronounced signs. Probably a complete bloodline at 4 generations. 6 at most. Anyway, the Yamanaka shinobi send out chakra impulses that they somehow combine with a part of their mind. Whether it is conscious thought or emotions. I consider it dependent because it doesn't physically manifest outside of the body. So the independent first thing is independent because if you shove it in someone, they open and bleed. The dependent second thing, dependent mental. Yeah, that. The dependent second thing is dependent because if you shove the chakra in someone, no physical damage, no physical manifestation. You're right. Now the dependent physical does not manifest outside the body as well. You don't send it out as a physical manifestation, nor do you send it out in chakra waves. You store the chakra inside of you. Quote. Chakra is always inside of us, Kiba said. Let me be more specific. You focus it on a body part, Neji said, rolling his eyes. Oh, do you think? And no, I will not. Okay. Kiba took a deep breath and leaned his head back against the wall. Dang it, I've got one hell of a headache thanks to you. Hey, you too, Sai said, knocking on the door. If you're both doing something I don't want to see, I suggest you stop doing it now because I am coming in. Shut up, Sai, both Kiba and Neji said at the same time. No, Sai said simply, picking the lock of the bathroom door and letting him inside. Why, Kiba, I knew you were a dog that went after anything on two legs, but Neji, he only looks like a. We've got a dilemma, Neji said, cutting him off and glaring at Sai. We can't let Bill see Kiba. Yeah, Bill did mention how he was attacked by a werewolf that seemed to have the ability to change without the full moon, he said, nodding in understanding. Any ideas as to what we could do? Kiba asked. Friends. Cool, Kiba said, lifting his head up from the wall. I'll leave now then. Oh, Sai said. By the way, when will they be coming back? I spoke with Sakura just moments ago, Kiba said, lifting a tuft of hair to reveal a tiny radio. The radio is cheap, the reception is crap, and Sakura was really busy taking care of them. But from the sounds of it, all 6 of them are slowly making it back here safely. Wait, 6, Neji said. Yeah, I said 6. Akamaru, Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, Naruto. Kiba said, listing off names. And Draco Malfoy, our former client. That boy, Remus said thoughtfully after all 3 of the newcomers had left. Which one? Charlie asked. There were 3. 3, Bill repeated. You missed the 3rd one, his brother told him. He left right before you came in. Taro is the kind of plain-looking guy. Prefers to be called Sai. The Asian equivalent of you with sunglasses, a hat, and a cane was Neji. The 3rd guy had brown hair and weird triangle marks was Kiba. Triangle marks, Bill repeated in confusion. Kiba, Remus said, nodding. I was talking about Kiba. What about him? Mrs. Diggory asked. He did look awfully familiar, Tonks offered. He said I smelled like his mother. Remus Lupin said. I say that he smells like a werewolf. Think we're still being followed? Ino, Draco asked. Maybe, Sakura said, rubbing the bags from under her eyes. Naruto, how's your seal? Still good, the blonde said perkily, patting his stomach. All 8 accounted for. There was a flicker of suspicion in Shikamaru's eye that did not go unnoticed. It's true, Naruto insisted. I believe you, the genius said. But, never mind. How is everyone? Fine, Naruto said. I'm still feeling a bit tired, Sakura said, but we're almost at this burrow. I'll be able to take a break once we're done. Akamaru barked. None of the shinobi understood what the dog was saying, but it sounded like a bark of confirmation. He was probably fine. The dog was rather energetic anyway, wagging his tail and begging for attention and pats on the head. My body is aching all over. Ino, Draco complained, curling up in a ball. Geez, this kid has got to be in the worst shape I've ever been in. Technically, almost everyone in this world is dreadfully out of shape in comparison to our own bodily functions, Shikamaru said. But I think you've just never noticed it because you never spent such a long time in another person's body. I might be able to mix up a migraine cure from scratch. Sakura said thoughtfully, looking at the green life growing beneath their feet. Don't even try it, Ino said. You probably couldn't tell the difference between clovers and poison ivy. Hey, Sakura said, feeling offended. Oh, don't get annoyed. We can't see as clearly in the dark anyway. We shouldn't risk going out into the moonlight to search for herbs. We aren't making a fire because that's even worse than going out into the open. we won't risk being spotted by the enemy, Ino said. As far as I can see it, we're just going to have to grin and bear eye. Until daylight comes and we can tell where the enemy is and what the difference between potion and poison is. Sakura sighed, staring up at the full moon. I guess you're right, she said, disliking the predicament she was in. As a medic, it was her duty to help the injured. As a member of a team with no spare members, it was her responsibility to take care of her temporary and surrogate family the best she could. And as a friend, it was her instinct to do everything she could to stop them all from getting hurt or defeat. Or worse, left behind. Words to know. Sokusejuman is literally, instant spell. Technically, it should be, Sokusuki, which means instant, or instantly not sure, but since this is a Japanese version of quickspell, which is also spelled incorrectly, I used, Sokusei, which does mean instant. But is more like the instant food. Like instant ramen. Bonjour, mon nom est Anais. French, hello, my name is Anais. Mi nombre es Ron. Spanish, my name is Ron. Apparently, the Fawcett's, the Lovegoods, and the Diggories live in the same general vicinity of Ottery Street. Catchpole. I don't know who the heck the Fawcett's are. The Lovegood father and daughter are a bit loopy. And the Diggories have no son and are lonely. Best solution. Give them 3 pretty much grown-up men who all absolutely do not get along with each other. That'll give them enough on their plates. Burrendo-san. Sai's nickname for Tenten. I have no idea what bland is in Japanese, so I just converted it directly from bland to Burrendo to have Sai call Tenten bland and boring. My thinking corner. For Shikamaru, well, the reason he was so indecisive earlier in the chapter. The really sharp could say that this is mainly because he's been spending so much time trying to think of ways to get themselves out of their situation working under Dumbledore, that he's trying to predict the distant future, without making too many significant mistakes. The not-so-sharp could say that Shikamaru's just indecisive. The realistically blunt could say that I was just typing as I went and that I just didn't feel like going back to edit who was going in the end. Well, it turns out, it's all of the above. Okay, my writing went off and on for this chapter. I was somewhere stuck between a sleep-deprived and brain-dead mode and a must-write or suffer self-inflicted consequences mode. Anyway, sorry, but there is no way that I'm going to go into detail with what wands they've got. I mean, whenever people do that, it's always something super special like the hair of a Kyuubi or wood from a sakura tree or the tooth bone of a basilisk. I'm actually guilty of that basilisk thing in my other crossover. Why can't they just be normal? I did my research. There is no 5 millennium-year-old sakura tree, and even if there was, it can't be used for a wand. I've done my research, and here it is copied, pasted, and modified from various websites to fit into this one brief summary. What Naruto and the others actually got might get explained later, but I don't think it's that big a deal right now. Or ever. However, the odds of them making a big deal out of what wands they have are pretty slim. Considering only one, I think, uses them, like, ever. If even that one person. Dark 672, thanks. Blade 75, thanks, and sorry about making them seem weak, and all. I mean, I just though. That since they were just better than average, they may have a hard time with a wizard who's got over 100 years worth of experience on them, plus the magic and the fact that Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard alive. And then there's also the fact that they're all a bit rusty, having been unable to go full power very often, even on the jobs that Shikamaru assigned them. Celtic pride. Hee. It's not a complete reversal anyway. But the OCDs aren't too bad sometimes. It wasn't anywhere near as bad as my habit of making this really off-tune humming sound at random intervals every hour or so. I sorta stopped though. Yinan. Thanks for the review. Z-Psych. The point of sealing the Kyuubi is so that it doesn't get out, haha. I really don't like bringing it into the story. Also, Sai isn't the one in control of the seals. Not that it matters, since the seals could still be weakened, but the thing is there are 9 seals in total. The other 8 could easily be weakened, but if the main seal, the first one, made by the 4th Hokage, is weakened slightly, it's permanently weakened. The other seals can be weakened and then strengthened. The details as to how they work will come later. But the other one is completely independent of all others. Sai has no Control over that seal. Plus, the Kyuubi seems like the easy way out. Almost like cheating. And that's also what any other writer would do to get the shinobi out of situation. Well, not would do, but could do. I actually kind of prefer to force myself to think of situations for the shinobi to get into and strategies for him to get out of the situations that they got themselves into. It's a part of growing up. It's like, the Kyuubi is a fallback thing. Almost like a parent. Something huge happens, and a kid can always use their fallback. Running back to their parents to let mommy and daddy take care of things. But when they do that, they don't learn a lesson as well, and it feels like in any situation, all they avenue to do is depend on someone else's strength. I don't mean to be insulting to other writers and stuff, but having everyone depend on the Kyuubi for everything feels akin to a guy still living with his mother when both he and his mother don't really need to live dependent on each other. And no, the shinobi cannot learn magic, for reasons that I will divulge later on in the story. And intelligence isn't everything. I'd say that the person who would learn magic most quickly would be Naruto with his Kage Bunshin learning technique, but impossible for certain reasons. But yeah, Naruto's going to be into wand busting alright. Mahehehehe. And Sakura, she probably would have learned magic easily, but the only thing she'll be able to do is, well, never mind. The idea, however, ironic. You read my mind. I'm on the 14th chapter and you already guessed a part of my plot. Thought shinobi capable battle tactics isn't really taught by wizards, in books or in school. And the plan has been in motion since Shikamaru has found out about Legilimens. Diesel power. Stares wide-eyed and walks away. Emi-chan. If that wasn't the right answer, then it was insanely close. XD and Youch. Pyromaniac, anyone. Kakashi Pones all you noobs. Whenever I read that name, I can't help laughing. Anyway, thanks. Thanks. Sad. Thanks for reviewing. Silent reader. I really enjoyed your review. As for the hostages, since Shikamaru was in no real position for striking the deals, the new alleged hostage was based on Dumbledore's preferences. Now, Sakura and Naruto would not be on his list of preferences, because he doesn't know their abilities. Anyway, Shikamaru is aware that none of the shinobi are expendable, so he's going to do his best to keep the others as far away from the crazy old man as possible. Of course, Dumbledore is aware that Naruto is extremely durable, but not much else about him. Your guesses were almost rather accurate, actually. But think about it this way. Would you rather control the king or his knights? I never really got to explaining it in detail, but the reason that Naruto never summons Gamabunta or whatever is that his new summons would be tadpoles. Ino went through the trouble of raising the crows from chicks all the way until they grew larger, but she was the only one with the patience to do so. And crows grow faster than the toads and most other summons as well. The pocket dimension of Naruto's world that held the animal summons had grown over the centuries of being summoned. In the meantime, the pocket dimension of Harry's world that held the animal summons had never before been called upon, therefore, those who summoned the animals and brought them to this world would end up calling on baby summons. If they wanted the big ones, they'd probably have to use decades worth of summonings. Oh, and the reason why I posted this chapter earlier than usual, on a Thursday, rather than Friday or the weekend, was because I'm going on vacation. WOOT. I'm going to Denver, Colorado at the Heavenly Ski Resort. It's actually been 2 years since I last went up there. It used to be a yearly thing, but issues came up during last year's spring break so I missed it. This year, however, I'm going to try snowboarding. According to schedule, I should be back on Wednesday, but in all likelihood, you could expect me back on Monday in a full-body cast. Have a nice spring break everyone. And if you don't have one or it's not until April or something then, have a nice weekend. Chapter 08. Werewolf. Next day. After the wedding, evening party. August 25, 1997. Fields outside of the burrow. Hey there. Kiba shouted and fell forward, not expecting to see the man standing behind him. Are you all right? Remus Lupin asked him. I'm fine, Kiba said, wondering how on earth a sickly middle-aged guy managed to sneak up behind him. He leaned away from the man, trying to be subtle, though his wrinkled nose gave his apparent distaste of him away. Shouldn't I be the one asking if you're all right? What do you mean? You smelled fine a while ago, he said, shrugging. But now you smell like vomit. Or, I think it's vomit. What the heck did you just eat? Chicken, Remus said, holding out a plate in front of Kiba. I brought it from the party. Awesome, Kiba said, taking the chicken from Remus. Watching the sun set, Remus asked him, taking a seat next to the Inuzuka. I'm supposed to be watching for my friends, Kiba said, scratching his head and taking a deep breath. But I don't really know where they're coming from. He bit into the chicken and gagged. Oh, that chicken might be a bit undercooked, Remus said. A bit, Kiba said, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. It's bleeding in the middle. I'm sorry, I just wanted to see something. Like what? If you'd eat it. Kiba stared at the man. You're freaking crazy. Just suspicious, Remus said. The Inuzuka continued to stare, waiting for him to elaborate. Kiba Inuzuka, right, do you know what a werewolf is? A wolf, Remus smiled. Yes, a magical one, he said. The wolf part of a werewolf technically doesn't exist except for a brief period of time. He is a completely normal human, but on the night of a full moon, he becomes a wolf. Kiba paused. Cool, that's not a person's usual reaction to werewolves. A werewolf comes into being when a person is bitten by another werewolf. Once this happens, the person must learn to manage the condition. Modern potion making has come up with a draft called the Wolfsbane potion. Which I suppose does taste disgusting. Like vomit, as you so eloquently put it. Wait a minute, this man was a werewolf. That probably explained the excess facial hair. He didn't look like type to leave his 5 o'clock shadow untended to. The Wolfsbane potion controls some of the worst effects of the condition, lessens the pain the werewolf feels when he transforms, and keeps his mind stable while in this form, but it cannot completely cure a man of lycanthropy. And lycanthropy it's considered to be the magical disease or condition inflicted upon a person when bitten by a werewolf, and thus creating a werewolf. It shouldn't be considered a disease, I think, Kiba said thoughtfully, looking up at the moon itself. He frowned. Darn clouds messing with the view. Really now, Remus said, looking extremely interested. You did you? Remus said thoughtfully. Well, I didn't hate him. He was a decent guy. Awesome prankster, which was good and bad. Good because he was funny. Bad because he was competition. Kiba paused. I suppose the main reason he and I weren't really friends was because I thought he was a freaking idiot. And then he beat me in some really important exams. I mean, I passed him up in the end, but that was because he went out of town and didn't finish. Considering the fact that the two people who got the 2 lowest grades in academy beat me, I was devastated, Kiba said, laughing. The 2 lowest, Lupin repeated. Yup, the first never got the right kind of education. No parents, so he had to learn everything himself, which was pretty impressive when I found out. The second guy, lazy as heck. I've heard rumors that, apparently, the reason why he really didn't get the highest grades was because he was too lazy to pick up a pencil. I don't think it was meant literally. Oh yeah, it was. One time, our village was being attacked. Almost everyone was unconscious. People were getting hurt and he was just lying on the ground, pretending to be out cold just so he wouldn't have to do anything, Kiba laughed. I wonder why I'm telling you all this. That's because the raw chicken also had a few drops of a mild truth serum, Remus said idly. You just couldn't taste it through the uncooked part of the meat. Kiba's eyes widened. Why? I just wanted to see, Remus said, lying back on the grassy slope to stare at the sky. The sun had set a while ago. The sky was cloudy, obscuring the moon. There was still time. See what? If you were one too, he answered. Why did you think I was? A werewolf can be distinguished from a true wolf physically by several small distinguishing characteristics, including the pupils of the eyes, the snout shape, the tufted tail, the larger paws, the thicker and coarser fur, the colors of the eyes, and the larger size, Remus said, giving Kiba a textbook version of the details. Picking a werewolf from another human, however, is a bit harder. Their hair call are usually represents the color of a wolf. You won't see too many with bright red hair. Those with certain color hairs seem to hold a slightly stronger resistance to lycanthropy. Not enough to completely prevent it, but at least from losing one's conscious thoughts, the pain felt, and the completion of the transformation. Werewolves in their human forms usually have thicker hair around the full moon. Usually hair with signs of gray or white. Since they rarely have hair of one complete color, they have slightly slitted eyes. I have slitted eyes at least. Of something just slightly off, Kiba finished for him. A bit musty, a bit forestry, a bit like the earth. So you are a werewolf? Remus asked. Because if you are, I hope you've taken the wolfsbane potion. Hey, Kiba turned his head sharply to look at Remus Lupin, who was beginning to transform with the emergence of the full moon. He looked up at the sky, watching the full moon peek out from behind the clouds. Oh, Kiba would have just shrugged it off when he smelled something strange. He turned around to find that Remus Lupin was a wolf, larger than that he had ever seen. Kiba stared at him in surprise, and the wolf stared at him back as well. Looking rather stunned himself, probably by the fact that Kiba had not transformed with him. Wait a minute. Crap, Kiba said, jumping up to his feet and running away from the werewolf and towards the woods. Actually, it was not the transformation that alarmed the Inuzuka. With how casual the man was, talking to him on the night of the full moon, rattling on about his beloved wolfsbane potion, and such, Kiba doubted he was in much danger from the wolf, tamed by the potion. No, that wasn't it. At his post on the grassy hill, he was downwind. The spot was a perfect spot to find his friends. There were few trees and it was far from civilization, whether it was from the Muggle village or the wizard residence. He could hear many things. The hill gave him the high ground, and it was easy to see around the sparse trees. He could see many things. All the breezes in the area seemed to flow through this area. He could smell everything, like the scent of blood. What the heck was that thing? Eno, Draco said angrily as the group ran. She stopped talking for a moment as they ran, as if listening to something. Oh, shut up, Malfoy, she said suddenly. Oh yeah, I don't want to be in your stupid body. Whatever he's saying, just ignore him, Shikamaru said. Akamaru barked. What is it? He asked, as they all slowed down. The dog whined. I'm starting to think that separating Kiba and Akamaru was a bad idea, Naruto muttered. We don't even know what the heck is wrong.